patrons in a bustling pub discuss the triumphant return of four heroes.
A solitary man sits by a window, holding a drink at night. The brown-haired man gazes out at the landscape with a heavy expression. A blond man enters and questions why he is drinking in darkness.
He asks if such a gloomy attitude is appropriate for a hero.
He contemplates the deep-seated hatred they all share for a culprit. The brown-haired man dresses while noting their years of fruitless searching.
He prepares to continue the hunt for his friend's killer.
The blond man watches him leave with a look of silent concern.
He stands alone near a suitcase containing a small white bunny.
A plush white rabbit sits neatly tucked inside the open luggage. The blond man clutches his chest as a wave of grief hits.
The scene shifts to the exterior of a quiet building at night.
A man named Calyx adjusts his blindfold as someone calls to him.
Sir Superion sees Calyx off, warning him to stay on his park. Sir Superion offers his full support and insists they stay in touch.
He tells Calyx that it was an honor serving with him.
Calyx politely declines an offer to be introduced to a potential bride.
Sir Superion bids him farewell and boards his private carriage. The carriage clatters away down the cobblestone street into the night.
Calyx stands in the silence, beginning to speak a lonely thought.
A white-haired man with red eyes looks down with a somber face. He whispers a quiet confession of how much he misses Leo.
He stands in a candlelit room facing a bunny on a chair.
He reaches out a trembling hand to touch the soft white plushie. Kneeling, he vows to find the human who killed his dear friend. A narrator observes that the situation was never meant to be this way.
Bright sunlight shines over the peaceful rooftops of the city.
A merchant hawking books describes the heroic tales of a subjugation squad.
Lelia Aurelia buys a copy and opens it in the middle of town.
She finds a detailed sketch of her childhood friend within the pages. Lelia clutches the book tightly, pitying the hardships her friends endured. A look of sudden, sharp realization crosses her bright turquoise eyes.
She realizes her story has become a desperate struggle to avoid execution.
She contemplates her childhood friends who now harbor a murderous hatred. Disembodied voices accuse her of being the one who killed Leo.
She reflects on the claim that she killed a prince for status.
The blonde and brown-haired men appear in her mind as vengeful accusers.
Calyx and the red-eyed man are likewise depicted as being totally unforgiving.
Lelia stands defenseless as the shadows of her former friends loom. She frantically denies the accusations to the people who once loved her. A glowing red magical seal suddenly constricts her throat, silencing her.
She recalls their happy, shared childhood before the tragic incident occurred. A blade is pointed at her as the truth of Leo's death remains.
Lelia weeps, asking why her own childhood friends must kill her. The story shifts to the past at the Holy Kriegshaupel.
A splash sounds as Crown Prince Leo falls into the deep lake. The blonde boy sprints toward the water as the others watch in shock.
He successfully pulls the limp body of Leo back onto the grass.
He frantically yells for help as the prince remains dangerously unresponsive. A brilliant magical seal glows, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The white-haired boy coughs weakly amidst the fading magical light. Attendants discuss the boy's cold temperature despite receiving mana injections. They urgently decide to move the boy to the ward. The white-haired boy tearfully insists on being left alone.
He sits alone in a bath, repeating that he's fine.
Shivering in a grand bed, he vows not to die. He wonders why this agonizing pain feels so strangely familiar. Memories surface of a life spent confined in hospital rooms. A rhythmic monitor tracks a fragile heart's steady digital pulse.
Reading romance novels became his only escape from the hospital.
A screen displays a game starting within a hand's grasp. Immersive games eventually became a primary source of deep comfort. A long-haired girl celebrates completing a cure within her game.
She happily anticipates saving a sick village girl in the story.
The game promises that everything is possible through collecting ingredients.
Endless riches and a better life seem just one quest away.
She recognizes that the game's world differs entirely from reality.
A quiet wish for reincarnation lingers among the verdant leaves.
A sudden brilliant light engulfs the quiet, book-filled hospital room.
Reincarnated, the white-haired child stares in shock at her new body.
She panics upon realizing she isn't even in her favorite game.
Looking in the mirror, she questions why she possessed this character.
The reflection reveals the face of the forgotten Lelia Aurelia. A voice from outside startles her by calling for Prince Leo. Attendants outside the door inquire about the child's health and recovery.
She softly confirms that she is feeling better from her bed.
She asks to be left alone while the maids offer help.
A heavy sigh escapes her as she contemplates her strange situation.
She credits her survival to the healing divinity provided by priests.
A look of profound worry shadows her bright turquoise eyes.
She realizes she is merely a minor, unrecorded supporting character. A glowing crest pulses with light upon her pale, small hand.
Emperor Lydius Aurelia reigns over the vast and powerful Aurelia Empire.
Princess Iris left behind a daughter born from a forbidden love.
Lelia Aurelia, the owner of this body, stands in the moonlight. Her mother died shortly after birth, leaving her father a commoner. Civil unrest led to Lelia being forgotten in a lonely tower. Maids mock the skinny princess and her plain, loose-fitting dress. She lived in isolation, surviving on modest meals in total solitude. Her life changed forever upon the arrival of the emperor. Emperor Lydios reacts with intense interest to news of the daughter. A cruel smirk plays on the scarred face of the emperor.
He asks who else is aware of the young child's existence.
The maids confirm that they are the only ones watching her. The emperor looms over the child with a terrifying cold gaze. He identifies her as a royal and Leo's exact same age. A sinister decision is reached as the emperor's gaze hardens.
He coldly orders the execution of every maid in the tower.
A bloody blade marks the start of a dark, ancient legend. The legend recalls how the first emperor of Kreutz and his 5 knights saved the world. These hero knights established 5 empires and received a distribution of the great dragon's power. A solemn figure presides over the blood pledge binding the knights to the Kreutz's future call. Darkness stirs as a mysterious, glowing light dragon egg appears at the continent's edge.
The egg remains indestructible, surrounded by an oppressive aura of dark mana and ancient seals.
Fear grips the world as ferocious demons awaken, drawn by the dark egg's growing influence. The Kreutz Order gathers the 5 ruling emperors to prepare their descendants for hatching day. The order insists that the descendants of the legendary heroes be educated within the temple. 5 young children stand atop a brilliant magical seal, ready to meet their shared destiny. These 5 children, bearing the mark of the pledge, are summoned to the sacred temple. A sharp, ringing clang sounds as the man expresses his bitter resentment toward the order. The emperor gazes over the balcony, plotting to remove a nuisance and seize the throne. He notes that murder remains a possibility even within the neutral zone of the temple. A cold, calculating glint shines in his eye as he considers the temple's hidden dangers. He declares that he will never send his one and only son to such peril. Looming over the kneeling, white-haired girl, the emperor issues a cruel and absolute command. He tells her that she will henceforth be known as the Crown Prince of Aurelia. The girl is forced into the role of Leo Aurelia, the empire's false crown prince. A frustrated, grinding tisk escapes her as she seethes over the emperor's heartless deception. A soft, muffled thud sounds as she punches her pillow, cursing the emperor's cruelty. She realizes he sent her to the temple purely to replace the real crown prince.
A sudden, sharp gasp hitches in her throat as she tries to find some comfort.
She admits that she at least enjoyed tasting any dish she desired during her life. Despite her outward obedience, the girl feels trapped by her forced and dangerous new identity. Memories of past hunger and thorns of isolation haunt her as she sits alone. She remains isolated in a dark, cold tower, far from any warmth or comfort. She resolves to stay positive, recalling the original story where she dies in a pond. Looking at the White Temple, she assumes she will be safe while staying there.
She realizes she cannot seek help without risking the discovery of her true identity, Lelia.
She recalls the Emperor's speech magic curse, which activates if she ever tries to tell. She reflects on how this reincarnation mirrors the tragic, hospital-bound fate of her previous life. She questions if she is simply meant to wait in fear for her inevitable death. Sitting on her bed, she rejects the idea of dying quietly and finds new strength.
Her hand clenches into a fist as she vows to fight against her unfair fate. Knowing she is only 7 years old, she believes there is still time to survive.
Her green eyes burn with determination as she repeats that time is on her side. She decides her primary goal is to avoid the palace pond to escape her death.
She resolves to endure the next 3 years at the temple to secure her future.
She vows that no one will ever discover the truth of her being a fake. She begins her walk through the grand temple halls, focused on maintaining her disguise. She confidently tells herself that this challenge is nothing she cannot handle. A young blonde-haired boy watches from the shadows of the garden, lost in thought. Noble children gather in the sunny temple garden, unaware of the prince's secret identity.
2 young nobles discuss their new lives while walking together through the lush temple grounds.
Lelia considers the bond they must build to hunt the light dragon in the future. The children are given freedom outside of prayer time, often participating in various sports. Looking at the bright, open sky, Lelia realizes this place is like a paradise for her. A shaky sniff and a tight clench reveal her overwhelming relief at her new environment. She walks past other girls who complain about the food and the lack of luxury. The noble girls voice their frustration over having to do chores and missing their dresses.
She admits she actually likes her new attire, finding it quite comfortable to wear. She wonders if the comfort comes from her past life spent wearing nothing but rags.
Royal and noble children live in the temple to prepare for the light dragon hunt, though the novel rarely detailed their time here.
This location is not the main setting for the story's events. It is a place that is only mentioned indirectly later on. The novel didn't detail these 3 years without the male and female protagonists, shown as a black-haired man and a pink-haired woman, nor how Lelia spent her time after replacing Crown Prince Leo. She thinks to herself that she should be fine during her 3-year stay here.
She wonders how the original Lelia died by falling into a pond and what she was thinking then.
She feels a small relief that the original character wasn't assassinated, but someone suddenly calls out to her. A bright blonde boy leans in curiously to look at her. The white-haired girl looks up with a flustered, wide-eyed expression. The blonde boy offers a mischievous smirk as he watches her. He observes that she seems to be doing fine, giving her quite a shock as a sudden startle takes hold.
She suddenly realizes exactly who this boy standing before her has.
He begins to recount the events of yesterday.
He reminds her that he was the one who saved her from almost drowning and asks if she was aware of that. Blushing, she clears her throat and confirms that she knows. She stares at him in silence, lost in her own thoughts.
The blonde boy smiles brightly amidst a frame of white flowers.
He is the Prince of the Roseberry Empire and a main protagonist in the hunt for the Dragon of Light.
He is also a typical suitor who falls in love with the protagonist at first sight.
Simply put, he is a very important character from the original story.
She assumed he was kind and elegant, but he suddenly calls out to get her attention.
He tells her to speak instead of staring, asking if her mouth is blocked while she wonders what is happening. He sarcastically asks if a simple thank you is all she has to say in return.
He leans in and repeats his question, asking if that is truly all she is going to say.
He questions if being the prince heir means she can get away with just a simple thanks. The boy looms over her with an intense, uncomfortably close gaze. He asks if he could also just say thank you if their roles were reversed while she remains in frustrated silence.
She angrily questions where the boy's supposedly kind and elegant personality has gone.
He asks if she's expecting something from him, and she realizes that she is. He explains that when the priests look for him during prayer time, he needs her help.
His voice drifts into a soft, pleasant humming as he tells her to say he fell asleep after visiting her room.
He holds up a finger and adds that she should tell them not to wake him up.
She looks dejected and confused, wondering what exactly he is asking her to do.
He points out that as the crown prince, her words will be believed, then asks for her thoughts.
The boy laughs gleefully as the girl sighs in total exasperation.
While his eating habits are elegant, she notes to herself that his personality is not great.
She resolves to eat well during her 3-year stay in the Kemple.
She recalls her past hunger and realizes she won't eat properly once she returns home.
He suddenly changes the subject to ask if she has a symbol aracom.
He asks to see the mark out of curiosity, and she agrees to show him.
She shows him her hand, causing him to react with a quiet, surprised, "Oh."
He looks at the glowing blue crest with fascination and notes that everyone really has one.
Her attention is caught by a busy, low murmur sounding through the room.
Several noble girls nearby blush and look away with shy expressions.
The 2 children look up in surprise as something catches their immediate attention. A serious, brown-haired boy stands tall among the other noble children.
The name Griffith Nicia appears in bold, glowing letters across the screen.
The blonde boy looks toward the newcomer and says the name Griffith.
The white-haired girl looks surprised as she wonders why the boy doesn't like him.
A narration explains that the Prince of the Nicaea Empire is a valuable ally for the hunt.
A tall, brown-haired man in white armor stands before a glowing blue magical seal.
The serious brown-haired boy gazes downward as he is described as being handsome and aloof.
The blonde boy scoffs and dismissively claims that the other boy is both pathetic and stupid.
Eating her soup, Lelia reflects on the boy's distinctive silver hair and striking red eyes.
She pauses as the realization hits that this child might actually be Oscar Hresvelg. She considers how fragile he appears now despite the blood-red background and his family's eagle crest.
An older version of Oscar stands with a bloody sword, destined to be a psychopathic emperor.
The blonde boy points across the room, identifying the black-haired boy as Calix Askai.
Calix is revealed as the nephew of the Ascad Emperor, destined for a tragic future hunt. A heavy price looms over him as a shield sits atop a pile of skeletons.
Lelia realizes with dread that all the people she dislikes are the story's major characters.
She recalls how the heroine ends up with her childhood friend, leaving everyone else behind.
The blonde boy suddenly turns his attention back to Lelia and asks about her.
He offers a mischievous smirk as he continues to study her with curiosity. Caught off guard, she lets out a small sound and begins to formulate a response.
He insists they are friends and must share the same enemies, which she immediately rejects.
She declares within her thoughts that she will definitely pass on being his friend.
A cheerful smile masks her internal frustration as she asserts her true nature.
The blonde boy sighs about being bored while she secretly finds the quiet atmosphere perfect. She reminds herself that her main goal is to remain completely quiet within the temple. She continues eating, determined to avoid being noticed or getting involved with anyone important. She worries that getting involved will only lead to her dying for something completely unnecessary.
She decides that survival is her top priority and she is fine remaining an extra. Looking at the 3 boys, she vows to never let herself become entangled with them. A moment of quiet tension passes as she sits alone, lost in her own thoughts.
The girl walks through the bright temple arches, determined to keep her head down.
A sudden, sharp realization causes her green eyes to widen in genuine shock.
A vision of a young boy with weeping red eyes flashes across her mind.
She continues her walk as a ghostly image of the crying boy overlays her path.
She reflects on the promises she made to herself despite the shifting circumstances. She questions why Hresvelg is suddenly acting this way while she clutches her head in confusion.
The young, white-haired boy cries out in denial as tears stream down his face. A shaky, muffled hiccup sounds as he struggles to breathe through his intense sobbing. A dark voice asks if he is trying to turn his eyes away from death. The cold voice commands Oscar to look closely with his cursed red eyes. The focus shifts to his eyes as a dark, oppressive red energy begins to swirl. He is asked if he knows the true reason why his eyes are blood red. The voice claims his eyes reflect the blood of those who died right before him. It states the blood splattered onto his pupils, making his royal eyes look truly grotesque. Oscar's red eyes are filled with tears and a look of pure, unadulterated horror. A cruel final judgment is issued as he is branded a monster by the darkness. The tragic memory shows a small boy cradling his mother's body in a pool of blood. A faint, desperate voice calls out Oscar's name through the haze of the memory.
Oscar cries out for his mother as she whimpers about how much it hurts.
His mother's trembling hand reaches out as she begs her son to save her.
Bloody fingers trail down his face, leaving streaks across his glowing, tearful red eye.
The small boy is left alone in a hallway surrounded by the corpses of mates.
A sudden startle takes hold as she gasps in surprise, her hand flying to her face.
Lelia commands the panic boy to get a hold of herself.
Lelia insists that everything Oscar is currently seeing is a lie. Lelia gently cradles the boy's face between her palms. Lelia looks directly at Oscar and tells him to look into her eyes.
Lelia holds the boy close and reassures him that he is safe.
Lelia looks at the boy with a look of pure intensity.
Oscar remains silent as he stares back with tearful, glowing red eyes. A sudden, quick top sounds as Lelia turns and asks what is happening.
Two priests quickly rush over to attend to the collapsed white-haired boy.
A soft sigh escapes as Lelia notes that Oscar seems to be better.
Closing her eyes, Lelia reflects that, in the end, things have changed. Lelia stands nervously, sweating profusely as a blue pattern glows.
A priest carries Oscar Hresvelg away through the high temple arches.
Young Oscar stares blankly ahead with his striking, blood-red eyes.
The darkness explains how the world condemned Oscar as a monster with blood-stained eyes. The original heroine tells Oscar that his red eyes are truly beautiful. That single compliment allowed Oscar to find salvation from his unhappy childhood.
The young woman reading the novel realizes that the protagonist's reaction makes sense.
Lelia notes that the future emperor was once so small and thin.
Lelia stands alone amidst the towering white pillars of the temple.
Lelia reflects on how she never imagined he had such a fragile childhood.
Lelia shouts at the onlookers, demanding they hurry and call the priests. Lelia looks determined, admitting to herself that she could not turn away.
Lelia clutches her head, wondering if Oscar is truly considered a heretic.
The blonde boy and white-haired girl stand together in the hallway.
Lelia calls Romeo out for watching the crisis without offering any help.
Romeo stares at Lelia with a somber and surprisingly serious expression.
A sudden sharp turn sounds as Lelia walks away in total silence.
Lelia stops and demands to know why the blonde boy is following her.
Romeo asks about the spell she used, but she explains it was medical. Romeo asks if the boy was possessed, causing Lelia to flinch slightly.
Narration describes the common cruel perception of people in this world.
Those suffering from invisible ailments are often branded as possessed by demons.
Lelia realizes that if the seizures continue, the temple will suspect Oscar is possessed.
A sharp grinding sound occurs as Lelia realizes the plot to lower Oscar's reputation.
Lelia argues there are no demons, only children suffering from shocking trauma.
Lelia looks at her hand and admits that some people do suffer.
Romeo dismisses her claims, arguing that her perspective lacks any real logic.
Romeo notes that the Crown Prince of Aurelia is beneath his expectations.
Lelia scowls and thinks to herself that Romeo is a rotten bastard.
Lelia recalls Romeo's kindness to the heroine and questions his current cruelty. Thorny red roses represent the wounds that are no different from Oscar's.
Romeo tells Lelia to keep talking as she remains in frustrated silence. Romeo asks about those who experience terrible nightmares while they are awake.
Clenching his fist, Romeo admits that in a way he can understand.
An earnestness sounds as Romeo stares with wide, glowing blue eyes.
Lelia observes that despite everything, the blonde boy is just a child.
Narration explains that the human mind is very fragile, including his own. A quick tapping sounds as Romeo explains how shocking memories are kept forever.
Romeo turns away and asks her what she intends to do next.
The blonde boy reflects on how shocking trauma can haunt a person's mind forever.
He somberly declares that taking one's own life is considered a great sin. Narration explains the religious belief that such an act betrays the faith and the soul.
The blonde boy looks determined while confirming the gravity of his beliefs.
The white-haired girl sits quietly on the bench listening to his dark reflection. He blames demonic possession for suffering, while she argues it is just internal pain.
She understands that those suffering often see death as their only final escape.
A look of deep sadness and empathy washes over the white-haired girl's face. A tragic memory reveals a dead woman, identifying her as the boy's mother.
A young, light-haired boy cries while surrounded by sharp and thorny red branches. Narration explains how her parents forced her into a political marriage to seize power. The blonde woman weeps as the emperor attempts to show her a gesture of kindness. The emperor never reproached her and waited patiently for her heart to eventually open. Her parents threatened the man she actually loved to maintain control over her. They demanded she bear a royal heir in exchange for her lover's safety. Greedy figures manipulated her using the life of the man she truly loved. The man took his own life to end her suffering from their constant manipulation. The woman's mental state declined into hallucinations and sleepwalking over the passing years. A young version of the blonde boy watches the tragic events from the shadows. Glowing blue eyes peer through the dark thorns of a heavy and painful past. Others speculate that the crown prince might eventually share his mother's tragic fate. The blonde boy's face is cast in shadow as he carries his history. Though he lacks hallucinations, the blonde boy still carries deep and invisible scars. A rooted fear of demons lingers within an empty and ornate frame. Narration notes that he normally only ever shares these truths with the heroine. The white-haired girl looks up as she prepares to offer her own perspective. She boldly asserts that demons do not actually exist in the real world. She remains firm in her personal belief regarding the true nature of suffering. She argues that real monsters are people who wound others until they seem possessed. The blonde boy is left speechless and stunned by her unconventional and daring perspective. He grits his teeth in frustrated silence as he processes her challenging words. He labels her a heretic, prompting her to ask for a clear explanation. A look of subtle annoyance and disbelief crosses the blonde boy's face. The boy suddenly bursts into a fit of dark and mocking laughter. The girl watches him laugh with a look of genuine and nervous bewilderment. A sharp and dark command to wait echoes through the quiet park air. He warns her of the consequences if she ever reveals his private secrets. He aggressively grabs her collar to emphasize his cold and deadly threat. He warns that telling anyone else about this conversation will be her end. The girl stares back at him with an unwavering and remarkably intense gaze. He flinches as she remains calm and collective despite his physical intimidation. She internally cheers as she realizes the boy is actually becoming scared of her. She reminds herself that despite his threats, he is just a 10-year-old child. She recalls a training manual to help her establish a clear social hierarchy. A sudden and sharp realization strikes her as her glowing green eye widens. A stylized title identifies her as a squad leader destined for greatness. The blonde boy looks on in confusion as vibrant flowers begin to bloom. She flashes a bright smile while surrounded by colorful and blooming spring flowers.
He argues that he holds all the leverage in their current social interaction.
The girl prepares to deliver a final and potentially crushing verbal response. The white-haired girl asks if they intend to be enemies. Her question leaves the blonde boy speechless and completely stunned. The blonde boy's frustration is evident in his silent expression. He reluctantly agrees to keep the secret, finding her incredibly annoying. She demands he shares information about the rumors surrounding Oscar. She questions the idea of people being possessed by demons. He agrees to tell her everything she wants to about. The girl reflects on her new subordinate as he leaves. She realizes that she accidentally got involved to spite her intentions. She inadvertently recruited a future hero as her personal subordinate. A formal voice demands the truth from a royal highness.
The red-eyed child looks distressed under the pressure of questioning.
An attendant asks if Prince Leo of Aurelia struck him.
He confirms the rumor but tries to offer an explanation. The attendant is horrified and refuses to believe the situation. The red-eyed child desperately tries to clarify what actually happened. A vision of the green-eyed girl promises him complete safety. He recalls the incident while looking downcast in his bed. The scene shifts to a large, elegantly decorated drawing room. She wonders if hiring Romeo as a subordinate was wise. Romeo has already made himself comfortable in her private room. Romeo invites his boss to read a comic book to Mever. She is surprised to find comics exist in this world as a sudden, soft knock sounds. Hearing the sound, the white-haired child notes someone is here. The two children pause their activities to address the guest.
Romeo looks toward the door with a sharp, curious gaze.
He shuts the book with a sudden, sharp tap sound. Romeo demands to know who is interrupting their leisure time. She worries that Romeo has become far too relaxed lately. Romeo opens the door expecting the priest as a sudden, firm click sounds. His eyes widen as he discovers who is actually visiting. He coldly asks the visitor why they have come here. Oscar stands at the door surrounded by a floral aura. Romeo bluntly asks why the child has come to visit. He criticizes the royal visitor for remaining silent and unmoving. She is shocked by Romeo's blunt and incredibly rude language. She observes that the visitor does not appear to be. Oscar gazes back with an expression of stoic, calm indifference. She realizes Oscar is fearless, just like a future emperor.
She scolds Romeo for being hostile toward their unexpected guest.
Romeo begrudgingly yields and acknowledges his boss's firm command.
Tea and snacks wait on the table for the visitor. Oscar stammers through a nervous attempt to express his gratitude.
She kindly tells Oscar not to worry about the thanks.
A moment of quiet reflection passes as she watches him.
She eventually decides to offer her help to the boy.
She offers Oscar some snacks and asks if he's hungry.
Oscar blushes and shyly accepts her offer for the food. She offers him the snacks that Romeo originally brought over. Romeo watches them with a visibly annoyed and pouting expression.
Lelia shouts for Romeo to wait as he begins to walk away.
Oscar looks downcast as he begins to explain his speech impediment.
The white-haired boy admits his voice falters whenever he feels nervous.
Romeo questions how the boy manages such a struggle every single day.
Romeo looks at Oscar with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity.
Lelia snaps at Romeo, calling out his name in a warning tone.
Lelia commands Romeo to stop teasing his companions and behave properly.
Romeo reacts with anger, loudly denying that he is Oscar's friend.
Romeo points at Oscar and asks Lelia why she cares about him.
Romeo declares his dislike for the prince as Lelia shouts his name.
A loud bang sounds as Lelia slams her hands onto the table.
Romeo storms out of the room with a dismissive and angry brunt.
Oscar sits alone in the large chair, looking small and abandoned.
A soft sigh escapes as Lelia turns her attention back to Oscar.
Lelia offers a sincere apology to Oscar on behalf of the blonde boy. Oscar quietly accepts the apology while Lelia defends Romeo's inner character.
Oscar somberly confesses that he does not actually have any friends.
The boy explains how his stutter makes others avoid his company.
Lelia stares at him, her green eyes reflecting a sudden, deep pity.
Oscar remains silent, his expression heavy with the weight of isolation.
Lelia reflects on how heartbreaking it is that he accepts his loneliness.
Lelia declares that she is his friend and truly likes him.
Oscar looks up in shock as Lelia continues her earnest reassurance. Oscar asks if she would still help him despite his stuttering.
Lelia shouts her enthusiastic confirmation, her eyes wide with total sincerity.
Oscar blushes deeply and offers a very soft, stuttered thank you.
Oscar asks if she truly knows who he is as memories flicker.
Lelia confirms his royal identity as the prince of the entire empire.
Lelia inwardly mourns the loss of her simple and quiet life.
Oscar curiously asks why the blonde boy refers to her as boss.
Lelia flinches, recalling the moment she demanded that specific title.
Lelia explains that Romeo supposedly respects her ability to help others. Oscar is stunned and asks for clarification regarding her explanation.
Oscar shyly asks if he can also call her by that title.
Lelia freezes in shock, her green eyes wide with total disbelief.
Narration recalls the original tale where Oscar eventually exacted his revenge. A dark premonition shows a grown Oscar standing over his fallen father. The future emperor declares his intent to destroy anyone standing above him.
Lelia feels a literal shiver down her spine as she watches Oscar.
Lelia hesitates as Oscar looks at her with a questioning gaze.
Lelia quickly dismisses the tension while the white-haired boy waits.
Oscar asks if her hesitation stems from his stuttering voice.
Lelia looks at the boy's sad face and finds herself wavering.
Another vision depicts the future emperor's ruthless and bloody survival.
Tears well in Oscar's red eyes as he waits for her. A soft whimper escapes Oscar as he fears she might reject him.
Lelia is completely disarmed by the prince's overwhelming and cute vulnerability.
Lelia gives in and tells him to call her whatever he likes.
Oscar's face lights up with joy, his eyes shining with relief.
Lelia laughs happily, deciding to embrace her new and chaotic role.
Lelia rests her chin on her hand, looking quite pensive.
Oscar offers a shy, blushing smile as he giggles softly.
Oscar expresses immense relief and finds the words to agree.
Oscar stutters while asking the girl if she truly hates him.
Lelia frantically denies his claim, asserting that she actually likes him. Oscar feels reassured by her words and sighs with deep relief.
Lelia looks off to the side with a faint, blushing smile.
The white-haired girl glances away while her cheeks flush bright red.
Narration explains that being near both Romeo and Oscar changes things.
Lelia thinks that their beauty makes her feel much more comfortable.
Lelia wonders if Oscar is actually a fairy during their tea. Oscar agrees to get along with her in a shy tone.
The white-haired boy looks up with wide, hopeful eyes.
Lelia feels a sudden wave of nausea from the overwhelming situation.
A large wolf snarls as a fierce growl echoes nearby.
Two wolves stand alert in the dark grass under the night. A voice asks if they are truly allowed to kill him.
A dark figure confirms the lethal intent with a simple yes.
3 wolves move through the shadows to begin their hunt.
A declaration is made to carry out the Emperor's will accordingly.
Romeo greets Lelia as the captain and asks about her sweep.
Romeo asks about breakfast and why she is heading there alone.
Romeo insists they should have gone together while others watch confusedly.
Other students whisper about the scene as a soft patter sounds.
Oscar blushes while asking the captain if she slept well tonight.
Oscar shyly asks to sit and eat next to her.
Romeo snaps at Oscar for clinging to her and losing patience. Lelia looks back in shock while Oscar remains silent and still. Romeo continues his loud argument while Oscar maintains an indifferent expression.
Lelia internally complains that the two boys are being far too loud.
A look of stress crosses Lelia's face as she sighs. Lelia questions how the situation has managed to spiral this way. Lelia reflects on her past interactions and realizes she is responsible. Romeo asks why she is distracted and what she's thinking.
Both boys look at her with concern and ask what's wrong.
Lelia stares ahead with a nervous and slightly flustered expression.
Lelia sighs and claims she is simply feeling a little hungry.
Romeo acknowledges her response as he begins to mention another topic.
Romeo explains a nightly event and Lelia asks for more details.
Lelia's green eyes reflect a sudden and serious focused intensity. Narration describes a church tradition involving a midnight climb to face demons.
A small cabin midway up the mountain serves as the final destination.
The children must light a purifying candle before returning home safely.
A priest commands the children to climb in pairs to face darkness.
The priest reassures them that only small, harmless animals live there.
Some children express fear while others look forward to the adventure.
Romeo asks the captain who she intends to go with tonight.
Lelia shocks Romeo by ordering him to go with Oscar instead.
Lelia asks if he is scared and the blonde boy hesitates.
Oscar teases Romeo for his fear while Romeo finally accepts the order.
Romeo loudly claims he isn't afraid while Calix grumbles in the background. Lelia commands the boys to get along as the group enters the dark woods.
Oscar agrees that demons don't exist while Lelia offers gentle reassurance.
Romeo insults Oscar while Lelia notices the blonde boy's frustrated expression.
Oscar maintains a somber and determined expression as he walks through the forest.
Narration reveals that Oscar fears his father far more than any demon.
A dark premonition shows a man in regal uniform standing over a fallen body.
Lelia looks down with a sorrowful expression, feeling pity for Oscar's hidden burden.
A vision shows a lonely figure praying in a dark, stone-walled room.
Lelia gazes upward, her green eye glowing as she reflects on the unfolding situation. She remains pensive as she considers the weight of her knowledge.
Romeo shouts and points at Oscar, who reacts with complete indifference.
A stylized panel depicts a group of children walking along a bright, flower-lined path.
Lelia reflects on the danger of viewing these children as mere novel characters.
Narration confirms that someone is intentionally releasing wild animals as wolves appear.
A silver whistle on a chain dangles from a mysterious person's hand.
Lelia realizes that exposing the perpetrator would only put her in grave danger. She stands alone in the dark forest, her face filled with worry.
A sense of deep unease washes over her as she observes her surroundings. Calix points out that they should have reached the mountain cabin by now. Romeo insists they followed the path, but Calix worries that they are lost. Calix criticizes Romeo for his lack of focus during their trek through the woods.
Romeo reacts with sudden shock and offense at Calix's sharp accusation.
Romeo shouts in protest just as Calix suddenly trips over a tree root.
Calix hits the ground with a pained grunt, dropping their only light cloths.
He gasps in dismay as he sees the shattered lantern lying in the grass.
Romeo looks on with wide eyes as the light begins to fade. The two boys argue heatedly over who is responsible for the broken lantern.
Calix sighs in frustration as Romeo continues to make excuses for the accident.
Romeo's face flushes with anger as the argument continues in the dark. A sudden sound in the bushes causes Romeo to snap at his companion.
The two boys stare into the dark woods as the tension between them peaks.
Romeo calls Calix foolish before turning his back on him in a huff.
He fumes about the wasted time as he prepares to leave Calix behind.
Romeo walks away into the shadows, leaving Calix alone on the ground.
Calix watches him go with a mixture of resentment and helplessness.
Romeo delivers a final insult, calling Calix a coward as he disappears.
Lelia watches the scene from the bushes, saddened by the boys' bitter falling out.
Narration explains that this is how Calix was left abandoned in the dark.
A grown Calix reflects on the triviality of their childhood argument while drinking.
He acknowledges that they were both just immature children back then.
Romeo's inner thoughts express regret for his own immaturity during that night.
He wishes he hadn't left his companion alone in the dangerous forest. Young Calix sits on the ground, clutching his bruised and injured knee.
He realizes the gravity of his situation and fears that he is in trouble.
He sits hunched over in the dark, feeling abandoned and completely small. A sudden rustling sound in the nearby bushes catches his attention. He asks if the other boy returned because he was afraid of being alone.
A white-gloved hand reaches out from the dense foliage toward Calix. Calix looks up with wide, startled eyes at the unexpected arrival.
Calix looks completely horrified as a sharp eek sounds up.
He frantically denies being Griffith while hiding in the bushes. The dark-haired boy stammers in fear as he cowers away.
Lelia struggles in the thicket because her clothes are caught. She sighs with relief once her outfit is finally freed.
Lelia offers a nervous smile despite the looming shadow behind.
Calix begins to shout a warning in a state of panic.
He lunges forward to kick her, calling her a tingen. A heavy thud sounds as Calix strikes the girl's chest.
Calix mocks her leadership while asking if she is Prince Vio. Lelia notes his recognition of her humanity despite the painful blow.
Narration formally identifies the dark-haired boy as Calix Asgard.
Calix laughs through his tears about finding someone weaker than him. Lelia mocks his bravado while he is clearly covered in sweat.
Calix asks why she is here and she vaguely explains.
Lelia urgently insists that they must leave the mountain right now.
Calix stares at her with a look of pure, silent skepticism.
The boy collapses backward as Lelia shouts at him in frustration.
Calix gasps for air while lying flat on the dark ground.
Calix questions why he should bother trying to go down.
He points to his bruised and badly injured leg as proof. Calix insists they wait until morning, leaving the girl totally stunned.
Lelia internally fumes, calling the stubborn boy a clueless fool. She privately rages about being kicked after coming to help him.
Narration sets an ominous tone for the events of the night. Lelia recalls a bloody premonition and decides to speak the truce.
She warns of a beast's arrival, but Calix dismisses the claim.
Lelia is visibly exasperated by his refusal to believe her warning.
She expected his stubborn disbelief and feels a sense of defeat.
The girl looks down with a grim and deeply troubled expression.
Calix gazes upward as a curious sound catches his attention.
A chilling question asks if he truly trusts his own uncle.
Calix's yellow eyes widen as a look of realization strikes him.
He suddenly snaps into action and lunges toward the white-haired girl.
Calix grabs her clothes and calls her a brat and hanger. He demands to know exactly who sent her to this mountain. Calix shouts for answers while Lelia questions who is Kret.
Lelia is bewildered by his sudden and intense change in demeanor. She reveals a glowing crest, identifying herself as the Crown Prince.
Calix stares at her with a mixture of suspicion and intensity.
Lelia yells for him to let go of her hand immediately.
A heavy sigh escapes the boy as he closes his eyes.
Calix asks about her source while Lelia claims to have insight.
Narration describes the Asgard Empire as a land of magic and tyranny.
Visible suffering is everywhere as adults and children endure harsh labor.
The Emperor of Asgard is blamed for the country's terrible state. Despite his cruelty, the Emperor remained a precious uncle to Calix.
Calix sits alone, clutching his leg in the cold, dark night.
Lelia bluntly reveals that his uncle is trying to kill him.
Calix summarizes her claim, and she confirms the lethal truth.
Calix looks deeply distressed as sweat beads on his forehead.
The dark-haired boy gives a hollow laugh as he requests bath.
Lelia sits on the ground, staring ahead with wide, stunned eyes. Calix acknowledges his uncle's murderous intent, addressing him as His Majesty.
He looks away, deciding he might as well give up.
The thought of dying according to his uncle's wishes fills the darkness.
Lelia gazes downward, her green eyes filled with a profound sorrow.
Calix collapses backward, telling her to leave before the beast arrives.
He turns his back, demanding she get lost despite his plight.
Lelia stands alone in the dark, watching the boy's slumped figure.
She reflects on how her involvement with Calix has changed everything.
A torn book suggests the original story's events are no longer certain.
A vision depicts a man fearing more than just losing an R.
Lelia sighs, realizing the boy is actually terrified deep down inside.
Calix screams for her to get lost before he kills her.
His face is flushed red with a mixture of anger and fear. A sharp sound echoes as the boy suddenly grips her sleeve.
Lelia carries the unconscious Calix on her back through a forest.
She determines that she is not going to leave him alone.
Lelia's green eyes shine with focus as she carries her burden.
Calix stammers in confusion as a sudden thud sounds out nearby.
The dense leaves of the dark forest hide any visible path.
The boy remarks that he intended to hit her more if she failed.
Lelia gasps as she realizes how heavy the boy's body feels.
She notes that Calix's body is much sturdier than she previously thought. Lelia worries about being lost as she follows the confusing moonlit path.
She suspects that the forest has been magically turned into a maze. A sudden quick step sounds, causing Lelia to startle in alarm.
A rustling sound in the bushes makes the girl look back fearfully.
Lelia curses under her breath as she senses a looming threat.
She wonders if a wolf has finally arrived to hunt them down.
The girl stops walking, sensing someone watching them from the shadows.
A voice from the darkness asks what they are doing there.
A light brown-haired boy holding a lantern asks for their identities.
Lelia recognizes Griffith, wondering why he is here instead of leaving alone.
She introduces herself formally as the Crown Prince of Araria.
Griffith claims to recognize her face but questions her presence on the mountain.
Lelia dismisses the long explanation, emphasizing the lack of available time. She warns of wild beasts while Griffith notes priests walk there daily.
Lelia internally mocks his disbelief, anticipating his reaction to a wolf.
She urges an immediate descent while they discuss the maze-like mountain path. Griffith stares with a blank, unreadable expression as the lantern glows.
The boy stands silently in the dark forest, illuminated by his lantern.
Lelia looks at him with confusion, asking what he is doing.
Her expression shifts to suspicion as she observes the brown-haired boy.
The hand holding the lantern remains perfectly still in the dark.
Lelia recalls Griffith's innate holy power and his ability to see in darkness.
She remembers the original story while Griffith continues to watch her.
Lelia nervously explains that Calix simply fainted from a state of fear.
Griffith scoffs, calling Calyx a weakling who only pretended to be great.
Lelia carries the unconscious Calyx as a soft sniffle sounds.
Narration explains that the boys narrowly avoided crossing paths earlier.
The white-haired girl lets out a sudden and mischievous little chuckle. Griffith tells her to stop laughing in such a bothersome way.
Lelia snickers, realizing she had completely misread the boy's actual intentions. She addresses him by name as a floral pattern frames him.
Lelia asks Griffith if he is actually a decent person inside.
Griffith is confused while Lelia urgently tells him to lead them out.
Griffith sighs and tells her to follow the lantern's light carefully. A sudden, sharp sound causes Griffith's eye to widen in fear.
Lelia calls out to Griffith as they stop in the dark forest.
A rustling sound comes from the thick grass near Lelia's feet. The girl's eyes widen as she senses an immediate looming danger. A sharp slash sounds as a beast suddenly strikes from the shadows.
Griffith and Lelia are cornered as a beast lunges toward them.
Lelia looks down in shock at the fresh blood on her outfit. Dark droplets of blood begin to fall onto the cold forest floor.
A heavy thud sounds as more blood pools beneath the girl's skeet.
Lelia groans in pain while still carrying her unconscious companion. A sharp ring sounds as Lelia struggles to remain standing upright.
Griffith stammers in disbelief as a low growl vibrates through the air.
Griffith shouts a warning about the wolves surrounding them in the darkness.
A growl sounds as a massive wolf bares its sharp white teeth.
Griffith expresses shock that the beasts actually appeared before them tonight.
The brown-haired boy admits he never expected to face such predators.
Griffith wonders why wolves are here while Lelia stammers his name.
Lelia tells him to blow the priest's whistle around Hamek.
She desperately tells the boy to hurry up and take action.
Griffith stares with a mix of fear and intense, growing determination. Lelia watches Griffith, wondering if he is truly feeling no fear. A tense silence follows as Lelia stares ahead with glowing eyes. An internal thought acknowledges that the situation is becoming very grave. A tremor sounds as Griffith's legs shake from sheer, paralyzing terror.
Griffith privately admits he is too terrified to take a single step. He realizes blowing the whistle won't bring help fast enough now.
A rustling sound accompanies his hand reaching for the glass whistle.
A sharp whistle sounds as Griffith blows it, hoping for salvation.
A hooded figure with a glowing magic circle hides nearby. A soft gasp sounds from the hidden figure watching the scene.
Griffith continues to blow the whistle as the sound rings out. Narration hopes the noise will cause their pursuers to retreat.
Griffith swings his stick as a wolf lunges with a snap. A loud whack sounds as the boy strikes the attacking beast.
Another wolf lunges with a snarl toward Griffith's reaching hand.
A sickening crunch sounds as the wolf bites deep into his arm.
Lelia screams Griffith's name in horror as blood splatters the ground.
Lelia gasps as a sudden blinding light erupts from her companion. A loud boom sounds as a massive magic circle blasts the wolf.
Lelia realizes Griffith awakened divine power much earlier than the story intended.
She wonders if this life-threatening crisis hastened his magical awakening.
Griffith stares at his glowing hand, bewildered by the sudden eruption of light.
Calyx winces at the blinding radiance while Lelia watches the scene in awe.
The boy's yellow eyes gleam with a mixture of shock and dawning realization.
Griffith grips his mangled, bloody arm with a look of grim, silent endurance.
A massive wolf with yellow eyes emerges, causing them to question the situation. Lelia desperately pleads for Calyx to remain calm in the face of Kincture. Calyx violently shoves Lelia away, yelling for her to let go of them. Calyx collapses in pain while Lelia cries out his name in sheer panic.
A sharp sound echoes as someone grabs a piece of fabric with force. Calyx glares with slitted eyes as a wolf lunges directly toward his face.
Blood splatters as Lelia stares in silent, paralyzed horror at the sudden violence.
Lelia mutters Calyx's name as the predator looms over its struggling prey. The children stand small and vulnerable before the terrifying shadow of the beast.
A vision depicts an older Calyx as a fierce warrior wielding a massive blade. Narration describes Calyx's destiny as a legendary warrior of a specialized suppression squad.
The future Calyx appears drenched in blood, a grim smile on his face.
Lelia stands alone in the dark, a fresh wound bleeding on her side. Tears stream down the girl's face as she faces a moment of despair. Internal regret fills the darkness, questioning the wisdom of acting before thinking carefully. Lelia lets out a sudden gasp as she witnesses a shocking turn.
Calyx struggles under the massive wolf, cursing the beast while fighting for life.
Calyx stabs a dagger into the wolf, shocking Lelia with his hidden weapon.
Lelia trembles in fear while Griffith watches the bloody struggle in silence.
Calyx pants heavily over the dead beast, blaming Lelia for the extreme danger.
Lelia cries into her hands, insisting she warned him the threat was real.
Internal thoughts reflect on how no one normally believes such fantastic, terrifying claims.
Griffith clutches his wound, urging the others to focus on the immediate danger.
More wolves creep out of the forest, their yellow eyes glowing with hunger.
A hidden figure clicks their tongue, activating an intricate golden magic circle.
Griffith reacts with shock as the scene before him begins to change. A magical light sweeps over the pack, causing the wolves to suddenly falter.
The predatory beasts begin to dissolve into fine, sparkling particles of light.
Narration expresses total confusion as the massive wolf turns completely into sand.
The children stand among swirling trails of sand where the wolves once were.
Griffith stammers in confusion, wondering if the beast simply vanished into thin air.
He speculates the controller erased the evidence once the kill became impossible. Griffith asks if someone was controlling the beasts while Lelia remains sour.
He wonders if the whistle signal allowed the secret controller to escape undetected.
Griffith asks who the target was, and Calyx grimly admits it was him. Calyx identifies the sand magic as a technique exclusive to the Asgard Empire.
He watches the grain slip through his fingers, a symbol of his betrayal. Calyx realizes the sand is the residue of a specialized Imperial spell.
The truth settles in as he stares out into the dark forest. Calyx breaks down on the ground, weeping at the thought of his uncle.
Tears fall from his eyes as he faces the agony of betrayal.
Calyx realizes with a heavy heart that his uncle really tried to kill him.
Lelia looks down at the grieving boy with a heart full of deep sorrow.
She calls out to Calyx softly, reaching out to offer him some comfort.
Lelia's green eyes are clouded with grief as she watches his silent suffering.
She asks in a whisper how he could ever wish for his own death. Calyx remains slumped on the grass, weeping as the white-haired girl watches him with a look of quiet concern.
Tears continue to stream down the black-haired boy's face as he struggles with the weight of the night's events.
Griffith offers to carry his companion, but Lelia refuses his help because of the serious injury to his arm.
The white-haired girl stares ahead with an intense gaze, focused on the difficult journey still ahead of them.
Calyx clenches his teeth in frustration, his expression a mixture of lingering fear and deep irritation.
A frustrated shout of "damn it" echoes through the forest as the boy vents his overwhelming emotions.
Lelia successfully picks up the black-haired boy to carry him as Griffith watches them with a quiet, observant expression.
While being carried, Calyx expresses confusion over a sudden and sharp pain coming from his right ankle.
A small, chibi-styled Lelia offers a sheepish apology, admitting she accidentally stepped on his foot while he was unconscious. A sudden exclamation mark conveys Calyx's complete shock and disbelief at the girl's clumsy mistake.
The boy reacts with anger, causing Lelia to gasp her air and plead for him to stop struggling so she can breathe.
As she carries him through a field of flowers, Lelia reflects on how close they all came to dying just moments ago.
Griffith follows close behind, observing that despite the danger, they are already back to cracking jokes and bickering.
Lelia and Calyx both turn back with sharp, annoyed glances as the light brown-haired boy continues his commentary.
Griffith clears his throat awkwardly and insists he wasn't laughing, questioning if their vision is failing them. Indignant shouts fill the air as the children continue their noisy argument while trekking through the forest.
Back at the temple, a worried attendant asks if the children still haven't returned as the morning sun begins to rise.
The group of attendants grows increasingly anxious, deciding that a formal search party must be organized immediately.
One attendant reports that, according to the others, Prince Leo also went up the mountain alone, adding to their panic.
Gasps of shock and concern erupt as the group realizes all 3 children are missing in the dangerous forest.
A sense of urgency fills the temple grounds as the staff prepare to search for the missing youths.
Romeo stands in silence, his red eyes wide with worry for his missing companions.
The blonde boy and white-haired girl search the area, calling out in hopes of finding any sign of the trio.
Distant blurry figures slowly emerge from the forest, catching the attention of those waiting at the temple.
An exhausted Lelia finally returns, carrying the black-haired boy while her own side is stained with dark blood.
The girl's face is pale and covered in sweat, showing the extreme physical toll the ordeal has taken on her.
Fresh blood seeps through the girl's white outfit as she continues to struggle forward with her companion.
The group watches in stunned silence as the small figures of the children finally reach the safety of the temple.
Relief washes over the watchers as shouts for Captain and the names Hera and Amira fill the morning air.
A soft, exhausted sound of sniffling and heavy breathing fills the quiet forest clearing as the struggle ends.
Hera lets out a sudden gasp of relief, her eyes welling with tears as she finally sees her companions.
The white-haired girl cries out for the captain, desperately asking if she is finally awake and all right.
Lelia slowly opens her eyes, finding herself lying in a soft bed within a quiet, brightly lit room. Romeo and Hera stand by the bedside, weeping with relief as Lelia weakly asks why they are crying so much. Hera explains they are crying because she was injured, confirming they are currently safe in the temple's infirmary.
Romeo tells the others he will go find the priest and instructs Hera to stay and keep a close watch.
Lelia sits up with a start, her eyes wide as she urgently asks about the condition of the other 2 boys.
A voice reassures her that they are currently receiving medical treatment and have gone to see the high priest. The white-haired girl looks down in silence, processing the information as she begins to settle back into the bed.
An orange-haired priestess enters the room and warmly greets Prince Leo, noting that he has finally woken up.
The group gathers around the bed, looking relieved to see the girl is finally conscious and responsive.
Lelia reaches out to touch her abdomen, her expression shifting to one of profound confusion and surprise.
She realizes with shock that she feels no pain at all, as the deep wound on her side has already completely healed.
The girl gasps in amazement upon discovering that even her blood-stained clothes have been perfectly restored.
Lelia looks up at the priestess with a mix of awe and growing suspicion about the circumstances of her recovery.
A terrifying realization hits the girl as she concludes that the temple staff must have discovered her secret female identity.
Cold sweat beads on her face as she trembles, paralyzed by the sudden and overwhelming fear of exposure. An internal voice screams in terror, knowing that if the truth gets out, the Emperor will surely have her killed.
Romeo calls out to her in concern as the priestess leans in close to the bed with a knowing, gentle expression.
The orange-haired woman leans down and whispers into Lelia's ear that she was the one who personally handled the changing.
Stunned by the priestess's secret, Lelia stares wide-eyed as she processes the news.
The orange-haired priestess smiles and holds a single finger to her lips, requesting silence.
Cold sweat beads on Lelia's face as she trembles in overwhelming, paralyzed fear.
A creak sounds as the priestess exits the room, leaving the girl alone.
Lelia remains sitting in her infirmary bed, frozen in a state of shock.
Griffith and Calix enter the room, noting that Lelia seems to have recovered.
A sudden, sharp call of Griffith and Calix's names echoes through the room.
Overjoyed and relieved, Lelia thinks about how wonderful it is that they are safe.
Griffith stands by the bedside, his blue-sleeved arm resting naturally at his head.
Calix stands nearby, resting his hand on his neck with a quiet, somber expression.
Watching her friends, Lelia's face softens into a warm, slightly blushing smile.
Hera, a blonde boy, Griffith, and Calix stand together before Lelia's infirmary bed.
The scene transitions as a suggestion is made for Lelia to visit the High Priest.
Griffith watches Lelia with a focused and serious expression while the group talks.
Lelia reacts with sudden confusion as Griffith begins to question her about the incident.
Griffith reminds Lelia that she is the crown prince and that they are all royalty.
Lelia remains silent, a nervous sweat drop appearing as she faces the boy's gaze. Looking down at the bedsheets, the white-haired girl is lost in heavy, somber thought. Narration explains the temple's duty to investigate the terrifying incident involving the predatory beasts.
At a distant gathering, 3 faceless noblemen discuss the political fallout of the attack.
Narration reveals the Emperor of the Asgard Empire is attempting to cover up the truth.
A man in white robes addresses a crowd, stressing the importance of raising heroes.
He insists that despite his sorrow over his nephew's injury, they must stay focused.
Narration notes that because the victim's own country took this stance, others remained inactive.
The temple staff apologized to the various countries and increased their security for the children.
A lone boy with dark hair stands with his back turned, looking out in silence.
Lelia reflects internally on how devastating it must be for Calix to be betrayed.
She wonders who the boy could possibly trust if his own family tried to kill him.
A distant memory shows a boy sitting alone on a white bench in the garden.
Lelia asks her companions if the other children are aware of what happened in the mountains.
The white-haired girl admits she wishes she could simply pretend the entire night never happened.
Calix reacts with immediate shock, asking if she has lost her mind with such talk.
The black-haired boy expresses his disbelief, questioning the girl's decision to hide the truth.
Calix stands with his back turned, his posture rigid as he processes her strange words.
A squeeze sounds as the girl clenches her fist, remembering Calix is just a child.
With an urgent, pained expression, Lelia begs her companions to keep the incident a secret.
Lelia sits on her bed, pleading with her friends to keep their secret quiet. Griffith asks the white-haired girl why she is making such a strange request.
Lelia panics, her mind racing as she tries to think of a believable lie.
She claims that her father would cause a massive public scene if he found out.
An imaginary image depicts a gray-haired man being absurdly affectionate and kissing a younger Leo.
Lelia continues her elaborate lie, describing how her father hugs her to sleep every night.
The 4 children stand in stunned silence as they imagine the bizarre scene she described. Internally, the girl feels physically ill from having to tell such a ridiculous, embarrassing story. Lelia forces a bright, sheepish smile, hoping her friends believe her desperate excuse. Calix looks at her with a skeptical, slightly blushing face, clearly confused by her claim.
Griffith sighs and reluctantly agrees to her request since she is being so insistent.
2 bubbles appear as Griffith and Calix suggest the girl hit her head or went crazy.
The blonde boy reacts with total disbelief, his face flushing red as he yells in shock.
He continues his tirade, asking if a wolf bite turned the girl's brain completely stupid.
A sudden, sharp shout orders Romeo to finally be quiet, shocking his companions.
The blonde boy looks down, trembling in a moment of heavy silence.
An aggressive voice yells for the captain to do whatever they want.
Chibi Lelia realizes she only put herself in danger for Romeo's sake.
Griffith and Calix stand together, observing the chaotic situation with calm expressions. A voice questions if the current interpretation of the situation is correct.
Calix suggests that if he can be nicknamed, then she can too.
Griffith stands quietly nearby, listening to the lighthearted argument about their nicknames. A question echoes, asking if the group can call her whatever they want.
Lelia reacts with sudden confusion and tries to stop their train of thought.
The flustered girl sits on her bed, trying to defend herself desperately. Griffith and Calix grin, asking the captain to take care of them.
A desperate scream of why echoes into the dark blue void. Lelia realizes with shock that this was not the expected outcome. The priesthood views the children's request for secrecy as a perfect opportunity.
The children kneel as the high priest offers a deep, formal apology.
An official apology is issued, pledging a thorough investigation into the culprit.
The priests promise that such a terrifying ordeal will never happen again.
Lelia clenches her fist, clearly not trusting the temple's hollow, formal words.
She reflects bitterly on how nothing will be revealed by this investigation.
Corruption runs deep, hidden by an agreement between the priest and emperor.
The lack of evidence ensures no one is punished for the attack.
Darkness spreads across the scene, symbolizing the hidden and ugly truth.
The blonde boy declares he won't tolerate any personal space invasions.
Romeo sits quietly on a bed, looking small and slightly overwhelmed.
Griffith rests his chin on his hand, appearing deep in somber thought.
Calix lies back, looking completely exhausted by the day's strange events. A voice complains that the morning light is far too bright today.
Someone asks Calix for a book that is actually at their level.
Lelia stands stunned as the boys settle into her private room.
A title card marks the transition into Lelia's personal living quarters. The other children look back at her from their spots on the bed.
A sudden bang sounds as the heavy doors fly wide open.
Lelia panics internally at the thought of everyone sleeping in one room.
She screams in her head, questioning why they're so comfortable in her space.
She wonders why royalty with their own large rooms would choose hers. Her frustration grows as she questions why they gathered without an invitation.
Exhausted, Lelia slides down the wall with a very heavy sigh.
She wonders how she ended up in such a bizarre situation.
Lelia tries to brush off her worries with a simple, quiet shrug. She reflects on meeting people she never thought she'd see again.
The four companions sit together atop a beautiful, complex floral mandala.
Nearby girls whisper excitedly about the person at the center of rumors.
They wonder if this is the one known as the captain.
In a quiet moment, Lelia enjoys a sweet dessert by herself.
Surrounded by bright flowers, the girl eats her snack in peaceful solitude.
A group of girls watches her, blushing and whispering in genuine admiration.
They note that it is quite unusual for her to be alone.
A rhythmic clack sounds as a girl walks past a gook.
Lelia looks off to the side, lost in a quiet, thoughtful moment.
A greeting bubble appears against a background of blooming white flowers.
The brown-haired girl asks if she is the crown prince of Aurora.
Looking down curiously, the brown-haired girl waits for a response.
The girl identifies herself as being from the Nicaea Empire.
Blushing shyly, she introduces herself as the daughter of Count Cherdes.
Lelia stares back at the girl with a blank, unreadable expression. Acknowledging the girl's status, she gives a simple, quiet response.
Lelia offers a gentle, bright smile while resting a hand on her chest. She politely asks the girl what business she has with her.
Surprised by the attention, the girl makes a small sound of realization.
Blushing intensely, Hera admits that she simply wants to become closer friends.
Lelia looks back with a tired, slightly strained expression. A close-up shows the white-haired girl looking utterly exhausted and drained.
Lelia begins to speak with a nervous, forced laugh.
She dismissively claims their friendship is just a natural occurrence of no importance.
Touching her hair, Lelia wonders how she should handle this awkward situation.
She notes that the girl is quite beautiful while observing her.
A shiver runs through her as she clenches her fist in frustration.
She bitterly blames the persistent young royals for her current social predicament.
A memory shows the boys barging in while she screams for privacy. The group stands in an awkward silence under the morning light.
Voices call out to her repeatedly, clamoring for the captain's attention.
Seeking peace, Lelia sits alone while Hera watches her with curiosity.
She thinks about how she woke up early just to avoid them.
Lelia nervously glances away, hoping to remain unnoticed in the room.
A group of girls acts adorable while fawning over the pregs.
Narration explains the emperor chose children who have never seen the prince. She feels safe from discovery despite her personality being different from Leo's.
In the dark, a person reaches out toward a small, crying girl.
Lelia looks on, comforted by the thought of not being compared. A focused close-up captures the girl's sharp blue-green eye. Narration warns of dark events following her eventual return to Aurora.
In 3 years, the emperor and prince will perish in a rebellion.
The name of Prince Leo echoes through a blue, sparkling void.
A sudden sound causes the white-haired girl to jump in surprise.
Hera apologizes for the interruption and asks if she can ask something.
The brown-haired girl fidgets nervously while trying to find her words.
Finding the girl's blushing face cute, Lelia invites her to aft away.
Hera hesitates for a moment before preparing to ask a personal question.
She suddenly shouts, asking if Griffith has ever spoken about her.
Leah reacts with total confusion to the girl's sudden, energetic outburst.
Fidgeting, Hera reveals she is Griffith's fiancée, but finds him too indifferent.
Startled and blushing, Lelia processes the news of Griffith's arranged marriage.
She realizes with a blush that the girl's interest was about Griffith.
Lelia apologizes, explaining she rarely has deep conversations with the other boys.
A loud thud sounds as the boys burst through the doors again.
An angry shout demands to know why she went off alone.
The boys march forward, with Calyx yelling while the others look tired.
Lelia feels a surge of annoyance at the persistent leeches finding her.
The girl looks completely soul-crushed and horrified by their arrival.
Calyx looks on with a tired and skeptical expression.
The brown-haired boy's gaze shifts with a hint of surprise. Hera is startled as Lelia watches her with wide eyes.
The brown-haired girl quickly bids farewell and departs the room.
Lelia waves as Hera runs away with a confused look.
Romeo watches the girl flee while looking completely bewildered.
Lelia asks the blonde boy about the girl's leguminy.
Romeo asks if the departing girl was the captain's girlfriend. Lelia stares back in silent, wide-eyed shock at the question.
Lelia laughs and dismisses the idea of having a girlfriend.
Griffith and Calyx gasp in sudden, intense shock.
Griffith yells in disbelief while Calyx covers his yes.
Calyx quickly denies having a girlfriend with a serious face. Lelia and Romeo both stutter through their own tadows.
Lelia falls into a quiet, pensive state after the outburst.
A focused close-up captures Lelia's troubled and downcast gaze.
Romeo turns back to ask the captain for clarification.
Lelia reacts with wide eyes and a startled exclamation.
The blonde boy watches her intently, waiting for an answer.
Lelia pouts as she tries to process the sudden question. Lelia's internal scream reflects her total shock and panic.
Narrators question if the captain truly lacks a special relationship.
Lelia stammers as she tries to find a believable response.
Beads of sweat form as she struggles to form words.
Chibi Lelia sits alone in a dark blue void.
She reflects on Leo's original role as a supporting character.
Lelia worries that her answer could cause significant future trouble.
The girl's glowing eyes reflect her intense internal deliberation. She considers the real Leo's relationship with her family's emperor.
Lelia realizes she has no way to know the truth.
She resolves to dodge the question as best as possible.
Lelia suggests her family likely hid secrets to protect her.
She mentions her father might have alluded to something stellar.
Griffith accepts her explanation, finding it quite logical.
Chibi Lelia celebrates her successful lie with a tiny chair.
Griffith questions how someone so seemingly weak carried him.
Calyx observes that she possesses surprising strength despite her fram.
Lelia frantically claims her strength came from desperate circumstances. She demands Calyx show gratitude for her heroic efforts.
Romeo asks if she would have saved him too.
Lelia is stunned as Romeo claims they were once close.
Lelia reassures the boys that she may save him. Romeo blushes and asks if she would specifically save him.
Lelia tells Romeo she'd carry him easily since he's light.
Lelia offers a gentle, happy smile to her companion.
Romeo blushes deeply and expresses relief at her words. Romeo reacts with ecstatic joy to her adorable behavior. Lelia pats Romeo's head as Calyx watches with annoyance.
Chibi Lelia feels a sense of warmth and healing comfort. She reflects on their similar hair color despite their eyes. A soft, quick rustle sounds as Lelia brushes back her white hair.
She gasps in surprise as a sudden, startling thought occurs to her.
A peaceful background of white blossoms momentarily fills the frame. Romeo enthusiastically suggests they act as brothers, much to Lelia's bewilderment.
Calyx expresses his sheer annoyance at the blonde boy's dramatic proclamation.
He mocks the idea and warns about the potential for international conflict.
Romeo admits he occasionally wishes he could just silence the captain's mouth.
Lelia nervously wonders if she should actually consider that a viable option. The white-haired girl pauses as she reflects on their current group dynamics.
A thought bubble notes that one of them has been unusually quiet.
A maid with blue hair serves a plate as Romeo sits nearby.
Lelia's attention turns toward Griffith, who is sitting silently at the table.
She observes the gray-haired boy with a look of intense, quiet curiosity.
She realizes that Griffith has been silently following her alongside the others.
Griffith remains seated in a dreamlike blue void of his own silence. Lelia takes a deep, steadying breath and prepares to speak to him. She calls out Griffith's name to get his attention during the meal.
Griffith looks up in surprise at being addressed so directly at her.
She reassures him that she would have saved him under any circumstances.
The gray-haired boy stares back at her with a look of stunned disbelief.
Romeo mocks Calyx for crying while the black-haired boy yells in denial.
Griffith internally questions if the captain's sincerity is actually for real.
He scoffs dismissively while Romeo agrees that they should just move on.
Lelia cheerfully suggests they all stop bickering and finally begin their meal.
Romeo pauses and looks at her with a confused, questioning expression.
Chibi Lelia happily declares that she has the appetite to eat much more.
A shout complains about the noise as the scene shifts to the ta.
The bright blue day transitions into a warm, hazy sunset in the sky.
At night, a pained groan echoes through the quiet bedroom as someone sleeps.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as a hand clenches the white bed sheets. A labored groan escapes as the sleeper continues to struggle against a nightmare.
With a sharp gasp, Griffith bolts upright in bed, shaking from the dream.
He pants heavily, his face drenched in sweat and his expression terrified.
He buries his face in his hands, trembling as the nightmare lingers.
Ethereal bubbles offer gentle words of comfort and safety in the dark. Tears stream down Griffith's face as he tries to process his intense fear. He grips his face in distress, appearing haunted by the night's memories. Griffith sits curled up alone on the bed in the cold blue light.
Next morning, someone asks about going out near a tray of desserts. Romeo suggests they go out and play rather than staying locked inside.
Calix asks about visiting the garden, but Romeo rejects the idea immediately.
Romeo declares his desire to visit a lively commercial district outside the temple.
Griffith adds that the neutral zone is well known for its active trade.
Lelia expresses doubt about whether the temple's priests would allow such freedom.
A series of clicks sound as Romeo smirks confidently at her prestron.
Narration explains the recent wolf attack has created a political vulnerability. Romeo excitedly points out the opportunity this weakness provides for their troupe.
He explains they have found a way to bypass the temple's strict control. Romeo happily insists that they will surely be provided with an escort.
Lelia looks at her companion with a very skeptical and nervous expression.
Lelia reflects on her limited travels beyond the tower and temple walls.
Romeo celebrates their upcoming outing with a boisterous and energetic shout.
A close-up captures Lelia looking down with a somber, silent expression.
Calix and Romeo ask why she refuses to join them on their trop.
Lelia claims she is too exhausted and suggests they all go without her. She is suddenly stopped by a loud demand to wait just a moment. A sudden, quick tap sounds as Lelia turns around in sheer surprise.
The girl pauses to wonder if there is a more favorable option available.
Lelia looks up with realization as she decides to change her mind.
Romeo complains about almost losing his long-awaited chance to have some fun.
The blonde boy stares back at her with a stunned and blushing face.
Calix asks if he truly wants to go, causing Romeo to stutter nervously.
Romeo fidgets while admitting that the current situation feels quite awkward for him.
Lelia watches the blonde boy with a calm and expectant gaze.
Romeo avoids her eyes, appearing flustered and deep in his own thoughts. A soft, amused huff sounds as Lelia offers a subtle, knowing smile.
Chibi Lelia excitedly tells the boys to get ready to leave immediately.
Chibi Romeo asks the captain if they are really leaving someone behind.
A busy, loud bustle sounds as a blue carriage waits near the square.
Calix notes that the commercial district isn't as grand as their home empire.
Griffith grumbles about the hassle while Calix notes the town's impressive cleanliness.
A knight warns the princess to stay close to avoid getting lost.
Lelia takes in the vibrant sights of the lively and busy marketplace.
The wide town square is filled with citizens and many colorful market stalls.
2 stern castle knights provide security while keeping a close eye on them.
Narration explains that 5 knights were assigned to escort the group for safety.
Lelia wonders if they should search for something specific during their walk.
She spots something interesting, prompting the boys to ask what she sees. A stuffed bear and bunny sit atop a decorative blue rug.
An old man stands behind a long counter filled with plush toys.
A sharp, clear ring sounds as the shopkeeper offers a warm welcome. The shopkeeper is stunned by the knights and suspects the children are royalty.
Lelia's eyes glow with excitement as she gazes at the toy shelf.
A soft, gentle fluff sounds as Lelia blushes while hugging a bunny doll.
Romeo questions why she'd buy dolls since they aren't even girls.
An angry, sharp flare sounds as Lelia snaps back at the blonde boy.
Romeo stammers through an apology while trying to explain his previous blunt comment.
Calix and Griffith watch the others bicker with tired and neutral expressions.
Romeo suggests that they shouldn't be the ones burdened with carrying the items.
Lelia turns toward Griffith and asks if he happens to have the money.
A joyful, loud cheer sounds as Lelia praises Griffith for having the funds. She begs to borrow the money and promises to pay him back later.
Griffith dismisses the debt, saying the small amount isn't worth worrying about.
Lelia excitedly asks for another doll, and Griffith tells her to do whatever.
The gray-haired boy tells her to pick her toys out quickly and finish.
Lelia smiles contentedly while holding her 2 new plush rabbit dolls. Narration notes that the original book had 2 doll-related side stories.
The first of these episodes is centered around a character named Oscar.
Oscar was secretly in love with the story's main protagonist, Yuriana. Oscar confronts Yuriana after discovering she is set to marry another man.
The narrative notes that Oscar's confession came far too late to change Yuriana's mind.
2 hands gently hold out a small brown teddy bear against a pink background.
The young girl blushes and offers a radiant smile as she accepts the gift. Yuriana is surrounded by her family and a cart overflowing with stuffed animals.
A view through a blue-tinted window frame creates a quiet, reflective atmosphere.
The gray-haired boy stares at a tiny bear haunted by his violent reputation.
Oscar finds temporary relief from his nightmares through the doll he was given.
Ethereal flowers and gems surround a note on the psychological power of a simple toy.
Lelia picks 2 rabbits, prompting Calix to ask if one is for Oscar.
Calix asks for his own doll, but the gray-haired boy flatly refuses him.
Romeo's request for a doll is also met with an immediate and stern rejection.
Romeo and Calix stare in disbelief as the gray-haired boy remains uncompromising.
The blonde and black-haired boys stand frozen with blank, stunned expressions.
The gray-haired boy sighs heavily under the weight of his companion's intense judgment. Lelia chooses her favorite toys after being told to pick the smallest one.
A sharp thumping sound echoes as Lelia feels a surge of genuine affection.
A soft fluffiness surrounds Lelia as she blushes while hugging her new rabbit.
Delicate blue lace patterns and flowers drift across a bright white space.
Narration begins to explain the deeper significance behind the choice of the doll.
Lelia looks downward as she considers whether she truly chose it for herself.
A blue geometric shape floats against a soft sky as narration warns of greed.
Lelia hopes for safety while the narrative shifts toward a second doll-related story.
A young girl lies motionless in a field beneath a dark, starry sky. A young girl in a dark dress stands amidst a field of tall grass.
The hem of a dark formal dress rests above a pair of small feet.
A floral wreath frames the description of Yuriana as a beloved, sweet protagonist.
The pink-haired girl stands centered on the pages of an oversized open book.
A tiny purple-haired witch sits atop a book and offers a cheerful greeting.
A cruel man prepares to throw a glass bottle at a cowering child. Text explains Yuriana's long history of abuse at the hands of her biological father.
A tall man in suspenders intervenes by punching the abusive father to the ground.
The tall, broad-shouldered man stands with his back turned, radiating a protective presence.
A profile view reveals the man's stern expression and sharp, handsome facial features.
Narration introduces the man as Perseus Aurelia, the former emperor of the land.
Perseus loses everything to a scheme while his sons struggle to survive in poverty. The man stands before a woman and 3 children in a dim room.
Young Yuriana watches the man with a look of pure, wide-eyed amazement.
A second floral wreath notes that Yuriana eventually becomes the emperor's adopted daughter. Perseus gathers allies who are dissatisfied with the current ruler's oppressive and cruel regime.
After a decade of exile, Perseus finally succeeds in killing his treacherous younger brother.
The true emperor returns to his throne as a lone knight approaches the dais.
Narration mentions that Crown Prince Leo has already been removed from the ongoing story.
A lifeless hand rests on a tiled floor, marking the prince's tragic end.
Yuriana lives as a princess but yearns for a closer relationship with her father.
The young girl watches Perseus from across a grand, sun-drenched library hall.
A soft clicking sound marks Yuriana's nervous approach toward her distant and silent father.
Perseus turns his head slightly, his expression cold and unwelcoming toward the small girl. A sharp slap sounds as Perseus pulls away and demands the girl not touch him.
Yuriana collapses to the floor, her eyes wide with shock and devastating emotional pain. Yuriana cries in a maid's arms, wondering if her father truly hates her presence.
Young Lelia and Yuriana rest together in a quiet, shared moment.
Perseus walks down the palace corridor carrying an enormous white bear doll.
He expresses regret for his previous harsh behavior that startled the girl.
Holding out the plush gift, Perseus asks if he can be forgiven.
The silver-haired man looks away nervously, beads of sweat on his face. A vision of the young girl smiling warmly fills the surrounding space. Perseus stares forward with wide, stunned eyes at the unexpected reaction.
The gray-haired boys peek through the door, their faces flushed with surprise. Text explains Lelia's absence, noting she is not the story's main protagonist.
Narration describes Lelia's isolated childhood inside a tower devoid of sunlight.
Her return to the tower followed her time posing as a fake prince.
Dark flowers frame the mention of vassals plotting to remove her permanently.
A vassal complains about the resources spent on her care and housing.
The officials suggest using the 10-year-old girl for a strategic royal marriage.
They propose marrying her to a marquis who recently provided significant service.
Perseus closes his eyes and rests his chin on his gloved hand.
He dismisses her existence and decides to leave her in the tower.
Lelia sits alone in the shadows of her cold stone room. The silver-haired girl stares into the distance with a hollow, empty expression.
Narration reveals Lelia's mother was the villainess who tormented Perseus's late wife.
The emperor's deep hatred for the mother extends fully to her daughter.
A bright memory shows Lelia laughing in the woods with her companions.
Text characterizes Lelia as a weak child with no standing or possessions.
Starvation left her with no strength to act as a proper antagonist.
Lelia wanders through the vibrant green forest behind the main castle grounds.
The girl peers through the dense foliage with a look of quiet curiosity.
She spots a luxurious picnic spread out on a blanket in the clearing.
Lelia stares at the unattended basket filled with various fruits and treats.
Driven by hunger, the girl runs toward the abandoned picnic area.
A close-up reveals a basket overflowing with cookies, oranges, and bananas.
Her stomach lets out a loud growl as she stares at the food.
A sudden, sharp sound punctuates the moment as Lelia grabs several patterned cookies.
The girl hurriedly stuffs a cookie into her mouth to satisfy her hunger.
She pauses briefly while chewing, her thoughts becoming a soft internal hum.
A quick startle sounds as Lelia reacts to the taste of the stolen treat.
Yuriana sleeps soundly nearby while Lelia continues to eat from the basket.
Lelia lets out a soft, relieved sigh after finishing her small meal.
Her attention shifts suddenly as she notices something else on the blanket.
Yuriana sleeps peacefully while clutching her favorite white bear plush doll.
Narration notes that the sweet scent of the scene awakens a hidden greed.
Lelia's heart begins to pound as she stares longingly at the toy.
A soft, quiet slide sounds as Lelia's hand reaches for the bear.
The girl pulls the soft doll away from the sleeping protagonist.
Delicate flowers bloom in the background as Lelia embraces her newfound prize.
A bright, warm aura surrounds her as she hugs the bear tightly.
A decorative frame highlights her desire for the doll as a symbol of love.
Her heart beats with a quick, rhythmic sound while she holds Seagal.
Lelia turns to sneak away, clutching the stolen bear to her chest.
A light, quick step sounds as she tries to flee the scene undetected.
A loud, demanding shout to stop causes Lelia to freeze in pure terror.
The silver-haired girl freezes in shock at the sudden discovery.
Caught off guard, she turns to face her unseen accuser.
Terrified, the girl clutches the stolen bear doll to herself.
A harsh voice accuses her of being a palace thief.
Two boys confront her, furious that she stole from the princess. One boy stares in shock as he recognizes the girl's face. He realizes she is the daughter of his mother's tormentor.
The girl looks down, trembling while holding the white bear.
Yuriana wakes to find her precious doll in a stranger fan's.
The shared history of their mother's rivalry fuels the boy's anger.
Narration emphasizes the gravity of committing theft within the palace.
Yuriana tries to intervene and calm her brother's aggressive behavior.
The young princess introduces herself and explains the doll's immense value. Yuriana politely asks for her cherished bear to be returned.
The silver-haired girl wavers, her expression filled with guilt and sorrow.
A soft slide sounds as she reluctantly hands back the bear.
Yuriana beams with joy as she regains her favorite toy.
The brother dismisses Yuriana's kindness, refusing to respect a thief.
The boys demand she kneel and apologize for her actions immediately.
Yuriana insists her brothers stop, satisfied just to have the doll.
One brother remains unyielding, his face cold and full of judgment.
He declares that her theft cannot be forgiven so easily.
The boys approach the girl to force her into submission.
Narration notes the cruel necessity for her to bow her head.
A hand pushes the girl's head down toward the dirt. He demands she repeat her apology 100 times over. The girl looks broken, sweat and tears marking her pale face. The command to beg for forgiveness echoes through the quiet forest.
She begins her apology while kneeling alone on the grass.
The girl begs the princess for forgiveness in a small voice.
Her repeated apologies fade into the colors of the setting sun. A tall, noble figure approaches the children in the clearing. Yuriana calls out happily to her father as he arrives.
Perseus lifts his daughter up, ignoring the child on the ground.
The brothers insist they were ready to carry Yuriana themselves.
The girl watches them go, her face hidden by her hair. Perseus looks back with a cold, piercing gaze before leaving. He turns away, completely indifferent to the suffering silver-haired child.
Narration notes that Yuriana is kind even to a low thief.
Her brother's overprotectiveness leaves the girl isolated and forgotten. Alone in the field, the girl finally breaks down in tears. The scene shifts to the towering spires of the royal palace. Sunlight streams through a large window, brightening a quiet room. The boy sits alone on his bed, lost in thought. A quick click sounds as his friends arrive to visit him. The boy greets his companions with a tired, weary expression.
A hand offers a small plush rabbit amidst a blooming background. The soft rabbit doll sits among delicate floating blue flowers.
The boy stares at the unexpected gift with wide, curious eyes.
He blushes, feeling a sudden sense of warmth and relief.
Lelia stares at the plush rabbit with wide, surprised red eyes.
Blue flowers and pink decorations drift across a bright background.
Yuriana smiles gently with her sparkling wide green eyes.
Yuriana tells her that the toy will protect her heart.
Yuriana sleeps peacefully, clutching the rabbit to her chest.
A single tear falls from her closed, shimmering green eye.
The children sit together on the floor playing with their rabbits.
Yuriana smiles happily in her sleep while hugging her plus.
Text announces some good news over a view of the Night Palace.
Text notes that the priests have finally prepared another bed.
The black-haired boy notes that the bed won't stop everything. Oscar complains about being scolded for kicking others out of bed.
A series of soft, rhythmic taps sound against the window glass.
Oscar peers out the dark window toward the topping branches.
Lelia announces that she is turning off the palace lights. A warm lantern is extinguished as everyone is wished good night.
Lightning flashes through the trees during a heavy, dark rainstorm. A sudden, quiet slide sounds as someone moves in the bark.
A loud thud echoes as Oscar falls onto the floor. Oscar sits up, rubbing his head, looking dazed and exhausted.
A soft, pained sob breaks the silence of the dark room. Distant sniffles and crying sounds drift through the empty hallway.
The large, blue-tinted bedroom remains silent under the dark ceiling. A child sleeps soundly while soft breathing sounds fill me hair.
A sharp, startled cry for Rio rings out in the night.
Yuriana asks what is happening while looking around in confusion.
Yuriana calls out Oscar's name as she searches for him. Bare feet stand together on the floor in the dim light. Yuriana runs toward the sound, calling out for Oscar again. The brothers arrive with a lamp, looking for Rio.
Yuriana gasps in shock at the scene before her eyes. Lelia huddles on the floor, crying out Oscar's name in terror.
Oscar demands that she look at him and stay focused.
Lelia's face is stained with tears as she gasps for air.
Oscar tells her to take slow, deep breaths to calm down. He stays close, urging her to follow his breathing lead. Oscar encourages her, noting that she is doing very well.
A loud thunderclap makes both children flinch on the floor.
Oscar places a gentle, steadying hand on Lelia's silver hair.
He looks at the trembling girl with a deeply worried expression.
Oscar reassures her that there is nothing to fear from rain.
He tucks her back into bed while the rabbit waits nearby.
Oscar reflects that his comfort didn't work right away.
The white rabbit sits quietly on the edge of the back.
Lelia stares at the plush toy with a hollow, fearful gaze.
Oscar suggests she talk to the toy when she's scared.
He suggests she treat the rabbit exactly like a friend. Lelia clutches the rabbit and quietly agrees to try.
A soft, comforting smile finally appears on Oscar's tired face.
Oscar remains nearby, looking thoughtful in the dim light. The three boys stand together in the dimly lit hallway.
Calix questions if the silver-haired child is possessed by a demon.
Yuriana scolds Calix for his words while Lelia sleeps nearby.
Yuriana pinches Calix's cheek as he cries out in pain.
Oscar watches as Yuriana continues to reprimand the dark-haired boy.
The young princess stares intensely at Oscar during their quiet confrontation.
Yuriana lets out a soft, relieved sigh after the tense moment.
She stands firmly between the two boys in the royal hallway.
Yuriana recalls mentioning the situation to Romeo as Lelia sleeps peacefully.
Text provides information on where to find more series chapters.
A warm lantern glows as someone realizes how the situation works.
Sitting on the bed, Yuriana explains that the behavior is trauma.
Griffith gives a small, understanding nod as he listens to Yuriana.
Oscar asks the others to share what they fear the most.
Calix pauses to think deeply about his own secret fears.
Yuriana worries her fear of hunger might be seen as weird.
The girl looks down and admits that she is indeed afraid.
Calix laughs, and Oscar acknowledges him as a fearless crown prince. Griffith admits fear of his father while Calix dismisses demon fears.
Calix boldly declares that he is not afraid of anything at all.
Yuriana turns her curiosity toward Calix to see if he's mine.
Calix boasts of fighting wolves while Oscar remains skeptical of him.
Griffith reveals that Calix is actually afraid of something very specific.
Lelia watches the boys with her wide, curious eyes.
Griffith recalls a time when Calix panicked and fled from a brawl.
Calix screams in red-faced denial as Griffith shares the embarrassing story. A chaotic scuffle breaks out on the bed among the children.
Chibi rabbits represent the children arguing about Calix's awkwardness around moles.
A sudden, muffled laugh sounds as Lelia watches the boys fight.
Yuriana breaks into bright laughter at the boys' ridiculous behavior.
Calix sulks while Lelia continues to laugh at the hilarious scene. Griffith offers a shy, blushing smile as the tension finally fades.
They now know everyone's fears, however vague they are.
Calix and Oscar look away, blushing from the night's honest revelations. Yuriana suggests they shift the topic to things they actually like. A bubble suggests talking about favorite things like food or animals. Suggestions include talking about favorite books, plays, or even artists.
The prompt encourages the children to talk about anything they like.
Yuriana wipes away a happy tear while finding the conversation funny.
Calix and Oscar ponder the many things they find hard to choose.
Griffith looks up as he prepares to share his own likes. A single bubble signals the start of another personal story.
The group shared many stories together that special night.
They discussed their lives and laughed freely, ignoring the stormy weather.
The 5 children sit together on the bed in peaceful harmony.
Text notes they stayed up talking until the morning light came. The bond between the 5 of them grows significantly stronger.
They began a tradition of celebrating each other's birthdays together.
The group walks together through the palace in matching robes.
They spend every festival together as the seasons change and pass.
A branch heavy with red berries marks the passage of time.
The 5 older children laugh while playing in the winter snow.
Text explains that the seasons are changing with incredible speed.
They became close friends without any lingering hesitation.
Narration reveals that 2 years passed before they even noticed.
A taller white-haired girl walks through the lush palace greenery. A blushing student asks if Reo will accept her letter.
Rio graciously thanks the girl while accepting the heart-sealed envelope. Rio promises to cherish the gift as she walks away.
The group of girls erupts into excited, blushing cheers behind her.
They marvel at Crown Prince Rio's kindness and plan more letters.
Rio enters a grand room filled with a mountain of letters.
Her attention is caught by a sudden, soft tap sounding as a hand drops a letter. Rio wonders if the boys ever tire of the daily deliveries.
Calix asks Rio if she ever actually made it to the library.
Rio admits she is starving as she stands before her friends. Calix jokingly apologizes for his lack of delicate sword techniques. Griffith explains the others are still bathing in Willowraxian.
Oscar and Lelia finally arrive, calling out to their captain.
Oscar greets Rio warmly as he enters the sunlit room.
Lelia approaches Rio with a quiet, observant expression on her face. Lelia presents a formal letter to the captain with a blush.
Oscar explains he is just delivering a message from the priests. Rio looks at the letter with a gentle, appreciative smile.
Rio begins to reflect on how much everyone has changed lately.
She is suddenly struck by how tall her friends have grown.
Rio stands dwarfed by her taller companions in the blue room. She grew well, but the others grew much faster. She realizes even little Oscar has managed to outgrow her now. Rio feels her pride as a captain shattering into pieces.
She worries her weak body is causing her to fall behind. Rio lets out a heavy, tired sigh while lost in bond. A rustle sounds as Rio prepares to open the priest's litter. Rio gasps in shock as she reads the unexpected message.
The letter mentions the Aurora Empire and Emperor Rydio specifically.
A small witch character encourages readers to find more chapters elsewhere.
Rio stands alone in the palace, burdened by the letter's news.
She stares at the paper with a grim, deeply shadowed expression.
A sharp crinkle sounds as Rio crushes the letter in frustration. The afternoon sky remains bright despite Rio's sudden inner turnaround.
Calix calls out to Rio, inviting her to join for much.
Rio walks past her friends with a cold, unreadable expression.
A quick whirl sounds as Rio turns away from her group.
Rio walks away silently, leaving her friends shocked and confused. Calix stares after her with a wide-eyed, stunned look of disbelief.
A soft slap sounds as Rio pushes away a reaching hand.
Calix calls out her name again, sensing something is wrong.
The boys follow her, desperately asking what is bothering their boss.
Lelia offers their help for whatever is troubling the young princess.
Lelia lets out a pained sound while watching Rio leave.
Yuriana and Oscar watch Leah with deep concern, asking what is wrong with her.
Griffith stares blankly, his expression unreadable as he observes the growing tension between them.
Leo stops suddenly, wondering if she is truly not behaving like herself anymore. She questions the very nature of who she is supposed to be in this world.
Her fist trembles with frustration as a tight, sudden squeeze sounds in the quiet air.
A quick, rhythmic scurry sounds as Leo flees from her confused and worried friends.
Lelia looks after her with a pained, wide-eyed expression of shock and helplessness.
A door shut sounds with a loud, heavy bang that echoes through the empty palace.
Leo stands alone, letting out a weary, long sigh while leaning against the white door.
Walking with a soft, steady step sounds as she enters the privacy of her chambers.
Leo collapses onto the seat with a heavy, dull thump in her large, ornate room.
She huddles on the sofa, sighing that the current situation is the absolute worst. Leo watches the trees outside the window, lamenting that she doesn't know what to do.
She grips her own arm, thinking it's stupid for things to fall apart now.
Leo stares at the opened letter with a hollow, fearful look in her wide eyes.
Her teal eyes widen in despair. She realizes the true gravity of the news.
A text box provides a warning in case her secret might eventually leak to others.
She notes a letter is unneeded as magic prevents her from speaking about the secret anyway.
Leo looks down at the white paper with a grim and deeply troubled expression.
The word fake appears over the dark image of the deceptive crown prince.
The name Crown Prince Leo is written boldly above a bed of white roses.
Leo recalls spending the last 2 years sharing countless conversations with her close group of friends.
She stands small and distant while looking back at her friends one last time.
A dark banner notes that they will eventually hear the terrible news regarding her fate.
A small witch character suggests looking elsewhere to find more story chapters to read.
Leah reflects that she originally wanted to leave and never see any of them again.
She initially thought she would find freedom from the burden of pretending to be a prince.
Lelia and Yuriana offer her their most genuine and heartwarming blushing smiles of friendship.
Calix reaches out his hand toward her while the gentle Griffith smiles warmly nearby.
The 5 friends walk together, holding hands in a beautiful and rare show of unity.
Leah wonders how they will actually feel when they hear the news that she is dead.
Romeo, Oscar, and Griffith are shown breaking down in tears upon hearing the tragic news.
Calix leans against a wall, sobbing into his hands in a state of complete, utter despair.
Leah worries about them hearing the news while fighting dangerous dragons like the legendary Toddle.
She ponders if it would be better to make them all hate her right now instead.
Leo stares away with a pained expression, struggling with her inner turmoil and heavy secrets.
Her friends confront her, and Leo gasps in shock at their sudden and unexpected appearance. Leo shouts at them, demanding to know why they barged into her room without permission.
Yuriana asks if she really thought they would leave after seeing her in such a state.
Leo turns her back to the group, shouting for them to just leave her alone.
Lelia calls out to her boss, while Yuriana notes that she seems very strange lately.
Yuriana looks intensely distressed, clutching her chest as she worries for her dear friend.
Bubbles question what her deal is and why she refuses to say anything to them.
Calix demands to know why she won't just tell them what is bothering her.
Griffith watches her with a sad, quiet look of deep understanding and hidden pity.
Leo turns away with a quick, sharp whirl sounds while completely rejecting their offer of help. Leo stands in the sunlight as her friends remind her that she is indeed Leo. A speech bubble encourages her to lean on them if things become too hard.
Lelia blushes, admitting she wants to be someone Leo can rely on during difficult times.
Oscar holds Leo's hand firmly, offering her his silent and steady support in the room.
Oscar looks up at his captain with a look of deep concern. A gentle hand reaches out to provide comfort to a friend. Leo breaks down in tears, her face flushed as she weeps.
She hesitates for a moment, beginning to voice her heavy thoughts.
Calix, Griffith, and Romeo stand together watching their friend in silence.
A pained, rhythmic sniffling sounds as Leo continues to cry uncontrollably. Leo bows her head in sorrow, her hair hiding her tearful face.
Leo tearfully pleads for her friends to not be sad about her.
A sudden, sharp realization sounds as Leo looks on in utter shock.
Romeo reacts with disbelief, asking what kind of nonsense she is saying. Oscar asks if she had a nightmare or fears their time together.
Ornate wall panels reflect the somber atmosphere of the royal room.
Calix holds up a glowing charm while asking if they'll meet again.
Leo clutches the handkerchief tightly while tears stream down her face.
Calix turns away, promising he will protect her from any danger. A strong resolve echoes through her mind that no one will die.
Leo admits that she might not be able to join their squad.
She reveals her dark fear that she could die before that time.
Griffith stares at her with a look of pure, wide-eyed shock.
A voice asks if there is more to her hidden struggles.
Leo explains that enemies want her throne and her body is failing.
She urges them not to be disappointed if she cannot join them.
Leo asks them all to fight safely and come back together.
Griffith and Calix remain silent as they absorb the tragic news.
Leo rejects her own fate while Romeo asks what she means. She shouts her refusal to accept the path laid out for her. Oscar begins to sob, begging his boss not to talk of death. Leo cries out in hatred of the situation, begging him to live. A soft, rhythmic sniff and sob sound as the group begins crying. Leo looks on with a devastated expression while tears flow freely. She tries to wipe away her tears with her trembling hands.
Narration describes the future of the crybaby Oscar and his demonic sword.
Oscar Hresfelg is destined to grow into a powerful, immortal warrior. Calix looks down with a somber expression as he listens to Leo.
Calix Asgard is fated to become the one-armed berserker and mercenary king.
Narration explains Griffith will awaken a divine power surpassing all previous saints.
Griffith Nikeah is destined to be known as the wielder of the holy sword. Romeo watches the scene with a pained look in his blue eyes.
Narration reveals Romeo will obtain a dragon's heart and build a tower.
Romeo is fated to grow into a tall and formidable young man. He will eventually be known to history as the famous word mage. Leo reflects on being full of lies and having once been nothing.
She feels pride in having befriended these future heroes of the world.
A vibrant branch of pink flowers marks her new sense of pride.
Leo and Romeo share a quiet, emotional moment in the sunlit room.
Griffith and Calix watch their friends with expressions of deep sympathy. A pained, choked sob sounds as Leo addresses all her dear friends.
She prepares to say more while the group stands by her side.
Leo cries as she mentions no longer being in this world. A small witch character expresses gratitude for following along with the story.
A small, purple-haired witch character waves cheerfully from a leafy vine.
A sharp, rhythmic knock-knock sounds as friends gather outside the door. A voice calls for the captain, asking if she is still sleeping. Another wonders if she is crying alone again, which the final voice finds hard to believe. A hand clutches the white bed sheets as a soft, quick crinkle sounds. She notes that her friends are teasing her relentlessly. Leo faceplants into her bed, a rhythmic thump-thump sounding as she beats the mattress with her fists.
She thinks she must be losing her mind, lamenting how embarrassing it is to show her face after crying so much.
A soft, frantic flap-flap and thump-thump sound as Leo hides her face and kicks her bed.
She desperately wishes the memory of her crying would just vanish from her friends' minds.
Leo peeks over her blankets with her bunny plush, noting that hinting at her death has prepared the group.
Calix teases her from outside, asking if the crybaby is still sniffling. Leo determines she will not let him off easily.
She reflects that agonizing over her situation alone will not help her current predicament.
Leo sits quietly on the floor of her room, clutching her white rabbit plushie with a sad gaze. Her teal eyes reflect a deep, somber sadness as she remains lost in her private thoughts.
Friends call out to remind Leo that it is Griffith's birthday, asking if she is really not coming out.
A beautiful pink rose blooms as Leo promises to be out of her room in a minute. Griffith holds a large strawberry cake, thanking everyone for the celebration as his friends watch him warmly.
Hands reach out to present letters as gifts, a soft, rhythmic swish-swish sounding during the exchange.
The group sits together in the grand, decorated blue room, enjoying tea and cake in a moment of peace. Calix and Oscar discuss the difficulty of the situation, starting with the assignment of their escort nights.
A soft, cheerful chuckle sounds as Leo and Romeo laugh together, noting how reckless Romeo used to be. Oscar reacts with shock, exclaiming that it was actually the captain who suggested they go out.
Leo acts coy, teasing that it was so long ago she cannot quite remember the details.
A frustrated arg sounds as Oscar turns red with embarrassment while Calix watches him with a neutral look.
Oscar warns her not to regret her attitude later, noting it is the last day she can act this way. Oscar boasts that she will be thanking him tomorrow, mentioning a gift that was supposed to arrive today.
A sudden, sharp startle sounds as Leo looks on with wide, surprised teal eyes.
Calix realizes the truth of the situation, nodding along as he understands the timing.
Calix wonders whose birthday it is since it is the day after his, questioning if it involves a secret girlfriend.
Calix looks annoyed while Oscar remains confused by the sudden change in the conversation's direction.
Romeo and Leo exchange a look of surprise as they process Calix's unexpected line of questioning.
Leo blushes deeply, admitting that the person she is thinking of is someone truly and deeply important.
Romeo wonders if this precious friend is more important than their own group, his expression becoming somber.
Leo looks up in total shock, her eyes wide at the comparison Romeo has just made.
She flushes and stammers, trying to deny the implication that anyone could replace her dear friends.
A single speech bubble notes that they have known each other for a long time.
The grand room remains peaceful, filled with the warmth of shared history and current friendship. The narrative continues, explaining that their bond began when they were both very young.
Leo looks down with a pained, tearful expression, her heart heavy with the weight of her secrets. Romeo reaches out, gently telling her that she does not have to feel bad about her feelings.
Leo affirms that Oscar is also a precious friend to her, and Romeo quietly accepts her words.
A gentle hand reaches out to provide comfort to a friend during a difficult moment.
A cheerful voice calls out for the party to continue as colorful fruit slices float nearby.
Griffith and Calix enjoy their cake together, the tension of the room beginning to fade away. Oscar serves a slice of strawberry cake to Romeo as the friends continue their small celebration.
Leo eats her cake to her heart's content, finding a small moment of joy in the sweet treat. The small purple-haired witch character looks weary while cuddling her small animal companion.
Leo holds her fork close, pausing for a moment as she reflects on the time she has left.
Night falls over the quiet palace room, lit only by a single glowing lamp on the desk.
A weary sigh sounds as Leo writes, thinking of her time at the temple and her return to the Empire.
She identifies her biggest problem as finding a way to prevent her own fated death, hoping it is manageable.
Leo gazes out the window, recalling that the original story described her end as a mere accidental misstep.
Leo rests her hand on a book, considering the true issues. She notes that certain events, like various imperial deaths, are uncontrollable. The narration mentions the return of the former emperor Perseus.
Leo continues her train of thought regarding the tragic future.
The story describes Calix sustaining permanent injuries in a future battle.
Calix is fated to deliver the final strike against a dragon. Ornate decorations hang before a dark window in the quiet night. Narration details a legendary greatsword holding a sought-after holy gem.
The weapon possesses the unique power required to slay a dragon.
Calix eventually pierces the dragon's weak spot during their intense fight.
A powerful warrior stands amidst a blue-tinted and chaotic battlefield. The massive dragon unleashes a torrent of fire toward its opponent.
He utilizes the greatsword to secure victory against the beast. A holy figure kneels within a glowing magic circle as light falls.
The narrative reveals that peace came at the cost of Calix's life. The dragon's subjugation unfolds in a sequence of fire and destruction.
Calix successfully strikes the dragon but suffers severe life-altering burns.
The narration describes the horrific physical toll the battle took on him.
Griffith uses his divine magic to try and save his comrade. Calix lies still with his eyes closed after the brutal confirmation.
Despite the healing, Calix's eye remains permanently damaged and unrecoverable.
Desperate citizens suffer under a tyrant, longing for a new leader. Oppressed people toil and beg for mercy in a ruined village. The people hope that the hero Calix will overthrow the tyrant.
A worried mother holds her child while watching the streets anxiously.
A villager warns the child not to look to avoid a curse.
Calix walks through the town, appearing tall and imposing in weight.
The warrior's eyes glow with a strange and prismatic celestial light.
Narration explains the imperial family's golden eyes changed after Calix's injury.
Calix carries his massive gem-encrusted sword on his broad back.
He strides forward through the town, his cape fluttering behind him.
Gray flowers bloom delicately on a branch against a white void.
Calix chooses to wear a blindfold to prevent scaring the public.
A pink-haired girl approaches the seated, blindfolded Calix with kindness.
The narrative focuses on Calix and the comfort he finally receives.
She rejects the idea of him being cursed, praising his sacrifice.
Calix blushes deeply, visibly moved by the girl's heartwarming words.
He walks away into a barren landscape as history moves on.
Leo finds the weight of this destined future to be overwhelming. A younger Calix teasingly offers a handkerchief to a tearful Leo. The narration laments the miserable fate that awaits the brave Calix.
Leo finds the thought of Calix's suffering to be completely unbearable.
A book titled Hero sits beneath a shower of magical light. The story clarifies that winning the battle required enduring absolute destruction.
The text notes there was no other way to achieve victory.
Leo reflects that Calix was the one who provided comfort despite his pain.
She despairs over her inability to find a way to change things.
Leo hides her face in grief, one tearful eye peeking through.
She struggles with the realization that she cannot sense any mana.
The narrative defines mana as the essential natural energy for magic.
The text explains that individuals with high mana affinity can absorb energy into their bodies for training.
The narrative defines those who infuse mana into weapons or bodies as aura masters.
Those who perform magic using specific mana techniques are also discussed in the text.
The story identifies these magic users as mages while showing the hem of a purple robe.
Leo sits at her desk, wishing she could cast even a single spell.
The silver-haired girl reflects on her desire to perform even a small amount of alchemy.
The narrative states that alchemy is considered a heretical power forbidden in this world.
It details legendary items like the Philosopher's Stone and a healing elixir that grants immortality. The text clarifies that no alchemist has ever successfully created these legendary objects. Despite the failure to create elixirs, many people still require simpler medicines from alchemists.
Shelves in an apothecary are lined with numerous jars and bottles of various medicines.
Such medicines are often traded for high prices within the world's dangerous underworld.
Leo nervously considers the risks of heresy versus the chance to heal Calix's eyes.
The silver-haired girl shakes her head quickly to dismiss her dangerous and illegal thoughts.
She decides it is useless to dwell on abilities she does not even possess. Leo determines to focus on her own immediate problems and survival for now.
She realizes that staying in the tower and starving is not a viable option either.
A grand blue-roofed castle stands tall against a backdrop of distant mountains and clouds.
Silhouettes of a mother and daughter appear as a purple energy swirls above them.
A woman with short brownish-purple hair looks toward the viewer with a sad, tearful expression.
In a chibi style, a woman kindly offers a basket of food to the girl.
Leo fears being caught by the Emperor or her siblings as their imposing silhouettes loom.
The silver-haired girl looks frustrated and crosses her arms while considering her limited choices.
A sudden realization strikes Leo as she gasps with a wide-eyed and surprised expression. She remembers the existence of a specific hut hidden within the palace's vast forest. The story identifies this forest cottage as the secret hideout of the former Empress, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth was a mage who used the secret location provided by Perseus for her research.
3 silver chains cross over a gradient blue background in a simple decorative pattern. The narrative reveals the hut contains magical tools and rations preserved by magic for emergencies.
Illustrations of fresh bread and intricate pastries represent the food stocked in the secret hideout.
In a memory, a tall man leads a young girl toward the small forest cottage.
Leo hopes to reach the hut before its resources fall into Yuriana's hands.
The silver-haired girl believes she can finally secure a reliable food source from the cottage. Moonlight filters into a grand, quiet room filled with ornate furniture and blue wall panels.
Leo sits on the sofa with clenched fists, her green eyes filled with newfound determination.
She acknowledges that while leaving is dangerous, staying in the castle offers no future.
Watching the castle from outside, she decides to try even if she is labeled a thief.
The top of an ornate blue bed canopy sits empty in the middle of the night.
Leo lies on her bed, resolving that she will be fine even without any allies. A soft, comforting squeeze sounds as Leo hugs her white bunny plushie tightly before sleep.
A blonde boy and silver-haired girl appear on a poster announcing available story chapters.
A delicate pattern of white lilies and yellow roses covers a soft yellow and green background.
An elegant white feather pen with a green gemstone sits against a floral backdrop.
A large speech bubble asks what the object is amidst the field of flowers.
Romeo presents a special gift to his friends, explaining that his father made it for them. The blonde boy explains the pen is magic and allows the 5 of them to communicate.
A rhythmic scratching scritch sounds as Romeo demonstrates how to write with the pen.
Leo and Griffith watch in awe as a scroll magically appears right before their eyes.
Oscar and Calix are impressed by the gift as the note from Romeo is officially delivered.
The narrative confirms that any letter written will be delivered to the whole group instantly. Romeo notes that the magic pen relies on a mana stone jewel.
Leo and Griffith watch in amazement as a magic scroll appears.
The blonde boy proudly asks for praise for his creative gift. Oscar dryly notes that Romeo is really seizing the moment.
Delicate white flowers bloom, highlighting the soft and poignant atmosphere.
Leo feels a deep connection to her friends during this time.
Romeo suggests finishing the introduction so they can enjoy the kick.
The group gathers around the table, ready to light the candles.
Oscar suggests the captain should blow out the birthday candles.
Leo holds the cake as her friends wish her happy bookget. Her friends urge her to blow out the candles immediately.
A soft whoosh sounds as Leo leans in to blow them out.
Leo gazes down at the cake, lost in a somber reflection.
Oscar claps his hands together and offers Leo his warm congratulations.
Oscar recoils in shock as he sees the girl's emotional expression.
He wonders in total disbelief if the girl is crying again.
Leo looks up with blushing cheeks and eyes filled with tears.
Calix asks why she's crying and if she feels unwell.
Leo denies it through her sniffles, her face flushed with emotion. Pink flowers bloom as the emotional weight of the moment settles.
Romeo and Oscar note that Leo needs her own handkerchief. The boys watch her quietly while she struggles with her feelings.
A soft swipe sounds as Leo wipes her tear-filled life.
Leo calls out to everyone while surrounded by soft pink flowers.
The silver-haired girl smiles warmly, feeling truly touched by them.
She expresses her sincere gratitude for their kind birthday celebration. Romeo stares back at her with a quiet, contemplative expression.
Leo realizes with a sniffle that she might be alone next year.
Leo looks up in surprise as a sudden question is asked. Romeo asks about the person whose birthday they are celebrating today.
The blonde boy asks if it's someone she can't meet me more.
He specifically asks if she is referring to a deceased mother.
Oscar and Romeo look awkward after mentioning such a heavy topic.
The other boys remain silent, adding to the tense abyss here.
Leo quickly tries to correct the misunderstanding about her mother.
She realizes with a start that her companions are all motherless. Griffith looks down with a sad, distant expression on his face.
Oscar gazes downward, his eyes filled with a quiet melancholy.
Calix looks away, his posture reflecting the weight of his loss.
Romeo stands in silence, his expression mirroring the group's shared grief. Leo feels a deep pang of sadness for her grieving friends. A quick rub-rub sounds as she hurriedly wipes her eyes.
The group gathers around the table in the quiet grand room. A sudden stab sounds as a fork pierces the strawberry cake.
Oscar and Romeo are appalled by Leo's sudden lack of manners.
Calix asks Leo what she's doing as she tells him to eat.
Oscar and Romeo wonder if she just threatened to finish everything. The group sits beneath the warm glow of the ornate chandelier. The girl remarks on how beautiful the colorful sunset sky looks. The boys watch Leo with skeptical glares and judging wecks.
Romeo and Griffith watch as Leo gathers herself, still looking emotional.
Leo playfully hits Oscar and Romeo, loudly telling them to stop teasing her.
The boys jokingly ask if she is truly done with her crime.
Oscar continues the teasing, reminding her how she used to cry easily.
Leo looks visibly annoyed, her face flushing with irritation at the reminder.
The silver-haired girl shouts her firm resolution to never cry again.
Silhouette against a golden sunset, she explains her vow is because they have so little time left. Romeo looks up at the sky, his expression softening in the warm light.
Griffith shares his wish to spend their remaining time together making memories and seeing beautiful sights.
Calix adds that he wants to spend it laughing until they are in pain. Oscar looks at the others as he prepares to contribute his own thoughts.
His golden eyes reflect a moment of deep, silent contemplation.
Leo smiles broadly among white lilies, the sunlight catching her bright green eyes.
The five friends stand together in the light, sharing a rare moment of joy. They promise to make the most of every single day they have.
Leo expresses her sincere gratitude and happiness for having met all of them.
Petals drift through a purple-tinted sunset sky, signaling the passage of time.
A grand white palace stands tall, bustling with horse-drawn carriages and activity. A sudden, quick knock-knock sounds as someone approaches the ornate palace doors. A soft clack echoes as the visitor opens the door and enters.
A man with long silver hair and emerald eyes stands in formal white attire. He pauses with a neutral expression, his gaze obscured by a slight shadow.
The silver-haired man looks down, his face unreadable in the bright light.
A large blue bow sits atop a white dress as the scene shifts. Now a teenager, Leo looks toward the window and promises she will arrive shortly.
Vibrant green leaves sway gently against a bright, clean background. A narrative box appears amongst the foliage, moving the story forward.
The lush green branches extend upward toward the top of the frame.
An artistic poster captures a tender moment between Romeo and Leon.
An empty carriage waits in the courtyard of the sprawling, white-walled castle.
The castle gardens and grand architecture gleam under a clear blue sky. A loud voice suddenly demands that the crying must stop immediately.
A soft sob sounds as teen Leo stands with her suitcase, weeping.
Teen Oscar brushes his head and scolds her, calling her a hopeless crybaby. A gentle drip-drip sounds as Griffith cries, begging her to write to them.
Calix looks away with a sad, wistful face, admitting he will miss her.
A speech bubble declares a strong dislike for the gloomy, emotional atmosphere.
Teen Romeo yells at everyone to finally stop their endless crime.
The group of friends gathers in the garden, all struggling with their departure.
Romeo looks to the side with a sheepish and awkward expression.
A sudden oof sounds as Romeo pulls Calix into a firm hug.
Another quick oof sounds as Romeo embraces a surprised Oscar. A final oof sounds as Romeo gives Griffith a tight, supportive hug.
Leo urges her friends to take care and to send word immediately if anything happens.
The silver-haired girl looks at Romeo, her eyes filled with quiet reflection.
Romeo bluntly states that he does not like a certain individual. He continues by calling the person pathetic and an absolute fool. Griffith agrees, stating that he doesn't like the person either.
The name Calix Escad is spoken, identifying the subject of their conversation.
Leo lets out a bright, genuine laugh while surrounded by blooming white roses.
Romeo wonders why Leo is suddenly laughing so loudly after crime.
A sharp tisk sounds as Leo scolds her friends for their behavior.
A rhythmic tap sounds as Leo playfully hits the black-haired boy.
Leo justifies her actions by citing Calix's typical mischievous and annoying behavior.
Leo gazes at Calix with a somber and deeply silent intensity.
Calix blushes deeply while looking away with a very awkward expression.
Leo admits she was often angry but truly valued their comfortable conversations.
Leo warns Calix to be extremely cautious of his treacherous uncle.
A soft ah sounds as Calyx tearfully accepts her sincere and protective advice.
The narrative shifts its focus toward Griffith and his quiet, balancing support.
Griffith watches Leo with a gentle and deeply touched facial expression.
Leo credits Griffith for keeping the group balanced during their constant antics. She notes they all relied on his unwavering presence and quiet stability. Delicate pink roses bloom, reflecting the tender and emotional parting atmosphere.
Leo urges Griffith to protect himself from those seeking his magical power.
A light chuckle sounds as Leo laughs softly despite the painful parting.
Leo turns her attention to Oscar with a warm and caring gaze.
The focus moves to Oscar as he prepares for his final farewell.
Oscar wipes his tearful eyes, struggling hard to maintain his composure.
Leo praises Oscar for facing his past and improving his speech patterns.
Leo touches Oscar's cheek, calling his growth and determination truly amazing.
She reminds him they are always together through their shared symbolic doll.
A quick nod sounds as Oscar tearfully promises to treasure it carefully.
Leo offers a comforting and bright smile to her emotional childhood companion. The narrative finally addresses Romeo as the last person to bid farewell. The five friends stand together in the grand and quiet castle courtyard.
Leo advises Romeo to work on softening his often harsh and blunt personality.
Romeo reacts with total shock and an indignant, deeply red-faced blush. A soft gasp sounds as Leo playfully avoids Romeo's annoyed retort.
Romeo places a gentle and protective hand on top of Leo's head.
Romeo stares down with tears welling in his sad blue eyes. Romeo pulls Leo into a tight hug, telling her to take care.
Soft petals drift through the air during the group's silent embrace.
Leo thanks Romeo for his bravery in saving her from the pond.
She calls Romeo a truly brave and exceptionally kind person.
A man in formal white attire carries a suitcase toward the carriage. The grand palace gardens stand bright under a clear afternoon sky.
A hopeful message promises that they will all meet again soon.
Leo stands beside the ornate carriage, her green eyes shimmering brightly.
The silver-haired girl looks downward with a sad and blushing face.
A quick swipe sounds as Leo dries her tearful emerald eyes.
A soft sniffle sounds as Leo attempts a brave and parting smile.
Vibrant pink roses decorate the background of the bittersweet departure scene. Elegant white flowers highlight the purity of their deep childhood friendship. Romeo smiles through his tears, surrounded by blooming pink and white lilies. Oscar looks on with a soft and content smile among pink roses.
Griffith and Calyx offer gentle smiles of farewell and unwavering support. Wild white flowers bloom, marking the end of their time together.
A final expression of gratitude marks the end of their shared journey. Leo laughs happily as she prepares to board the carriage alone.
Delicate white flowers frame a final, bittersweet farewell message.
Blue ribbons and petals drift through a serene white expanse.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as the carriage travels beneath clouds.
Two ornate carriages travel down a dusty road under sunlight. Sitting alone, Oscar concludes that everything has come to an end. His golden eyes soften as a small, wistful smile appears. Lush greenery frames the shocking news of becoming a mercenary.
Griffith asks Calyx if he is serious, and Calyx confirms his departure to escape his uncle's greed. Romeo looks on with concern, finding the situation completely unbelievable.
A defiant question challenges the necessity of remaining a royal.
Griffith stares in silent shock, his blue eyes wide and questioning.
The question of becoming a mercenary hangs in the air.
Leo stands with her back turned as the boys talk.
Leo smiles warmly while praising Calyx's decision and expressing her total faith in him.
She expresses her absolute confidence in his success as a mercenary. Berries and blossoms sway gently against a bright, clear sky.
Oscar gazes out the window.
A soft clatter sounds as Oscar wonders about his strange dream.
A monstrous red silhouette looms ominously against a dark blue background. In the dream, Oscar cowers before a massive glowing red beast. A dark narrative box describes a horrifying dream about losing an arm. Dream Oscar sits in a blue void bleeding from his shoulder. The dream felt as if someone was blaming another for the tragedy.
A repetitive clatter sounds as Oscar questions the meaning of that dream.
He looks down with a somber expression, lost in deep thought. He anticipates the cold reception from his relatives upon his return.
A steady clatter sounds as Oscar predicts they will kick him out.
A glowing golden seal shines brightly on the palm of his hand.
Red rose patterns decorate the walls of the quiet castle ruin. Leo smiles, noting her strength comes because that person believes in her.
Oscar vows to become the best mercenary through his sheer determination. Elegant white flowers bloom against a deep, dark, and silent backdrop. A floating speech bubble asks about the fate of that girl. A brilliant blue light radiates from an ornate, circular glass window.
A soldier reports her arrival at the tower and asks the king for his orders.
The scarred king orders secret surveillance on her and regular reports on her status.
Bare branches reach toward the soft pink and orange sunset sky. Blackbirds fly across the horizon as evening begins to settle.
Leo stands before a tall stone tower flanked by two guards.
She stands alone with her suitcase facing the looming stone structure. A firm clutch sounds as Leo resolves to live here there.
Suitcase in hand, Leo prepares to enter her new, lonely residence.
A quill moves across parchment as Leo begins writing a letter.
Light filters through the window of the quiet and empty room.
Leo writes about her comfortable life but admits she misses their company and asks about their dolls.
A soft tug sounds as she pulls her silver hair back.
Shivering in the cold, Leo complains about the freezing room temperature.
Her legs tremble as she stands in the cold stone room.
Leo is relieved she managed to keep her bag and belongings.
She checks her supplies, including secret food and proper winter clothes.
A white rabbit doll with a blue bow sits alone. Leo holds the rabbit doll tightly, her hands trembling slightly.
Leo sits alone on a blanket before a large stone fireplace.
Leo thinks about finding twigs to make the fireplace easier.
A sharp strike sounds as Leo attempts to ignite the firewood.
Small flames flicker to life among the twigs in the grate. Leo smiles brightly, celebrating that the fire is finally lit.
Thick gray smoke suddenly billows out and fills the small room.
Coughing through the smoke, Leo worries about her stinging eyes.
A weak fire smolders inside the stone tower's freezing room.
The tall stone tower reaches toward a cloudy, overcast sky.
The simple stone bathroom remains empty and cold inside the tower. Leo considers visiting Elizabeth's secret cabin after returning to the country.
A guard watches from behind a tree while Leo gathers wood.
Narrative text outlines her desire for magical tools and surprise.
Leo worries that any suspicious move might lead to her death.
Standing by the window, Leo watches her breath in the cold. A thought predicts bigger upcoming problems for her watchful captors.
A grim prediction suggests Leo will be poisoned by close aides. A boy kneels in despair against a dark, blood-splattered background.
A knight stands tall with a spear under a golden-flecked sky.
Narrative text describes a rebel army soon storming the capital. Dark, decorative silhouettes hang against a bright, clear blue sky.
Leo looks downward with a somber and deeply troubled expression.
The silver-haired girl reflects on her situation with a sad face.
Leo hesitates as she ponders the difficult path ahead of her.
A letter states that communication will cease upon her eventual death.
Noticing the lack of replies, Leo assumes everyone is still asleep.
Leo decides to head back out to gather more dry firewood.
Bare, wintry branches reach into the pale and quiet sky.
Dry grass and bushes line the path through the desolate moats.
Leo walks through the forest, clutching a small bundle of twigs.
Shivering, Leo complains about the intense and biting wintry cold.
Leo realizes that she is now truly and completely alone.
A sudden gasp sounds as Leo trips over the uneven ground.
A sharp clatter sounds as the firewood spills onto the gut.
Leo groans in pain while lying flat on the cold ground. Kneeling in the dirt, Leo stares blankly at her scattered wood. Visible breath escapes Leo's lips as she struggles to regain composure.
Leo reaches out to pick up the fallen twigs one by one.
Standing with her wood, Leo resolves to create a better plan.
A quaint, white-walled house stands surrounded by tall green trees.
Leo looks down with a quiet, small, and knowing smile. Leo vows to avoid Yuriana and her brothers at all costs.
Leo dismisses the novel's plot of apologizing to the princess.
Shivering in the cold, Leo plans to escape when the time is right.
Leo fears a future of arranged marriage or a watery grave.
Two stern men stand behind the threat of an arranged marriage. Holding her firewood, Leo considers her next move with quiet intensity. A bright green eye focuses with renewed determination and quiet hope. Carrying a heavy load of firewood, Leo rushes back through the fnown.
Heavy snow flurries blur the view of the quiet stone tower.
A warm fire crackles softly in the stone room's hearth.
Shivering uncontrollably, Leo complains about the biting and intense cold.
The wind howls loudly through the ventilation of the stone tower.
Leo notes that the snow is falling heavily outside her window.
She feels relieved that she gathered enough firewood before the storm.
Leo suddenly stops as something unexpected catches her attention nearby.
A bright glow emanates from a mysterious letter on the table.
Overjoyed and blushing, Leo exclaims that she has received a reply.
The sender expresses relief that she is well and claims wellness.
A letter explains that the sender no longer suffers from nightmares.
The silver-haired boy credits the rabbit doll for his peaceful sleep. A warm and happy smile spreads across Leo's blushing face.
One boy asks if she fears others seeing the embarrassing doll.
The golden-eyed boy looks contemplative while resting on his bed.
The sender admits to hiding the doll beneath a large pillow.
The brown-haired boy smiles fondly at the rabbit and the dome.
A blonde boy sits at his desk, writing a thoughtful letter.
His light blue eyes sparkle with a playful and kind intensity.
A playful suggestion proposes they go and slay a light dragon. Leo laughs at the nonsense, noting everyone is still the same.
A single tear wells up in Leo's shimmering green eye. Standing in the quiet room, Leo is moved to emotional silence.
Exhausted, Leo decides to write her replies on the following day.
Leo sleeps soundly while clutching her precious white rabbit ball.
The stone room remains peaceful as the fireplace continues to glow. A gentle snowfall continues outside as Leo holds her doll tightly.
Night falls over the tower as the blizzard rages on outside.
Firewood and fireplace tools sit ready for the next cold morning. Numerous handwritten letters are scattered across the dark wooden table.
A glass jar holds a small, dwindling supply of dried fruit.
Delicate white lace patterns float against a soft and blue background.
Leo steps outside, relieved that the snow has finally melted away.
She recalls being trapped inside when the snow piled up high.
Leo struggled with the heavy door, wondering how she would cope.
She's thankful the melt arrived before her supplies ran out.
A sudden realization stops Leo in her tracks amidst the trees.
Leo realizes that her constant surveillance has finally been removed completely. She looks around with wide eyes, shocked by the sudden freedom. Determination fills her gaze as she clenches her hands in resolve. A maid calls out to another to help with the task.
A man in a blue suit walks past the startled maids.
A maid bows deeply while apologizing profusely for the interruption, and the man tells her it is all right as he was already finished.
He places a hand on her shoulder, telling her to proceed. The man stands alone in the corridor as the maids depart.
Maids whisper about the man being one of the king's confidants and wonder what they discussed.
They discuss the troubling rumors of rebellion spreading through the provinces. Holding a blue bottle, the man confirms the rumors are true.
Orders arrive to increase the protection of the crown prince's safety. Decorative art features a dark wardrobe surrounded by blue ink splatters.
Leo feels relieved as the spring thaw ends her firewood collection.
She recalls searching the snowy woods for food to survive winter.
The silver-haired girl stays near the tower to avoid enemy surveillance.
Leo reflects on the horrific loss of her maids to Lydios.
Bright flowers bloom as the forest returns to its vibrant life.
She worries that current events might prevent her from writing letters.
Leo finds solace in replying to the boys from her desk.
During the early morning chill, she keeps her spirits high.
Leo admits she never worked this hard in her past life.
A vision of her childhood friends appears against a floral backdrop. The silver-haired girl ponders the fate of the real Prince Leo. A sudden shout for the prince startles Leo in the words.
Crouching low, Leo is shocked to see knights approaching the area.
Two men discuss someone the king once trusted very deeply.
Leo overhears that the king has thrown a woman into prison.
Shocked, Leo learns of a plot to poison the young prince.
Overwhelmed by the news, her hand trembles with intense visible fear.
Her strength fails as she collapses onto the grassy forest floor.
Dark shadows loom as she dwells on the prince and the poison.
Tears stream down Leo's face as the dire situation sinks in.
A quick patter sounds as Leo races back to her stone tower.
Breathless and determined, she prepares to take immediate secret action.
The tall stone wall stands cold and silent against the sky.
Back in her room, Leah resolves to hide all her letters.
A firm clutch sounds as she gathers the precious, incriminating papers. Leo looks downward, her face shadowed by deep and troubling thoughts. A heavy clank sounds as chains bind Leo in her mind. A sinister red seal glows brightly against her chest and neck.
Narrative text explains the fatal consequences of revealing her true identity.
Bowing her head, Leo struggles against the weight of her secret.
A sudden boom sounds as the tower window violently shakes open.
A floating thought asks if the expected person has finally arrived.
Another loud boom echoes over the sprawling, blue-tinted palace grounds.
A heavy thud sounds as an armored knight steps onto land.
A cloaked figure looks toward the castle amidst rising white smoke. Smoke billows as a tall figure strides toward the palace gates.
A commander orders his troops to surround and enter the castle. Oscar's blue eyes burn with a fierce and unwavering battlefield focus. A thunderous boom sounds as the army advances under Emperor Perseus.
A sharp sound echoes through the air as the battle begins.
A powerful boom sounds while Leo feels the ground beneath her shake.
Leo realizes that Emperor Perseus has officially arrived to take control.
Staring into the distance, Leo is frozen by the sudden chaos.
Perspiration beads on her forehead as she considers her next move.
Leo reaches for her quill, ready to write one last message.
Overcome with emotion, Leo closes her eyes and bites her lip.
A soft click sounds as Leo places a gemstone onto her pill.
She prepares a small wooden box to store her most important items.
The stack of letters and the golden quill rest inside the box. Leo hides her quill, letters, and the stone beneath the floor.
She admits she will no longer have use for them.
A sudden boom echoes through the room near the wardrobe.
Huddled beneath her blanket, Leo clutches her doll as explosions sound.
Shivering in terror, Leo weeps silently while hiding from the chaos.
Leo admits her powerlessness and fear amidst the ongoing carnage.
Trembling under her blanket, Leo wonders about her uncertain future. Narrative text notes that the battle has raged for 2 days.
A sudden creak sounds as a man in a blue suit discovers her hidden location. He exclaims, "Aha, here it is, it's this way." A steady thud sounds as a knight enters the tower room.
The man in the blue suit stands alone in the room. Leo looks up with a faint smile, her green eyes glowing.
The man informs her that His Majesty Emperor Perseus has called for you.
Lush green leaves signify a shift in the story's focus.
Decorative floral patterns transition the scene to a past era.
Narrative text introduces Iris, the noble princess of the Aurelia Empire.
Elizabeth became the wife of Perseus, causing a rift with Iris. Iris tormented Elizabeth cruelly, fueled by an undying and intense hatred. Iris's rage intensified when Elizabeth bore the empire's twin heirs. Despite her cruelty, Iris was still capable of feeling love. The silver-haired princess looks toward someone with a softened expression.
Iris eventually fell deeply in love with a commoner knight. Though the knight died, Iris prepared for their child's birth.
Elizabeth also reached her due date during a time of crisis. Perseus departed for an expedition while Elizabeth awaited her child.
The emperor died unexpectedly while Perseus was away at war.
Lydius orchestrated a conspiracy to seize the throne for himself.
Elizabeth struggles through labor alone while the coup takes place. She grips her bed straps tightly amidst the pain and fear.
Lydios posed a lethal threat to the lives of Perseus's children.
Fearing for her life, Elizabeth realized she had no allies left. Perspiration beads on Elizabeth's face as she contemplates her dire situation.
Iris sits in her chambers, mourning her own tragic loss. Consumed by despair, Iris discovers that her child had been stillborn. She laments that she deserves this and that it is fate's punishment. Elizabeth enters, mourning her lost husband and status. She cries, "What? My husband is dead. Now I have nothing left."
Elizabeth trembles, her hope completely extinguished by the recent tragedies.
A heavy thump sounds as Elizabeth begs, "Princess Iris, setting aside my pride, I beg you."
Elizabeth desperately holds out her child, pleading, "Please, this child." The two women face each other in the cold blue light. Elizabeth explains her fear, stating, "If she stays by my side, this child will die with me." Tears fall as Elizabeth despairs over the fate of her daughter.
Elizabeth makes a final plea, saying, "From one mother to another, I beg you to show mercy, just this once."
Iris scoffs coldly at the woman she has always hated, muttering. A sharp grit sounds as Iris reacts with seething anger. Iris rejects the plea, shouting, "What does that have to do with we?" Iris threatens the child as a maid cries out. Iris yells, "No, better I kill her right here," as the maid shouts, "Your Highness." A sharp flinch sounds as Iris catches a glimpse of the baby's face. A beautiful baby with bright green eyes looks up innocently.
Iris is stunned and tearful as the baby coos, "Ow," leaving her to wonder in silence.
The maid weeps softly as she clutches the infant in a tight embrace. A piercing scream of agony rings out, shattering the heavy silence.
Elizabeth's face is drenched in perspiration as she cries out in pain.
Elizabeth kneels on the floor, desperately begging to leave the baby behind. Tears stream down Elizabeth's face as she whispers a soft thank you. The maid explains that the princess's child was a boy and begs Elizabeth to care for him.
Elizabeth looks on in shocked silence while holding the small bundle.
Standing in the cold, blue-lit hall, Elizabeth shivers while holding the child.
Crying, Elizabeth apologizes to the baby for separating him from his mother.
The grand, ornate bedroom stands silent and somber in the moonlight.
Elizabeth pulls the baby close, weeping as she holds him tight.
A man with silver hair and bright green eyes smiles warbly. The infant stares upward with curious and luminous green eyes. Elizabeth marvels at the baby's beauty while cradling him close. The maid looks down with a heavy heart while addressing the princess. A look of sudden, sharp alarm crosses the maid's face. The maid frantically calls out to Princess Iris, who lies still on the bed. Narrative text notes that everything began to progress very quickly from then on. Lydios is pleased to hear of Elizabeth's loss, relieved he needn't kill the child. News of Perseus's death arrives, leaving Lydios with no one to oppose him. The narrative reveals that Elizabeth was eventually poisoned and killed. Elizabeth lies motionless on her bed as dark petals fall around her.
The maid sobs while holding the silver-haired child, mourning her mistress.
The young girl stands alone, her back turned to the viewer.
The maid and the girl stand before an old, empty wardrobe. Text explains that the maid had stolen Princess Iris's precious jewels. To save her parents from prison, the maid decided to steal the jewelry.
A gloved hand opens a door as a voice announces her arrival.
Sunlight illuminates the grand office, highlighting the intricate blue wallpaper. The silver-haired girl stands nervously at the entrance of the large room.
The girl looks down at her feet, quietly acknowledging the situation.
A close-up reveals the brilliant, glowing green of the girl's eye. Perseus sits with his hands clasped, his expression cold and unyielding. A transition occurs as the hidden truths of the lineage are explored. The girl remains standing by the door, dwarfed by the grand surroundings. Perseus remarks that her eyes look exactly like that man's eyes. Perseus sits in silence, staring forward with a piercing gaze.
The expansive office feels cold and empty as the two remain still.
Narrative text recounts the deaths of Perseus's wife, baby, and brother.
The trauma Perseus endured is described as a deep, predetermined wound.
The scene transitions as the focus shifts to the story's protagonist. Perseus holds Euryana, the girl who is central to the narrative.
Perseus's tragedy existed solely for Euryana to heal him.
The grand study stands silent, reflecting the weight of Perseus's solitude.
The girl stares off into the distance, her thoughts trailing away.
Memories of the girl's pain contrast with images of Perseus's past.
Narrative text notes the vast amount of love Yuriana receives from others.
The story was designed to cause Perseus pain while elevating Yuriana.
The girl looks away, her profile marked by a somber expression.
Perseus stares into the room, his face a mask of cold indifference.
The silver-haired girl stares forward with a luminous, wide green eye. Emperor Perseus maintains a cold and unyielding profile in his stay. The man in the blue suit salutes as he acknowledges the Emperor's command.
The girl follows the blue-suited man through the grand sunlit corridor.
A sudden flinch shakes the girl as she senses a chill.
The man in the blue suit looks back with an icy, shadowed gaze.
Accompanied by the official, the girl walks past a line of guards.
The armored guards watch her pass with expressions of cold indifference. Standing by the window, Perseus looks out over his vast, blue-tinted empire.
Narrative text explains that everything shifts after Lelia drowns and dies.
The text notes a returning nanny will soon reveal the truth.
She realizes that speaking the truth now would only seem like madness.
Thinking of her lineage, she decides to abandon all hope for help.
A lonely hospital bed stands in a quiet, blue-tinged medical room.
Entering a grand hall, the girl stops, wondering if this is it.
The man in blue is silenced as two princes demand to know if she is Lelia Auralia. The girl looks up in shock as she faces the two boys.
The princes demand to know if she is the daughter of their mother's tormentor. Standing tall, the two silver-haired princes glare down at the small girl.
She identifies them as Cedric and Damien, brothers who despise her completely.
The girl admits these two are her own older brothers by blood.
One prince calls her shameless and recounts a tragic death from her birth.
He reveals that Iris and Lydios joined forces to kill their mother.
An oppressive darkness underscores the weight of the prince's bitter accusations.
The prince questions how she can dare to remain alive after everything. The girl stands alone as she is denounced as a murderer's daughter. Shadowed by sadness, the girl looks down in heavy, pained silence. Cedric and Damien continue to loom over her with seething, icy gazes.
The girl's attention shifts as a voice asks what they are doing.
A girl in a yellow dress, Yuriana, runs toward them, calling them brothers.
The princes watch the adorable, angel-like girl approach with softened, adoring looks.
The silver-haired girl watches the warm reunion with a devastated expression.
A system notification identifies the girl in yellow as the protagonist, Yuriana.
The princes reassure Yuriana they would never dream of playing without her.
Turning their backs on the silver-haired girl, the princes depart with Yuriana. One prince stops to harshly warn the girl not to look at them.
He looks back with a sneer of pure disgust, calling her filthy.
Yuriana cheerfully suggests they all go have tea in the garden together.
As the sunset glows, she wonders if things would be different. Holding her white rabbit doll, she wonders what her brothers would say.
She believes they would have stood up and been angry for her.
A small, melancholic smile touches her lips as she leans her head.
In a moment of quiet introspection, she remains lost in her thoughts.
A deep longing fills her as she wishes to hear their voices.
Huddled in her chair, the girl weeps silently in the vapoid. Staring at the rabbit, she admits she no longer wishes to stay.
Her hands tremble as she clutches them together in her lap.
A sharp smack sounds as the girl slaps her cheeks to wake up.
Breathing hard and blushing, she clutches her chest in the empty room.
Determined, the girl looks up with glowing green eyes and a frown.
Predictions of deepened neglect follow Perseus's reclamation of the throne.
Dwindling supplies and the absence of rations threaten her survival.
She recalls being constantly watched during Lydios' oppressive reign. A modest two-story timber cabin stands secluded within the forest.
Relief washes over Lelia as she locates Elizabeth's magical cabin. Lelia cautiously steps inside the quiet, sun-drenched wooden cabin.
She marvels at the clean and preserved state of the interior.
The girl wanders through the empty, remarkably well-maintained living space. Her finger makes a soft tap as it touches the table. She wonders how life might have differed had her mother survived. In her mind, Elizabeth appears as a warm, charming woman. Narrator reflects that Elizabeth would have prioritized Lelia's life over hers. She urges herself to finish quickly and return to the palace. A sudden look of focused determination crosses her youthful face. She discovers Elizabeth's hidden food storage beneath the wooden floorboards. Elizabeth's unique magic allows these jars to preserve food for centuries. She plans to break the jars to access the magically stored food. Lelia examines a blue jar specifically labeled as containing bread.
Clinking sounds echo as she packs jars into her bag for survival.
She kneels in the center of the sparse, sunlit main room. Glancing out the window, she checks for any approaching trouble. Having secured the supplies, she exits the cabin and enters the forest.
The silver-haired girl follows a winding dirt path through the wicks.
A nearby voice suggests a city walk to cheer up a princess. Lelia watches from the bushes as a maid and Yuriana depart. She remains hidden, startled by the unexpected presence of others nearby.
Yuriana weeps softly as someone calls out to the young princess.
The maid calls the emperor cruel while Yuriana defends her father.
Watching Yuriana cry, Lelia recognizes the source of her own discomfort.
She recalls the specific moment Kyrios roughly pushed the girl away.
Perseus later presents Yuriana with a doll to offer her comfort.
Lelia realizes the pivotal events of the original story are approaching. She resolves to escape the castle before her fate is sealed. A glowing intensity fills her brilliant green eye as she focuses.
The girl decides she must flee as quickly as possible. Her priority shifts to locating Elizabeth's remaining magical artifacts first.
A man with reddish-brown hair looks back at his approaching nephews.
Cedric and Damien ask Carius to evaluate their ongoing swordsmanship training.
The silver-haired boys look up with expectant and joyful expressions.
Carius encourages them to train diligently to become legendary historical swordsmen. The boys cheer enthusiastically, motivated by their uncle's rare praise.
Carius apologizes for his busy schedule and begins walking away. Wispy white clouds drift lazily across the vast blue afternoon sky.
Carius stands alone in the long, white-pillared corridor, deep in thought. Two passing maids identify the nobleman as Lord Carius Superion.
The man gazes out toward the horizon with a serious profile. A look of quiet distraction or annoyance flickers across his face.
His boots make a rhythmic sound as he continues down home.
The maids watch in silence as the nobleman disappears from view. Carius maintains a cold, stoic expression as he walks the corridor. Narrative text explains that he recovered enough to reach the palace. A heavy step echoes as a man walks through the corridor.
Carius wonders about Perseus's state of mind as he walks along.
He worries a new heir could threaten the Superion family's position.
Swearing under his breath, Carius continues through the grand silent hall. A quiet two-story timber cabin stands secluded among the forest trees. Thick green bushes grow wildly around the base of the cabin.
Carius recalls how Lydius used to lock himself away for research.
Thinking of his sister, a look of deep sorrow crosses his face. His eyes widen as a sudden thump sounds from inside the cabin.
Standing before the house, Carius questions what he just heard.
A long creak sounds as he slowly pushes the cabin door open.
Carius steps over the threshold and into the sunlit wooden room.
He enters the main living space, looking around with a stern gaze.
Huddled on the floor, the silver-haired girl lets on a hiccup. Startled to find a child there, Carius asks for her identity.
The girl trembles violently as she remains crouched in the corner. Carius notes that the small child appears to be completely terrified. He asks if she was sent there to clean the cabin.
Suspicious, Carius demands to know if she is hiding something shameful. The girl remains silent, looking up with wide, tearful green eyes.
Carius stares back at her, the room falling into a heavy silence.
A look of sudden, sharp realization crosses the man's handsome face.
The girl bites her lip as her brilliant green eyes shimmer.
Carius flinches, visibly shaken by the intensity of her glowing gaze.
He is stunned by the familiar look in the young girl's eyes.
A vision of his sister Elizabeth appears smiling in a sunny garden.
Carius shakes his head, dismissing the impossible idea as being ridiculous.
His expression hardens as he stares down at the trembling silver-haired girl. Alone in the white void, the girl huddles in a lonely position.
A cold and hateful intensity fills Carius's gaze as he watches her.
Sensing his sudden hostility, the girl flinches and looks away.
Text notes that the woman tormented his sister with terrible cruelty. Carius shouts that the enemy's daughter has no right to be there.
He commands her to leave at once, calling her a rat.
The girl trembles before bolting past him toward the oaken door. Running with all her might, she flees from the man's anger.
Carius watches from the doorway as the small figure disappears outside.
He justifies his words by recalling his sister's immense suffering.
A heavy sigh escapes him as he tries to find composure. Narrator notes her disheveled appearance and complete lack of imperial dignity. Carius wonders why no one is caring for the young princess's daughter.
Thought text reflects on how miserable a fallen imperial's life becomes.
Conflict and hidden pity flicker across Carius's downcast, somber face. The green gemstone on his chest glimmers brightly against his uniform.
Cursing himself, Carius wonders why he is worrying about the girl. He recalls the happy, blushing faces of his nephews from the past.
Carius stands alone, his back turned as the scene fades away.
Narrative text states he does not care what happens to the girl.
The heavy wooden doors stand silent within its stone archway. A fireplace glows near a tall, dark wooden grandfather clock. A gray blanket covers a small, huddled shape on a mattress. Rustling sounds emerge as the silver-haired girl clutches her rabbit paw. Breathing heavily, the girl looks distressed while lying on the floor. She clings to the rabbit doll, finding small comfort in it. She recalls the image of a beautiful, silver-haired woman's smiling face. Flowers surround her thoughts as she admits her dependence on it.
A soft rustle sounds as the girl sits up on her mattress. She thinks of Carius while still huddled under her gray blanket.
A vision appears of Carius standing beside a regal, red-haired woman. She acknowledges his status as a member of a distinguished family.
She pictures two silver-haired boys standing together in a floral garden.
The girl wonders if he would help her if told the truth.
She reflects on how Carius is technically her uncle as well.
She hopes he might rescue her if he knew her true parentage.
Recalling his previous fury, he commands the little rat to leave.
Dejected, she realizes he might not even believe her desperate claims.
The silver-haired girl kneels alone in the center of the room.
Her heart races as rhythmic, heavy footsteps approach the quiet room. She freezes in place, realizing someone is walking toward her location.
A loud bang sounds as the door is thrown violently open.
A man's dark silhouette looms over the girl from the doorway.
Terrified, she stares up at the intruder with wide, glowing eyes.
Emperor Perseus demands to know if Princess Iris gave her instructions. His expression turns harsh as he commands the girl to answer.
A small purple-haired witch cheers as a thunderous boon sounds.
The girl trembles violently as she clutches her rabbit doll tight. Shaking with fear, she recognizes the man as the Emperor Perseus. She panics, wondering if he saw her leave the forest cabin.
Perseus declares the cabin off-limits to anyone of Iris's hated bloodline.
He demands a direct answer for why she entered the building.
With a sudden flinch, the girl stares at him in absolute silence. A soft sob escapes her as she hangs her head low.
She confesses she went there because she has nothing to eat. The Emperor looks visibly taken aback by her blunt, honest answer.
Crying, she explains she was hungry but swears she stole nothing. She tearfully explains she fled as soon as someone spotted her.
Tears stream down her face as she remains bowed before him.
Perseus stands tall and silent, watching the weeping child before him.
Bowing deeply, she apologizes for entering the cabin without his permission.
The silver-haired girl begs for his forgiveness while kneeling in shame.
Perseus questions the fact that no one is bringing her food.
She admits the truth, secretly annoyed he thinks she cannot clean.
She assumes he views her as a child incapable of self-care.
He mumbles that Lydios's death left her completely alone and unprotected. Perseus notes Carius would have been harsher had she actually stolen.
His sharp blue eye narrows as he continues to observe her.
Confused by his reaction, the girl looks up with a question.
Turning away, Perseus thinks that she looks thinner than before.
Perseus promises to send meals as Lelia looks up hopefully. He warns that she must never return to the hut.
Perseus declares she will follow her mother if she disobeys.
A heavy bang sounds as the wooden door slams shut.
A soft sigh sounds as Lelia clutches her Ravikal. A hand clenches tightly as she resolves to survive. The girl thinks she cannot accept such a harsh demand. She needs Elizabeth's magic tool to escape the Imperial Palace.
Lelia realizes that being caught now would mean the end. She vows to be even more careful to avoid detection.
The brown-haired maid arrives at the door with the ration.
Lelia takes the wicker basket and thanks the young maid.
The silver-haired girl stares at the basket in silent thought. A baguette, fruit slices, and bread rolls make up a meal.
Lelia senses a problem as she looks at the basket.
The daily ration delivery times are frustratingly inconsistent for her.
The maid is shown arriving at morning, sunset, and night.
She cannot leave the tower carelessly without knowing their schedule.
She wonders if the inconsistency is a deliberate monitoring tactic.
The maid mentions a banquet tomorrow where no one will come.
She leaves tomorrow's portion in advance before saying her farewell. A quick tap sounds as the door is finally closed.
Lelia stands alone in the room, watching the closed door.
She realizes that her long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived today. A sudden thought crosses the young girl's determined, glowing face.
She suspects the banquet might be a trap to catch her.
Lelia resolves to never let her guard down during rest. Sunlight bathes the palace garden where tables are prepared.
Staff members move around the grass, setting up for G.
A soft rustle sounds as Lelia watches from the bushes.
She recalls this important event from the novel she read.
Lelia walks through the garden, thinking about the two protagonists.
The girl reflects on another minor event happening during today.
Children and guests gather around the tables in the distance.
With everyone focused on the banquet, she finds her chance.
Lelia thinks that today is the day she must act.
Her goal is to locate Elizabeth's hidden magical tool now.
A rhythmic crunch sounds as a companion calls out to Yuriana.
Rhythmic crunches sound as Yuriana mentions her new garden friend.
The silver-haired boy asks if her new friend is male.
The chibi princess wonders where the group is going next.
The silver-haired boy leads the way with a golden lantern.
He points out a tall stone tower used for stargazing.
Yuriana finds the old looming tower to be quite scary.
A long creak sounds as the tower door is opened.
A dark stone spiral staircase leads up into the tower. The boy wonders if the tower room feels lived in.
Yuriana fears vagrants, but the boy dismisses the impossible idea.
Rhythmic steps sound as Yuriana notices the abandoned rabbit doll.
The scene fades as the stone floor remains cold and silent.
Yuriana is amazed by the rabbit doll she has found.
Yuriana excitedly calls for her brothers to see her discovery.
A look of sudden shock crosses the young princess's face.
Lelia stands in the doorway as the three children watch.
The children remain frozen as a tense standoff begins between them.
Fear and confusion overwhelm Lelia as she faces the intruders. Memories show Lelia playing happily with the three royal children.
Past scenes of sibling laughter contrast sharply with the present moment. A sudden movement as Lelia shouts to reclaim her doll. A thud sounds as Yuriana falls, shocking the other children.
Lelia watches in horror as Yuriana clutches her chest.
Yuriana looks up, wounded and stunned by the sudden aggression.
A small purple-haired witch cheers happily amidst a dark red background.
The silver-haired boy asks if Yuriana is okay as she confirms.
Lelia recalls sneaking into the cabin once she was alone.
The tall stone tower stands silent under the bright moon.
Narration questions why Yuriana was inside the tower grate.
Lelia left her doll behind, fearing it would be confiscated.
Seeing blood, the boy frantically offers to carry Yuriana to help.
The silver-haired boy furiously berates Lelia for hurting the princess.
Yuriana interrupts, claiming it was her own fault for touching it.
Yuriana apologizes to Lelia for touching her doll without permission.
Yuriana smiles kindly and asks the silver-haired girl for her name.
Stunned by the princess's warmth, Lelia remains speechless with surprise.
Memories of their shared childhood moments flicker through Lelia's mind.
Thought text notes Yuriana's kindness persists despite the recent injury.
Yuriana offers a radiant smile, standing among blooming white flowers.
A heavy blush colors Lelia's face as guilt washes over her.
Lelia apologizes as the boy asks who this girl is. The boy reveals Lelia is the daughter of their mother scholar. The boy declares the tower theirs, citing the unfairness of her situation. He claims that from today, this place belongs to them.
Lelia is shocked as he reveals their plan for the tower.
The boy presents the tower as a gift and demands an apology.
The boy's mouth curls as he continues his cold demand.
He orders Lelia to bow and apologize 100 times.
A close-up reveals the shimmering intensity in Lelia's green eye.
He notes the severity of her crime but offers a mercy.
Lelia looks down, lamenting the inevitable turn of the situation.
The boy demands Lelia get on her knees immediately. Lelia's hand reaches out to touch the cold, hard floor.
In a posture of total defeat, Lelia bows before the children.
A butler arrives and the silver-haired boy greets him calmly.
The boy orders the butler to clean the tower and help Yuriana.
The butler bows and acknowledges the young prince's commands.
The full moon glows through the leaves of a night tree.
A thud sounds as the butler begins clearing the tower's entrance. The boy tells Lelia to leave since her presence hinders cleaning.
A soft crunch sounds as Lelia walks away into the night.
The silver-haired girl walks alone through the misty forest.
She approaches a small, secluded wooden cabin deep within the woods.
Inside, the simple room remains dimly lit by the window.
Lelia thinks Perseus would kill her if he ever found out. She fears a life of forced marriage and constant surveillance.
She questions the value of living under such oppressive conditions. The silver-haired girl wonders if this life is better than Gyre.
Looking around, she feels glad to have prepared before leaving.
She brought her letters and fountain pen inside her back. Old letters from her friends lay scattered across the floor.
A soft rustle sounds as she reaches for a letter.
Oscar mentions losing sleep while Kalik sleeps easily, annoying her.
Lelia smiles sadly, noting her luggage is full of paper.
Romeo writes that he misses her in their shared days.
A soft tap sounds as a tear falls on paper. A soft sob escapes her as tears fill her eyes.
She clutches the letters, overwhelmed by loneliness and painful memories.
Sobs continue as she wipes her eyes with her sieve.
She commands herself to stop crying because she isn't sad.
Desperate for comfort, she tearfully reminds herself she has friends. A loud, heartbroken cry sounds as she continues to sob.
A loud wah sounds as she collapses in total grief.
The quiet room stands still as she cries on the floor.
A tiny, mysterious sparkle appears underneath the wooden cupboard.
The faint light flickers on the dark wooden floor planks. Lelia remains on the floor as glowing orbs begin to rise.
She looks up, stunned to see something glowing in the room. A bright blue light emanates from a crack in the furniture.
She notices a small gap and reaches toward the light. A heavy thud sounds as she manipulates the hidden mechanism. Wide-eyed, she watches as the glowing light intensifies before her. A brilliant flash of white light erupts from the cupboard. Magic particles swirl as a secret compartment begins to open. She mumbles in shock as a door is finally revealed.
Lelia gasps, realizing she has discovered a hidden door.
Dark bubbles float across a deep blue background with text. A long creak sounds as she pushes open the heavy door.
A golden pocket watch lies abandoned on the dusty floor.
A soft clink sounds as she picks up the gold watch. She wonders if this might be a powerful magic artifact.
Narration notes she found the watch in Elizabeth's secret cabin.
Legend says the watch grants a wish under the woodwright.
The object is revealed to be a relic shaped like a watch.
The intricate golden pocket watch gleams against a dark background.
It was originally only half of a complete magical relic.
The male protagonist was destined to find the second half.
A dark silhouette of a boy floats in a void. A swordsman with tottered wings prepares for a fierce battle.
Lelia reflects that Yuriana's wish was for a harmonious family.
She thinks that Yuriana's wish has already been pranked. Narration explains that the Kreutz Church forbids alchemy and resurrection.
Relics created under church dogma are incapable of resurrecting anyone. Legend warns that granting a wish requires paying a price.
She resolves to complete the relic despite its inherent dangers.
Lelia crouches alone in the dark, clutching the magical object.
The silver-haired girl hopes the relic will break her prohibition style. She dreams of finally writing to her long-lost friends again.
Vision shows 4 boys walking away as she hopes to reunite. She feels a deep need to apologize for her lies.
Lelia remains bowed on the cabin floor in total solitude. The silver-haired girl tearfully admits how much she cherished them. The scene shifts abruptly to a sunny, flower-filled grassy field. A thought bubble expresses sudden confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings. Looking down at the grass, she notes the unfamiliar landscape. Two blonde-haired boys command her to keep moving without delay. A reminder sounds that there is still much work ahead. A close-up focuses on the shimmering intensity of her green eye. A silver-haired man holds Yuriana, while Lelia senses these memories aren't hers. The girl's mouth trembles as she whispers for her father. An overwhelming darkness sweeps through, signaling a mental transition. Lelia stands alone in a misty blue-tinted void of Ott. Her attention is taken by a long, creaking step sounding. Lelia finds herself in a room filled with glowing particles.
She thinks about how this relic was originally for Yuriana.
Lelia apologizes to the watch but refuses to give up. Her inner voice echoes her refusal to give up now. Determination glows in Lelia's eyes as she faces her path.
With a desperate heart, Lelia begs for her wish's fulfillment. Magical particles swirl around her as the ritual's energy builds.
Lelia demands that the relic release her from the Prohibition Skull.
A blinding flash of blue energy erupts through the air.
Visions of a lake appear as voices urge her to wait.
She walks toward the water despite the desperate echoing warnings. A voice calls out in alarm, questioning her dangerous actions. A soft splash sounds as she steps into the glowing wire. Lelia sinks beneath the waves as a voice cries her name.
A sharp gasp sounds as Lelia jolts awake in shock.
She collapses on the cabin floor, breathing heavily in fear.
A series of ragged gasps sound as she realizes it was a dream.
Sitting up, she wonders what she just saw in the vision. Cold sweat covers her face as she tries to recover.
Lelia reflects that the other girl looked thinner and unkempt.
A fading image of the suffering girl lingers in her mind. Guilt and horror wash over Lelia as she remembers everything.
She realizes that it wasn't a misstep that killed her.
Lelia hunches over, crushed by the weight of her realization. She understands the girl chose her path in the darkness.
A sudden realization strikes Lelia as she gasps in terror.
The golden pocket watch rests silently on the floorboards again. Lelia kneels on the wooden floor, contemplating the golden pocket watch lying before her.
Her attention is taken by a soft clink sounding as she picks up the watch.
She raises her arm, the golden chain of the relic dangling from her fingers.
Lelia looks at the watch in shock, wondering if her desperate wish has truly come true. She realizes that confirming her identity would mean risking her life against the Prohibition spell.
A weary sigh sounds as she acknowledges the foolishness of risking her life for confirmation.
A close-up reveals the shimmering intensity in Lelia's vibrant, magical green eyes. Her attention is taken by a soft rustle sounding as she nervously scans the room. A sudden, clear chime sounds as Lelia stares toward the furniture in disbelief.
She recognizes the familiar notification sound and approaches the open cupboard with wide eyes. A glowing blue jewel sits inside a small drawer, accompanied by another rhythmic chime.
Lelia questions if the mysterious blue object had been hidden there the entire time. A soft tap sounds as she reaches out her hand to touch the radiant gem.
A massive whoosh sounds as a brilliant flash of blue energy erupts through the air.
Startled by the sudden power, a sharp gasp escapes her amidst the blinding white light.
A digital window appears, announcing that the system optimization is finally complete. Confused, she watches as festive windows pop up with cheerful, welcoming messages and celebration.
Lelia looks at the cupboard, questioning the nature of this strange magical manifestation before her. A pink-haired guide girl appears, inviting her master to check new environment-adopted recipes.
The cheerful system fairy stands in a digital frame, greeting Lelia with a playful pose.
A moment of transition passes as a character offers a final thanks for the sequence. Red spider lilies bloom around a hospital stand, signaling a somber shift in the scene.
Narration describes the exhausting sight of a hospital ceiling that induces constant, weary nausea. A black-haired woman lies in a hospital bed, lamenting her visible terminal end.
She reflects that dying with her parents would have saved her much suffering and trouble.
She views her long hospitalization as a futile waste of her remaining inheritance. The black-haired woman resolves to endure her final days for just a little while longer.
A weary sigh sounds as she wishes for a quick, merciful death to end her pain.
She continues to stare blankly at the sterile, white ceiling of her lonely hospital room.
The black-haired patient's pale hands lie motionless against the white hospital sheets.
She clasps her hands together, feeling the weight of her terminal situation and the silence.
A startled gasp sounds as she covers her face with her hands in a moment of grief.
Suddenly, her smartphone screen illuminates with a bright green notification announcing a level up. Cheerful game characters appear on the screen to offer their joyous congratulations to the player.
A close-up shows her wide eye reflecting a reward for achieving the final achievement.
The woman reacts in shock to achieving the legendary Philosopher's Stone after years of grinding.
She realizes her title as a legendary alchemist allows her to transmute without any materials.
An intricate magical symbol glows on the screen as the transmutation process begins.
A heavy thud sounds as her heart races with anticipation for the final result.
A brilliant green diamond-shaped jewel is successfully created on the phone's glowing screen.
Moby celebrates the success and urges her master to make any wish they desire.
A soft tap sounds as she skeptically questions how to use a game-granted wish. She looks at the glowing screen with a mix of disbelief and physical exhaustion.
Narration notes her desire to keep her hard-earned alchemist title as the magic swirls.
She holds the phone aloft, contemplating the absurdity of her situation in the sterile room.
A swift movement sounds as she tosses the phone aside, feeling like a fool.
A weary sigh sounds as she realizes she suddenly has nothing left to do.
The black-haired woman lies in silence, her expression vacant and tired of fighting her fate.
A soft rustle sounds as she covers her eyes, trying to find some fleeting peace. Beneath her on the bed, the Philosopher's Stone begins to emanate a powerful, divine light.
The black-haired girl dies in despair, lamenting her useless opany.
Floating in darkness, the black-haired soul wonders if a chance remains.
She reflects on the possibility of reincarnating into a game world. A sudden, powerful force pulls her soul toward a bright light. The black-haired girl cries out in shock as she is transported.
The silver-haired girl covers her face, suddenly remembering her previous life.
Lelia realizes the Philosopher's Stone granted her wish for a new life. Moby, the pink-haired system guide, appears over a radiant blue jewel. The system guide smiles as the alchemy function finally manifests itself.
Lelia finds Moby adorable but questions the sudden timing of this manifestation.
She concludes the golden pocket watch likely triggered the system's activation. She wonders if the magic of the golden words remains active.
Lelia is stunned to find her maxed-out inventory from her past life.
She celebrates having all the alchemy materials she previously gathered. Her excitement grows as she discovers all her collected recipes are back. Lelia finds the return of her hard-earned game progress absolutely amazing.
Tears of joy stream down Lelia's face at her incredible luck.
A notification warns that she cannot yet synthesize the Philosopher's Stone.
She is overwhelmed by the sheer number of new alchemy recipes. Moby enthusiastically encourages her master to begin the new search. Lelia examines a glowing interface bar floating in the quiet room. She finds thousands of health recovery potions ready for immediate use. A physical potion bottle manifests, confirming the system's power in reality.
Lelia feels a surge of energy after utilizing the magical potion.
She wonders if other items from her inventory can be manifested.
A sudden realization or sound makes her pause in silent surprise. She looks back into the drawer where Moby is resting peacefully. A system window appears, offering a sincere apology for being late.
Lelia resolves to leave her current home for a better life.
She turns away, ready to face the world with her power.
Two souls touch as a voice calls out to Lelia underwater.
The two versions of herself embrace amidst glowing chains and light.
They promise to live a full and happy life this time.
A bright light signals the triumphant start of her new journey.
A horse-drawn carriage travels through a quiet city at sunset.
A knight complains about his injury while Tessis suggests seeking priests.
Tasis scolds her stubborn companion for relying on the carriage transport.
She warns him not to get killed as she departs quickly.
The knight mutters about Tessis's dark humor while resting inside alone.
A heavy sigh escapes the injured man and the warm light.
Lelia hides inside a wooden crate, hoping to avoid discovery nearby.
Her vibrant green eyes show her focus while remaining completely hidden.
Hours earlier, she optimistically envisioned herself as an unbeatable game protagonist.
Her expression turns bitter as she acknowledges her current harsh reality. Lelia knows that being a known alchemist in this world means execution.
She reflects on the danger of her secret as she travels.
A sudden clear tiling chime from the system catches her attention. Moby reports a successful search, and Lelia continues the automatic process. She decides to use her in-game gold for constant automatic searches.
Lelia compares this reality-linked system to her previous game world experience.
Reflecting on her transformation from yesterday's situation, Lelia views herself as a helpless child entering a heavenly new reality. She notes her immense stock of nearly 1,000 firebombs and sleeping drugs, resolving to use their sheer numbers to handle any sudden emergency.
Narration notes that merchants are flooding the capital for Yuriana's birthday banquet, creating the perfect opportunity for an escape. Wearing a dark hooded cloak and carrying a bag, Lelia decides she will hide inside a merchant's carriage to escape the capital city. The warm glow of sunset settles over the quiet, stone-paved city streets. Sneaking past a wooden carriage, Lelia moves stealthily through the narrow alleyway. Her attention is taken by a soft rustle sounding as she adjusts her hood, relieved to have made it out safe and sound. Standing on a bridge overlooking the sprawling, sun-drenched capital, she wonders what her next step should be in this world.
Lelia walks past a man in the street, lamenting that despite her successful escape, she now has nowhere and no one to turn to.
A sudden, firm clench sounding as she grips her bag strap, Lelia acknowledges that her isolation is now complete.
She looks toward a tall, white stone tower in the distance, realizing she can never return to that place.
The scene shifts to a small wooden cabin nestled in the forest, another place she can no longer call home. She reflects on the strange feeling of being inside the quiet, modest dining room of the empty cabin.
Walking away from the sunset, Lelia continues her lonely journey through the city. Narration lists her meager possessions: a stuffed rabbit, an eternal feather, letters, a pocket watch, and a necklace. Looking back at the memory of the cabin, she admits a deep, hidden desire to have taken everything with her.
She wonders if her loneliness would fade if she could only see a familiar face in the mirror.
Walking through the glowing city, Lelia thinks to herself that it is now undeniable she does not resemble her mother. A close-up highlights the vibrant green intensity of Lelia's magical eyes. She fondly remembers her kind nanny, a gray-haired woman who raised her with love and warmth. Narration explains that the nanny was forced to leave her behind to save her parents from an accusation of heresy.
Despite the danger, the nanny eventually risked her life to return for Lelia, but it was already too late to save her. She finally revealed the truth to Perseo, the man who had ultimately led Lelia toward her tragic death.
A silver-haired man in a dark uniform stares ahead with an expression of profound, dark regret.
A heavy sigh sounds as she pushes past her memories, questioning the utility of feeling regret at this stage.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud clamor sounding from the nearby street.
Several knights in white uniforms gather around a large orange-curtained carriage as evening falls.
Hiding behind a brick wall, Lelia eavesdrops on the knights as they discuss needing to leave to heal a poisoned, wounded man. She notes that the priests in the capital refused him and finds their unique uniform colors completely unfamiliar.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Lelia overhears that they plan to travel through Rendinium to find a priest for treatment.
The name Rendinium echoes through her mind as she stares in stunned silence.
She remembers a cheerful blonde boy who once spoke enthusiastically about his dream of visiting Rendinium someday.
In the memory, the blonde boy mocks the young, silver-haired girl, calling her stupid for not knowing that Rendinium is the cradle of knights in their empire. He describes it as the legendary city where the 5 knights of the Oracle forged their deep friendship. The young girl nervously claims she knew of it but had just never been there, leading the boy to accuse the crown prince of being way too spoiled.
A soft giggle sounds as she recalls the memories of that fool, Romeo, with a faint smile.
Narration describes Rendinium as a majestic, blue-toned fortress city known as the Cradle of Knights, welcoming aspiring warriors regardless of their nationality.
Lelia ponders the possibility of finding a way to cross the border if she travels to such a diverse city.
A sudden, firm clench sounding as she pumps her fists, Lelia resolves that her new destination is Rendinium. Now hiding inside the carriage, she realizes with a start that it is loaded with wounded people, making her escape much more complicated. Lying flat on the floorboards, Lelia acknowledges that the knights are only heading to Rendinium for the sake of the wounded man.
A soft rustle sounds as she grips her cloak, contemplating whether she should use her sleeping drugs to incapacitate the guards.
A sudden, loud shout sounding as a knight on horseback orders the group to begin their journey.
A heavy thud sounds as the carriage jolts into motion, making her heart race as she realizes they are truly leaving.
Her stomach growls as she laments her hunger, realizing that while energy recovery potions are helpful, they cannot sustain a human forever.
A sudden, muffled voice sounding from outside the carriage, questioning where the kid they saw in the capital came from.
Another voice expresses disbelief that the child could have followed them all that way without being discovered until now.
A knight remarks that it was easy to miss the kid since he showed no signs of killing intent or hostility.
A startled gasp sounds as Lelia sits up quickly, her eyes wide with shock at being discovered. 3 knights in white uniforms stare down at her as she sits amongst their gear, one announcing with a startled shout that she has finally woken up. The bright blue sky is clear and peaceful above the traveling party. The knights continue to watch the small, cloaked intruder with a mixture of confusion and concern. An aerial view shows the merchant carriages stopped at a large, multi-story building along the forest road. A sharp, involuntary flinch sounding as Lelia kneels on the ground, terrified by the realization that she has finally been caught.
Lelia stares ahead in terror as her discovery sets in.
She frantically considers escaping before the knights can catch her.
The brown-haired knight questions her presence and alerts his superior. An older man in a gray coat notes her gender.
The gray-haired man stares intensely at the small, hooded intruder.
A sharp, involuntary shudder sounding as Lelia trembles him to hear.
The man's subordinates scold his scary expression, prompting his annoyance.
A knight quickly apologizes to the stern older man. Noticing her poor condition, the man orders medical attention immediately.
He kneels before Lelia, genuinely impressed by her persistence alone.
The gray-haired man breaks the tension by asking if she's hungry.
A soft, surprised gasp sounding as his kindness catches her off guard. Lelia finds his unexpectedly gentle manner of speaking deeply comforting.
She looks down in bashful silence, overwhelmed by the situation.
The man warmly invites her to join them on their turkey. A lavish meal of roasted poultry and fruit is presented. They share a quiet lunch together in the bright, sunny field. A sudden happy munching sounding as she devours the delicious food.
Lelia is overcome with bliss at the taste of the meal.
She concludes that her savior must surely be a high-ranking noble.
The man begins a serious conversation regarding her stowaway status. Despite his intimidating looks, Lelia views him as a literal angel.
She hopes this mysterious man might be the key to survival.
Lelia hesitatingly brings up the subject of her estranged family.
She sadly admits that her own family harbors hatred for her. Looking down, she explains her desperate need to escape that life. A soft rustle sounding as she clutches her dark cloak tight.
She confesses that her only goal was to survive the journey.
Lelia struggles to find the right words to explain her situation.
Her vibrant green eyes reflect her deep-seated fear and resolve.
She internally screams her refusal to return to her previous life. The gray-haired man watches her reaction with a startled expression.
She reflects on the terrifying metaphorical chains of her past existence.
The man considers her tragic tale with quiet, thoughtful deliberation.
Lelia waits in breathless suspense for his final decisive judgment.
She panics at the thought of being forced back home.
A soft, desperate whimper sounding as she begins to plead.
Dropping to her knees, she begs him not to send her back.
She offers to disappear entirely if he simply ignores her presence.
Lelia is momentarily stunned into a state of pure confusion.
The young girl looks up in sheer, wide-eyed astonishment. He offers her a job as a page for his knights.
A sudden, joyous shout sounding as she confirms her literacy.
The noble accepts her answer with a sense of satisfied approval.
He smiles and officially invites her to join his knight order.
A moment of shocked realization washes over the young girl. Lelia enthusiastically accepts the offer, her face flushed with excitement. A dark-haired knight reports to her captain while tending the horses.
Another knight approaches with good news, unaware of the new recruit.
A soft, surprised gasp sounding as she is suddenly addressed directly. Theseus observes the small, silver-haired girl with a calm, analytical gaze.
She continues to watch the mysterious child in thoughtful silence.
Narration describes the girl's ethereal appearance despite her clear signs of malnutrition.
A decorative banner declares that the girl's beauty cannot be concealed.
Theseus asks the girl her age, to which she shyly replies 10.
A short-haired knight reminds Theseus that their commander forbade pressing for details. Theseus extends a gloved hand toward the young, hesitant girl. She introduces herself with a polite and formal manner. Theseus identifies herself and invites the girl to call her Sir Theseus.
Lelia accepts her hand, expressing her genuine pleasure at meeting her.
Theseus suggests changing her clothes, noting the child's remarkably dirty appearance.
Lelia reflects on her previous willingness to endure any hardship for survival.
She looks back on her journey with a sense of quiet determination.
A soft, quick swipe sounding as she wipes away her lingering tears. A sudden, loud shout sounding as their carriage is stopped at city gates. Guards announce they are searching for a specific individual and must inspect belongings. The guards present an imperial emblem, declaring that the search has no exceptions.
Lelia freezes as the search description for silver hair and green eyes appears.
A new day reveals a magnificent city of white stone and blue domes. The urban square is filled with activity under a bright, sunny sky.
Lelia emerges in a new dress, drawing immediate praise for her cuteness.
The knights coo over her, jokingly asking if she'll be their little sister. A sudden firm squeeze sounding as the knights embrace the confused girl.
Theseus stands by, watching the lively scene with a composed expression.
Narration confirms 2 days have passed since joining the knights' journey. Lelia is provided with a fresh change of fine, high-quality clothing. The knights ensure she is well-fed with a variety of delicious treats. Theseus takes the time to personally comb and groom the girl's hair. Theseus presents a luxury carriage, suggesting Lelia ride in style inside.
The gray-haired commander waves from a seat inside the elegant top-class carriage.
Lelia admits to herself that the knights are being far too considerate. Theseus returns from a shopping trip with multiple bags of new clothes. Subordinates cheer for their commander's generosity as Theseus modestly brushes it off. Noticing her confusion, Theseus reassures the girl that everything is perfectly fine. Theseus explains she used personal funds and promises to buy much more.
A sudden, tight clench sounding as Lelia grips her checkered dress in silence.
She remains deeply puzzled by the knight's overwhelming and unconditional kindness.
Her expression reflects a mix of bashful gratitude and persistent inner anxiety.
Lelia worries that their kindness might eventually lead to betrayal or abandonment.
She reflects on how their gentleness only serves to increase her secret fears.
The thought of being discarded by these people fills her with dread.
The knights carry their numerous shopping bags through the sunny city streets.
Theseus turns to the group and suggests taking a short, scenic detour.
Flowering vines trail down the walls of the beautiful, whitewashed buildings. An arched stone balcony offers a breathtaking view of the sparkling ocean.
A soft, surprised gasp sounding as Lelia sees the vast water.
The small girl peers over the stone wall at the harbor below.
She gazes out at the horizon with a look of pure astonishment.
Lelia wonders if the sea leads to foreign lands, regretting her lack of knowledge.
Thesis watches with a faint, satisfied smile as the girl enjoys the view.
Thesis explains the detour to Redinium was for a poisoned knight.
She notes a skilled priest from the neutral zone is attending him.
Lelia recalls the injured man, realizing their departure is imminent.
Her expression shifts as she learns they will soon leave Rendinium. Narration confirms their next destination is back to the nobles' territory.
Thesis remarks on the long distance to their final destination.
Lelia becomes anxious, unsure of how to proceed with her plans.
She reflects on her initial goal of escaping to a foreign land.
They walk together along a stone wall overlooking the harbor.
Lelia gazes out, her back turned as she considers her future.
A sudden, tight grip sounding as she questions her own hesitation.
She tries to convince herself she can survive alone.
Thesis gently asks if she would prefer to remain with them.
She speaks highly of the commander, describing him as truly exceptional.
Lelia listens intently, a faint blush creeping across her face.
Thesis emphasizes the commander's reliability and protective nature as a noble.
Narration reveals the commander has endured more sorrow than most people.
Thesis offers a warm, comforting smile to the conflicted young girl.
The sunlight glints off Thesis' pristine white knight uniform.
Lelia is momentarily speechless, moved by the knight's kindness.
Thesis encourages her to decide before they reach the border.
The knight walks away, giving the girl space to think.
Lelia concludes she no longer has a reason to leave them.
A crescent moon shines over the quiet city at night.
A sudden, sharp ding sounding as a notification wakes the sleeper.
Lelia sits up in bed, startled by the persistent system sounds.
She realizes a game window has appeared, alerting her to ingredients.
She reviews the new item, finding its name rather unappealing. Despite the name, she recognizes its value for her future recipes.
She pays to initiate an automatic search for more materials. Lelia plans her alchemy training while resting in the quiet room.
She remains deep in thought, staring into the blue-tinted darkness.
Exhausted, she finally closes her eyes and drifts back to sleep.
A new morning dawns as Lelia prepares for the journey ahead.
The commander warmly welcomes her as they prepare to board.
A sudden rhythmic thud sounding as the carriage travels through trees.
Inside, the commander asks if she's familiar with the kingdom's geography.
Lelia shyly shakes her head, admitting her lack of knowledge.
He ponders the best way to explain the vast territory.
A sudden jolt nearly unseats them as the carriage stops.
The commander demands an explanation while the driver apologizes profusely.
Lelia looks out with a sense of sudden, mounting dread.
Her eyes fill with tears as a dark realization hits. The commander watches the unfolding situation with a stern, focused gaze.
A hand reaches for the carriage door from the outside.
Guards announce they are conducting a search on Imperial orders.
Lelia gasps in horror, covering her mouth to stay silent.
They declare their search is for a silver-haired 10-year-old girl.
The guards repeat their demand to inspect the carriage interior. Lelia trembles in the corner, knowing they are looking for her.
A decorative title card introduces the story's central conflict.
Guards demand to inspect the carriage interior under Imperial orders. The commander asks the young girl if she is listening. Lelia trembles in fear, desperately trying to stay completely silent. The commander maintains a stern and focused expression.
A gloved hand reaches for the carriage door handle.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as Thesis stands ready by the open door. The commander steps out, challenging the guard's right to search his property.
He dismissively tells the guards the Emperor should search personally if curious. He suggests the Emperor is too shameful to dare face him directly.
Lelia remains huddled in the corner of the carriage seat in silence.
The commander returns, apologizing for keeping the young girl waiting.
Lelia realizes with immense relief that she wasn't handed over.
She worries the commander already knows her true identity as the fugitive.
She wonders if telling the truth would lead him to hide her.
Lelia reflects on being treated with genuine kindness for the first time.
She fears putting her new companions in terrible danger.
A soft, quiet sniff sounding as she struggles to contain her emotions. The commander realizes he has yet to explain the kingdom's geography.
He identifies their destination as the kingdom's northwestern border region.
He reveals they are heading to the territory of House Superion.
Lelia looks up with a look of pure, wide-eyed confusion.
The commander admits her fear reminded him of his own daughter. He laments his past as a strict and unapproachable father. He explains his harshness was intended as protection in noble society.
He expresses deep sorrow over losing his daughter forever. The noble admits he was a foolish and regrettable father.
He wishes he had shown more kindness while she was alive.
He regrets not seeing his daughter smile more often.
He confesses that this persistent regret haunts his very heart.
He notes that her eyes resemble his late daughter's gaze.
He remembers the name of his beloved daughter, Elizabeth. A portrait reveals Elizabeth as a vibrant, green-eyed woman. A quiet moment passes between them inside the traveling carriage.
Delicate patterns fill the space as time continues to pass.
Their journey leads them to a magnificent, sprawling white estate.
A low, weary groan sounding as Carius sleeps through the morning. A sudden, startled shout sounding as Carius is woken by his sister.
Atias mocks him for having a hangover after the party.
Carius defends himself while struggling with a pounding headache. Atias questions his behavior as a member of the nobility.
Carius tells her to stop sounding exactly like their father.
The young woman walks away, leaving her brother behind in bed.
She informs him that the Duke is returning home today.
Staff gather as the Duke's carriage arrives at the mansion.
The Duke confirms his return with a faint, weary smile.
Lelia steps out, looking like a young lady in her new finery.
Two young women appear in a vibrant, artistic character display.
Intricate lace patterns frame the scene in soft blue light.
The delicate floral lace continues across the decorative border.
Sunlight streams through a bright blue sky filled with fluffy clouds.
Their long journey ends at the magnificent, sprawling White Duke's estate.
Artias greets her father, Duke Superior, as he finally arrives home.
She expresses her sincere relief at his safe and timely return.
Artias kindly suggests that her father take time to rest first.
The Duke greets her, asking if everything was well during his absence.
Artias gazes curiously at her father and his unexpected young companion.
She hesitates, noting that something today feels quite out of the ordinary.
Artias asks about the girl, noting her father's unusually happy mood.
Lelia blushes deeply, feeling the weight of the young woman's gaze.
Artias privately fears her strict father has committed a scandalous indiscretion.
The Duke and Lelia look on with expressions of pure confusion.
Insulted by the implication, the Duke's hand trembles with rising frustration.
Artias is horrified, assuming the girl is a hidden, illegitimate child. She scolds him for being disrespectful to her mother's feelings. The Duke ignores her outburst, asking where his sons have gone.
Learning Carius is resting, the Duke demands everyone gather immediately.
He states he has a matter of grave importance to discuss.
Artias agrees to go and fetch her mother from the drawing room.
She turns to leave while the Duke and Lelia wait together.
Artias confirms her mother is already waiting inside for their arrival.
Sensing her anxiety, the Duke reassures Lelia that she is safe.
He promises to protect her regardless of whatever challenges may arise.
The Duke looks toward the future with a stern, unwavering determination.
Lelia looks up at him, her eyes shining with newfound hope.
A soft pink petal drifts slowly through the clear, bright air.
The Duke holds the young girl's hand with gentle, fatherly care.
Narration reveals Lelia told the truth during a dirty. She explained her official identity as the daughter of Princess Iris.
She confessed her real mother was the former crown princess, Elizabeth.
She mentioned her confinement without detailing the hardships she endured there.
Lelia chose to hide her pain to avoid causing him further sorrow. Instead of the temple, she spoke of happy memories with friends.
She visualizes children running through sunlit streets in a distant memory.
A vision of her past self smiles brightly among her companions. The Duke had listened to her long, tragic tale in silence.
He had knelt before her, offering comfort for her lost years.
Now they sit together in the mansion's elegant, blue-carpeted drawing room. Lelia worries that the family will never accept her wild claims.
She fears she will never be recognized as a true blood relative.
A sudden, sharp creak sounding as the heavy double doors open.
Artias enters, carefully supporting an elderly woman with silver hair.
The Duchess dismisses the servants to speak with her family privately.
The elderly woman's eyes are filled with a deep, weary sadness. Lelia waits tensely, her heart pounding as the older woman approaches.
The Duchess lets out a soft, trembling gasp of pure shock.
Artias watches in alarm as her mother rushes toward the girl.
The Duchess's wrinkled hands reach out to grasp Lelia's small ones. She stares into Lelia's face, searching for a long-lost resemblance. Tears fill her eyes as she cries out her daughter's name.
Lelia gasps as the Duchess stares at her with disbelief.
The Duchess pulls the girl into a tender, tearful embrace.
They hold each other close amidst a bright floral background.
The Duchess pulls Lelia close, asking why she has lost weight.
Tears stream down the older woman's face during their hug.
Soft light filters through the room as the embrace continues.
Lelia stands still, overwhelmed by the Duchess's unexpected maternal warmth.
A gentle peace settles over them in the quiet drawing room.
Lelia's small hand reaches out to reciprocate the emotional embrace.
She grips the Duchess's clothing, seeking comfort in her presence.
The Duchess struggles to find words for her immense sorrow.
The two remain embraced in the center of the grand room.
Artias and the Duke watch the emotional scene from the doorway.
Artias is stunned to see her stoic father shedding tears.
Narration questions if this is truly the man known as a lion. The young woman watches the scene with a pensive expression. The elegant drawing room stands silent after the emotional encounter.
Lelia explores the room belonging to the Duke's late wife, Lysandra.
The Duke offers his late wife's room to Lelia, who hesitates.
The Duke reassures Lelia that she is welcome to stay there.
The Duke explains that his wife, Lysandra, suffers from a divine illness.
Narration explains that divine illnesses are incurable by ordinary magic.
Narration describes the limitations of divine healing powers regarding serious conditions. The Duchess stands alone, facing away from the viewing perspective. The Duke reveals Lysandra's condition worsened after the loss of Elizabeth.
The Duke admits his surprise that his wife didn't recognize her.
The Duke presents Lelia with a gift originally intended for Elizabeth. A sense of deep melancholy washes over the aging nobleman.
Lelia looks at her grandfather with a mixture of sadness and hope.
The Duke warmly wishes for Lelia's happiness as her grandfather.
A sudden rapid topping sound echoing through the quiet hallway.
A thunderous bang sounding as Carius bursts through the doors.
Lelia turns in surprise while clutching her new gift box. Carius demands an explanation for the girl's presence in the room.
Carius shouts for answers as he confronts his father directly.
A cheerful character offers an invitation to participate in the project.
A sudden rapid tapping sound echoing through the quiet hallway.
A thunderous bang sounding as Carius bursts through the doors. A decorative title card introduces the story's central conflict.
The Duke coolly asks his son about the reason for his outburst.
Carius reacts with disbelief at his father's nonchalant attitude.
Carius insists the girl belongs to Princess Iris, not their family.
Tears of frustration and anger fill the young man's eyes. Carius is devastated that his father put Iris's daughter in Elizabeth's room.
Carius questions his father's integrity and right to call himself a parent.
The Duke remains silent, staring at his son with indifference.
The Duke identifies Lelia as Elizabeth's daughter, shocking his son.
Carius stares in pure shock as the truth finally sinks in.
Carius struggles to speak, his voice failing him from the shock.
Carius rejects the idea of Lelia being his niece before being physically disciplined by his father.
Red-haired Carius clutches his head as someone calls out his name.
Zenon arrives at the room, noting his father's presence while being greeted. Zenon explains that the rest of his family was intended to follow. After leaving his family behind, Zenon is told by the Duke to stay calm. Zenon remains silent with his eyes closed, reflecting on the urgent situation. The Duke looks toward Lelia, expressing a sudden urgency to discuss her identity.
Zenon admits his haste to discuss the girl while Carius observes them silently. Zenon listens with a serious expression, his eyes closed in focused concentration.
Lelia looks on with wide, nervous eyes as the men discuss her future.
The Duke signals his understanding, touching his chin while acknowledging Zenon's report.
The Duke informs Lelia that maids are available for anything she requires.
The three noblemen walk away, their footsteps sounding through the elegant room.
Carius scoffs with a quiet himph as he follows behind the others.
Lelia sighs softly, standing alone before the large window of the room.
She reflects on how significantly her life has changed since meeting the alchemist.
The young girl feels like she is living through a surreal, dreamlike experience. Looking out at the superior territory, Lelia wishes she could live here permanently.
She wonders if this new life will allow her to escape death.
Lelia hopes for a future where she can finally grow up in safety. Sunlight glints off the large blue gift box held in her hands. Lelia gazes at the gift with a shy blush and a small smile.
She questions the contents as she discovers an ornate white case inside, a clicking sound sounding as she opens the case to reveal a mechanism.
Beautiful music fills the room as the delicate music box begins to play.
Lelia feels a wave of sorrow for the gift intended for her mother.
An elegant portrait depicts the Duke standing tall in a golden, ornate frame.
A tender portrait of the Duchess embracing Lelia contrasts with the family's ruin.
Narration details the tragedies of the Duke's death and Zenon's fall in battle.
The family's downfall continues with Carius's disappearance and Artias's massive gambling debts.
Dark silhouettes of hands manipulate strings, suggesting a hidden, malevolent control.
The young heir is described as a helpless puppet of the council's elders. Yuriana offers comfort to the grieving survivors amidst a bleak, cold graveyard.
Lelia realizes with shock that her grandmother was omitted from the novel's records.
She holds the music box close, contemplating the inconsistencies in the story.
With sudden, fierce determination, she rejects the tragic future written for them.
Lelia stares at the music box, her green eyes glowing with new resolve.
Turning away, she calls for her companion, Yengum, to assist her immediately.
She declares her intent to find a recipe to change their family's destiny.
A loud bang sounding as Carius slams his hands onto the table.
Carius shouts at his father, demanding proof of the girl's claimed identity.
Artias urges her brother to think rationally during their tense family year.
She tells Carius to cool his head, prompting an angry shout from him.
Artias maintains a calm, stoic demeanor despite her brother's heated emotional outburst. Zenon questions if a young child truly poses a threat to their house. He asks Carius if he's truly listening to the gravity of their situation.
Artias sits elegantly, her gaze focused as she considers the family's next move.
She looks toward the past, remembering the family's deep connections and lost members. A memory of the Duchess and Lelia highlights the girl's striking familial resemblance.
Artias confirms the resemblance to Elizabeth, while Carius continues his frantic denial.
Zenon asserts that his older age gives him a more accurate memory of Elizabeth. Red-haired Carius looks away with a troubled, sweating face, lost in his thoughts. The Duke stands firm, declaring he will not ask for permission nor send the girl to the capital.
Artias reasons that their distance from the capital makes it unlikely the imperial palace would suspect them of harboring Princess Iris's daughter.
Closing his eyes, Xenon asks his father for the plan to announce the girl's presence.
The Duke plans to claim she was brought to soothe the lady's illness and demands the matter remain strictly confidential.
Having delivered his orders, the Duke walks away through the grand marble-framed double doors.
A thunderous bang sounding as the heavy doors are slammed shut, leaving the siblings in pensive silence.
Artias declares her intent to believe in her, prompting a startled shout from Carius.
She clarifies that she cares more about providing their mother comfort than the girl's true identity.
Carius admits he could never send her away, even under the threat of a sword to his throat.
A close-up reveals Carius's sharp green eye filled with growing conflict and uncertainty.
The white-haired Lelia stands alone against a backdrop of delicate, floating snowflakes and geometric patterns. A dark thought looms over the room regarding the girl's possible royal parentage as Princess Iris's daughter. Memories of past humiliations and their sister's tragic death haunt the siblings like burning thorns and rising flames.
The family wonders if they can guarantee safety for the rest of their kin after such a tragedy.
A soft thud sounding as Xenon places a hand on Carius's shoulder, suggesting they investigate her origins and observe her.
Artias warns her brother against being needlessly cruel or looking for faults, and a defeated Carius acknowledges her. Carius clutches his forehead, overwhelmed by the mounting pressure and the weight of the family's secrets.
He remains bitter, thinking of the girl as a brat who has disrupted their lives.
Carius's attention is captured by something suspicious placed on a table in the quiet room.
Ornate glass vials filled with mysterious, colorful liquids sit in the soft sunlight filtering through the window.
He concludes the liquids aren't ordinary medicine and would be recognized by anyone with alchemical knowledge.
Carius realizes with growing dread that the medicine was created through the forbidden art of alchemy.
He turns toward the door as the white-haired girl enters the room and watches him silently.
A sharp, soft gasp sounding as Lelia flinches while Carius confronts her about the magic potion and her knowledge of alchemy.
Lelia remains silent, a single bead of sweat tracing down her pale face as she faces him.
A small rustle sounding as her hand trembles while she tightly clenches her blue skirt in fear.
Carius knows no one would admit to alchemy as it leads to being captured by the temple and burned.
He stares at the girl in shock, waiting for a denial that never comes. A bold, resonant echo sounding as Lelia stands tall and confirms she knows alchemy, defiantly asking him what it matters. Stunned by her confession, Carius listens as she asks if he intends to report her.
She warns him that if he reports her, she won't be the only one in trouble. Carius grinds his teeth, frustrated by the young girl's audacity and the leverage she holds.
He realizes she's referencing their father's past dealings with alchemists to treat their mother, making a report impossible. The weight of the family's secret ties to forbidden alchemy presses down on him heavily.
Lelia mentions Duke Superior, asserting her knowledge of their family's vulnerabilities and past actions.
She declares that his attempts to take advantage of her weakness do not scare her at all.
Lelia reaffirms her alchemical knowledge while Carius stands frozen in the center of the large, elegant room.
Carius struggles to find a response, his mouth tightening into a thin line of silent frustration.
A sharp rasp sounding as he clenches his jaw in frustrated silence, unable to counter her claims.
Without another word, Carius turns and walks away through the door, muttering a brief apology.
A soft sigh sounding as Lelia exhales a long breath of relief once her intimidating uncle leaves.
She watches from the doorway as Carius retreats down the brightly lit corridor, his long red braid swaying. Echoes of a past plea beg his sister to avoid dangerous activities for the sake of her safety. A memory of Carius warning his sister about the temple's stakes and the danger of discovery flickers through his mind. He remembers the forbidden allure of alchemy that once surrounded his lost sister, Elizabeth. Looking out the window, he contemplates the terrifying possibility of the truth behind the girl's arrival. Carius wonders if the girl truly is the daughter of his deceased sister, Elizabeth. Lelia slumps over in comedic exhaustion, panting as she recovers from the terrifying encounter with the red-haired nobleman. Quick taps sounding as she grumbles about him entering without waiting for an answer, questioning how such a man could be her uncle.
Lelia is flustered because they discovered her magic potion and alchemical skills.
She hopes the temple is too busy with the dragon's awakening to bother her. Lelia resolves to move carefully to avoid causing trouble for the goop. She wonders if her mother's old room contains a secret space. She contemplates building a hiding spot for her fountain pen and letters.
Lelia remains deep in thought, her finger resting on her chin.
A small, satisfied smile plays on the young girl's lips.
She laughs, recalling Uncle Carius's shocked expression during their confrontation. A flashback shows Carius's sweating, stunned face when she questioned him.
Lelia walks forward, determined not to live in fear or run away anymore. She reflects on what it truly means to be protected in this life.
Closing her eyes, Lelia decides that being happy is her true goal.
Her vibrant green eye glows with a strange, magical light. She looks out the window, planning to gather ingredients to repay her debts. Sharp, quick taps sounding as someone knocks, causing Lelia to turn in surprise. Clattering sounds as she quickly hides her vials before inviting the visitor inside. A red-haired maid named Becky enters the room to offer her services.
Lelia is surprised and blushes while greeting her new companion.
Becky is charmed by the girl's beauty and offers her constant assistance.
The maid cheerfully offers a selection of tea and delicious-looking sweets. Wow, Lelia's eyes widen with pure, childlike excitement at the mention of sweets.
Lelia is pampered with tea, feeling the warmth of such exquisite care.
Becky provides a warm, dedicated bath that leaves Lelia feeling completely refreshed.
She feels mushy and relaxed, her body losing all its former tension. Clad in pink slippers, she stands amidst a backdrop of bright, sunny flowers.
Lelia expresses her big appreciation to Becky for her kind and thorough service. With a soft thud, Lelia drops onto the large, comfortable bed.
A soft sigh sounding as she rolls around, questioning if she deserves such treatment.
She lies on her back, staring at the ceiling with wide, curious eyes.
Reaching a hand toward the sky, she identifies her most immediate goal. A sharp snap sounding as she clenches her fist, declaring her goal is survival. Lelia plans to use her alchemy to save her grandparents from their tragic fate.
She believes protecting them will change the destiny of the entire ducal family.
When she grows up, she intends to return to the imperial capital.
She identifies the original male protagonist, Lute, as the key to solving everything.
Lelia recalls the novel's plot where the commoner Lute first met Yuriana. Young Lute is depicted as a lonely boy sitting against an elegant background.
The memory shows Yuriana as a poor child about to be captured by adults.
A close-up reveals Yuriana's tearful, wide-eyed face as she faces her captors.
Lut takes Yuriana's hand and they run together through a sun-drenched alleyway. The young man is remembered for the bravery he showed in saving her.
Yuriana is shown crying with relief after being rescued by her future companion.
Years later, the two protagonists are shown reuniting in the lush gardens of the capital. Lelia acknowledges their destined reunion while recalling Lut's future rise as a powerful swordsman.
Lut is shown as a legendary warrior who wielded the magical pocket watch reliquary.
Lelia realizes she must obtain the other half of the reliquary to break a spell.
She looks overwhelmed, thinking that stealing from the protagonist seems impossible.
A devious smile spreads across her face as she plots her next move.
The silhouettes of the original leads stand together in a sun-drenched garden.
Lelia sits on her bed, fully committed to rewriting the story and her future.
The white-haired Lelia wonders if she can break the prohibition spell. Lelia looks down with a gentle, blushing smile on her face.
The girl sits alone, her long white hair cascading down her back.
Lelia prays amidst lilies, thinking of the person who is her hope.
Her vibrant green eyes sparkles with a brilliant, magical light.
Narrator calls out to Oscar while sunlight filters through a window.
A lonely boy sits on the floor near a discarded sword.
The boy is silhouetted as a wish for his well-being is made.
The name Griffith appears against a plain, deep blue background. A boy sits among stacks of books under a warm light.
Narration hopes the boy isn't pushing himself too hard emotionally.
Romeo stands by a window, watched over by a stuffed rabbit.
Thoughts suggest Romeo should lean on others to ease his fears.
Lelia prays for everyone's happiness within a beautiful, floral-bordered scene.
A purple-haired chibi witch encourages readers to support the series creators. Carius stares in silent intensity, his green eyes filled with focus. Carius and Lelia share an awkward, silent moment over tea outdoors.
Lelia wonders how she ended up in such a tense situation.
A thin rapier rests atop stylized pink and white Korean text.
Narrator reflects on the peacefulness found within the Superion territory. Becky and the other servants provide Lelia with exceptional care. Duchess Lysandra greets Lelia warmly while sitting in the garden. Lelia explains how she gathers ingredients while visiting her grandmother.
A system list shows she collected 36 units of a rumple accidentally.
Aunt Artias watches Lelia from afar but flees like a cat.
Artias peeks from behind a column as Lelia looks on skeptically.
Lelia realizes she needs materials not found in the local territory.
A pink-haired system AI explains how to unlock undiscovered materials. A system notification confirms that Ash of the Flame can be unlocked.
In-game crystals are described as currency earned through various feats. Golden bills fall as the system explains payment with real money.
The AI tempts Lelia to spend money to speed up crafter. Lelia suspects the AI is developing consciousness while she lacks funds.
She realizes the system makes spending money seem very convenient.
Lelia considers selling potions to earn money but lacks a network.
She plans to discuss selling potions with her grandfather later.
Lelia laments her difficult relationship with her uncle, Carius.
During dinner, Lelia notes her bond with Carius is worsening.
Lelia becomes distracted by the delicious seasoning on her chicken.
A sharp tuck, sounding as the peaceful atmosphere is suddenly interrupted.
Carius sits in pensive silence at the large dining table.
Memories reveal Carius suffered from traumatic mutism after a sister's death.
Lelia refuses to live in fear of Carius's intense gaze.
The two maintain a distance while standing in the garden.
Carius approaches Lelia and asks her to join him for dessert.
They sit together on the terrace while Becky served them.
Becky announces that the dessert Carius ordered is finally money. A large pancake topped with chocolate and berries is served.
Becky worries about Carius's motives despite his dislike for Lelia.
Becky's serious expression confuses Lelia while she waits to lead. Lelia stares at the pancake, nervously wondering if it has been poisoned. She quickly dismisses the idea as impossible while preparing to tip the bait. Lelia reflects that despite his coldness, Carius would never resort to poison.
A soft chewing sound as Lelia tastes the chocolate-covered dessert.
Becky panics and shouts for Lelia to stop eating immediately. The maid frantically urges her to spit the food out without swallowing.
Becky offers a napkin while her hands shake with intense visible worry.
Lelia exclaims that the dessert is incredibly delicious and unlike anything she's had.
Becky stands completely stunned by the girl's happy and enthusiastic reaction.
Carius watches in a daze, his expression softening as a memory surfaces.
Shimmering particles fill the air as the scene shifts into a soft flashback.
A beautiful dessert called Maclita is presented within a decorative floral frame. A woman observes that Elizabeth and Carius share a love for the treat.
The siblings are delighted by the jam, which others find too intense. The narrator notes that the two siblings have remarkably similar tastes in food.
Young Elizabeth laughs and tells Carius how alike they truly are.
The young brother and sister share a moment of pure, sugary bliss together.
Carius's profile is shown in a somber light as the memory fades.
Becky says she will bring something to help cleanse Lelia's palate.
Lelia is taken aback by Becky's sudden change in demeanor and intensity.
In a dark memory, Carius declares the room belongs only to Elizabeth.
He shouts for the girl to leave, calling her a tormentor and a rat.
He reflects on how long he allowed his hatred to fester until now.
Carius looks down with deep shame, questioning his own cruel past actions. A memory depicts a small, lonely Lelia sitting alone in a cold void.
He laments letting his feelings cause her deep wounds instead of offering help. He acknowledges that he used hatred as a pathetic excuse for his stupidity.
A sharp splash sounding as tears suddenly spill from Carius' eyes. A heavy thud sounding as Carius falls to his knees, apologizing repeatedly. He bows his head low, admitting he was wrong about everything.
He expresses regret for how he treated her since the gang he met.
Tears stream down his flushed face as his emotional walls completely crumble.
Carius looks up and declares that he should have protected her.
A close-up reveals Lelia's glowing green eye widened in complete, silent shock.
He vows that he should have protected her even at the cost of his life.
A heavy thud sounding as Carius prostrates himself on the ground in apology. A purple-haired chibi witch encourages readers to keep supporting the story's creators. The scene shifts to the manor entrance where a man asks if the master returned. The gray-haired duke reports a successful harvest inspection across all the territories. He instructs his staff to bring the gifts he bought to Lelia's room. The duke asks for Lelia and learns she is out on the terrace.
A dry, rasping cough sounding as the duke reacts to the scene on the terrace.
A small lock of hair on Lelia's head twitches from sudden nervous tension. Lelia breaks into a cold sweat as the shadow of her grandfather looms.
The duke demands an explanation for Carius's current state on the ground. A sharp gasp sounding as Lelia frantically swears she didn't do anything.
Carius remains on the floor, his face blushing as he continues to cry.
Lelia explains they were just talking when Carius suddenly started crying alone.
Carius makes a small sound as he tries to compose his flushed face.
A sudden, loud burst of laughter echoes across the sunny garden terrace.
Carius remains on his knees while the gray-haired duke stands behind him.
Carius laments being a useless brother as tears spill from his eyes.
Shimmering particles trail across the air, signaling a profound emotional shift.
Lelia sits on her bed wondering what could be wrong with Carius. She finds his sudden transition from crying to laughing incredibly unsettling.
Lelia reflects on Carius's bond with Elizabeth and his past hatred.
Carius continues his breakdown, wishing he had saved her that day. The white-haired girl sits in silence, stunned by his raw display. A sudden, sharp tapping sounding on the door startles Lelia.
Carius stands at her door and politely asks to come in.
He enters the room and expresses a desire to speak with her.
Lelia watches him from across the table as he takes a seat. She notes that his eyes are still very red from his crying.
Carius looks at her with a somber, serious expression on his face.
He admits he has only ever shown her his most pitiful side.
Carius begins their conversation by offering her a deeply sincere apology.
He expresses regret for getting angry the day they first met.
He wishes he had acted more calmly and rationally toward her then.
Lelia listens to his heartfelt words, her face flushing with complex emotions. Her vibrant green eyes widen in shock at his unexpected vulnerability. She reflects on how incredibly difficult his past must have been.
A pale hand reaches out toward white roses in a soft memory.
Thoughts suggest he should have reached out his hand to her sooner.
A flashback depicts the two characters together in a small, rustic cabin.
Carius confesses his shame and apologizes for being such a foolish uncle.
He looks Lelia in the eye and asks if she believes him. Lelia confirms that she believes him while tears pool in her eyes.
Carius places his hand on the table and vows never again. He stands and pledges to stand by her side as family.
Narration emphasizes his commitment to support her no matter what happens. Carius asks for her permission to stay by her side as family.
Lelia reflects on this unexpected future while looking down in deep thought.
A silent plea for someone to help her is recalled from Metairie. A young girl with long blue hair stands alone in the void.
Lelia looks up with a tearful but genuinely hopeful smile.
The girl covers her eyes as her emotional walls finally crumble.
Carius watches her with a look of newfound tenderness and care. He observes her reaction with a softened expression, his guilt evident.
A message among flowers expresses gratitude for her staying alive until now.
Lelia smiles through her tears, looking truly happy for the first time.
Carius declares that the fact she is here is salvation to him.
Ornate green lace and yellow roses frame the blossoming of their bond.
Carius offers a warm, gentle smile as the heavy atmosphere lifts.
A sudden, quick pattering sounding as Lelia's feet race across the floor.
A sharp sounding as Lelia suddenly throws herself into his arms.
Lelia leaps into a hug, surprising Carius with her sudden physical strength.
Carius is momentarily stunned as he holds the small, white-haired girl. He gently strokes her hair while acknowledging the hardships she has faced.
Glowing light blue crystals mark a transition to their next private conversation.
Carius asks why she wants to sell items created using alchemy.
Lelia breaks into a cold sweat while nervously struggling to formulate her response.
Carius remains seated and encourages her to speak her mind without any hesitation.
Lelia panics internally, unable to admit she needs 10 million shillings for a game.
A pink-haired chibi demon appears in a digital window chirping, "Yes, master." System notifications reveal that unlocking all recipes costs 10 million shillings in current currency.
A required materials list for Grandma's medicine includes several rare and mystical ingredients.
Lelia realizes with dread that she must first collect all the other recipes.
The system suggests traveling the world, making Lelia feel the task is impossible.
Lelia laments that traveling across the entire world is realistically out of her reach.
The system addresses her as master while Lelia looks on with a somber expression.
A crying chibi demon appears as Lelia realizes the system just wants her money.
Lelia tells Carius she wants to grow up and run a large business enterprise.
She worries about the alchemy taboo and only having her own creations to sell.
Carius finds her ambition admirable and pledges to support her as much as possible. Lelia is touched by how incredibly generous her uncle is toward his own family.
He asks if she will sell to risk takers or distribute diluted products widely.
Carius promises to seek her father's permission while providing a heavy bag of gold.
Lelia is completely stunned by the sheer amount of money presented to her.
She stares at the spilled gold coins, shocked that this is only the beginning.
Lelia estimates the bag holds 500,000 shillings, marveling at the noble family's vast wealth.
The white-haired girl remains in a daze, overwhelmed by the sudden, massive windfall. Carius reassures her that he will always be on her side if she talks.
Lelia looks up with shimmering eyes and thanks her uncle Carius with gratitude.
Carius bids her farewell, promising to continue their conversation at a later time. A steady, heavy thudding sounding as Carius' boots strike the hallway floor. Carius stops in the hallway and leans his head silently against the wall.
He clutches his head in the shadows, cursing the cruelty of their current situation.
A memory surfaces of Carius gently potting a crying Lelia on her head. He recalls the image of Lelia standing small and alone in a dark room.
The dark memory shifts to the young girl collapsed in despair on the floor.
Two identical young versions of himself stand together, haunting Carius' somber thoughts. Narrative boxes express a sense of new hope springing up and immense private happiness. Carius remains on his knees in the hallway, overwhelmed by his heavy private grief.
Carius looks toward the side with pained eyes, whispering a silent, desperate plea.
The vision of a crying and huddled Lelia continues to haunt his guilt-ridden mind.
Carius stands in complete silence against the wall, lost in his own dark thoughts.
He turns his head as the Duke calls out his name for mind.
The gray-haired Duke stands with crossed arms, asking if he spoke with Larier.
Carius looks at his father with a complicated and somewhat defensive facial expression.
Carius admits his father was right about Lelia being his late sister's daughter.
The Duke listens to his son's admission with a stoic and unreadable face.
Carius mocks his father for acting like a sweet and doting grandfather lately.
The two men exchange sharp banter as a crackle of tension fills the air.
A soft, weary sigh sounding as Carius rests a hand on his hip.
He watches his father, his face showing the exhaustion of the day's heavy emotions. The Duke observes that Lelia is clever and understands the consequences of her actions.
He warns that if Perseus learns the truth, he will try to reclaim Lelia.
A mysterious figure in a dark blue cloak stands alone in the moonlit night. The Duke declares his inability to let the girl be taken away ever again.
He vows to let Lelia do as she wishes, standing firm beside his son.
Carius notes the arrival of a new empress and princess at the imperial palace.
The Duke reflects on their unexpected request to visit the estate Sim.
He firmly instructs Carius to ensure that their visit is prevented.
The Duke warns that news of Lelia's presence will soon reach the Emperor.
He suggests that Lelia must remain hidden if they happen to arrive. Carius looks away with a grim and increasingly frustrated facial expression. Carius passionately declares that the manor is Lelia's rightful home. He laments that her family's love has already been stolen from her. The Duke calls out his son's name as Carius turns to leak. Narration observes that Carius' protective stance over Lelia is quite unexpected.
Memories of her sharing secrets suggest she has found a true confidant.
A close-up of the Duke's face is framed by delicate white flowers. The Duke affirms that their family will always stand by Lelia's side.
He pledges his unwavering support regardless of who they must eventually face.
Carius responds with a look of profound relief and genuine filial devotion. Geometric lines cross a blue gradient, marking a significant shift in time.
A magical ritual indicates that monster activity across the land is peaking.
High-ranking magicians worry about their ability to suppress the growing threat.
A command is issued to notify the 5 empires of the dragon's awakening.
Ornate flowers frame the title of the next chapter in her journey.
Wispy white clouds drift lazily across a brilliant and vast blue sky.
The scene shifts to the bustling streets of a well-maintained noble territory. Aunt Atias excitedly points toward a newly opened store in the market.
Dame Tessis warns the brown-haired lady not to wander too far ahead.
Atias notes she must learn the market before marrying a prominent merchant.
Tessis reminds her that the new husband will be joining their family.
Atias expresses her immense joy at sharing a secret outing with Lelia.
Tessis explains that she must prioritize Lady Lelia's safety above all else.
Lelia promises to stay close to her guard while exploring the town. The white-haired girl looks lovely in a green floral dress and Megan. A narration box reveals that Lelia has finally reached her 13th year.
She reflects on how her perception of her aunt has changed over time.
Atias is remembered apologizing for her initial rudeness when they first met.
She admits her coldness was born from a fear of Carius's loneliness. Lelia notes that she saw a different side of her aunt since then.
She characterizes Atias as a sincere, thoughtful, and deeply kind individual.
Memories show Atias diligently teaching Lelia etiquette and helping her with studies.
Atias expresses her concerns regarding the risks associated with Lelia's business plans.
The brown-haired woman stands thoughtfully while observing her niece from the garden.
She emphasizes that a noble's wealth should always benefit their people directly.
A view of the town illustrates her belief in using taxes responsibly.
Atias trusts that Lelia will use her business profits for the public good.
She reaffirms her belief that Lelia will be a responsible member of society.
Lelia looks up at her aunt with shimmering eyes and heartfelt appreciation.
Atias encourages Lelia to accept the many gifts sent by her male relatives.
The bright sun shines over the town as the two continue walking.
Lelia considers her aunt to be a noble truly worthy of her respect.
Thorny branches frame her doubt about Atias's supposed future as a gambler.
Lelia questions how such a responsible woman could ever squander the family's wealth.
The silhouette of Almos Galicia looms as Lelia recalls his role in history. Narrative boxes describe how her perspective on Aunt Atias changed over time.
Chibi Lelia realizes she cannot yet lower her protective guard completely.
Lelia looks ahead with green eyes as the next phase approaches.
A grand white mansion gleams under the bright afternoon sun.
Atias thanks Lelia for spending such a wonderful day together.
Atias thanks Tessis and Becky for accompanying them on their outing. Becky is flustered by the praise, while Tessis acknowledges the kind words.
Tessis stops suddenly with a look of concern and surprise. The head maid spots an unfamiliar carriage arriving at the estate.
Atias finds it strange that no guest was expected that day. Lelia reacts with silent shock at the mysterious carriage's presence. Lelia recognizes the people arriving and feels a sudden surge of dread. The red-haired man bids farewell while the priest offers his thanks.
A narrative box identifies the visitors as priests from the Kreutz temple. The head priest remarks that their visit was only proper.
Atias tells Lelia to hide as the girl fears her secret. Lelia worries the priests discovered her secret use of forbidden alchemy. Atias stands defensively while a single word expresses her firm denial.
A portrait of Carius stands as a bridge between past and present.
An ancient blue book lies open, revealing secrets of the past.
Lelia reflects on a novel's plot involving a heretical dragon-worshipping cult. She worries that Uncle Carius might eventually lose his life to them. Lelia feels conflicted about wanting the future to stay predictable for safety. She questions her own selfishness for hoping the subjugation years pass safely. A dark shadow falls over Lelia before transitioning into blue splatters.
A silver-haired youth prepares for battle while soldiers march into darkness.
A magical transition shifts the focus toward a new, unfolding destiny.
Becky races through the hallway, shouting that a letter has arrived. She excitedly announces that the message is from Lord Carius himself.
Lelia looks up with joy, unable to believe the long-awaited news.
Lelia asks why Becky is sweating and if she met her.
Becky catches her breath, her face flushed red from the exertion.
Young Lelia expresses her deep gratitude to Becky for the delivery.
Becky admits it feels as though the past events happened yesterday. A memory of Carius comforting a kneeling Lelia fills the background.
Becky bursts into tears while reflecting on their shared emotional journey. Lelia watches with a sympathetic expression, gently comforting her emotional maid.
Narrative bubbles note that 6 years have passed since that fateful day. A blue map outlines the vast territories of this magical world. A hand grips a sword as a conversation about wishes begins. One man asks if the other would truly be satisfied meeting a woman.
A white-haired monster girl on a giant wolf attacks the soldiers. One soldier shouts that this is their chance to strike.
A character shouts in disbelief that such logic only applies to humans. A soldier grunts in pain as a massive shockwave throws him back.
The soldiers cry out in a mixture of pain and fierce determination. A massive blow strikes the monster's mouth, causing a fountain of blood.
The battlefield is littered with fallen soldiers who grunt in agony.
A beautifully crafted sword lies forgotten on the cracked, blue-stained earth.
Calyx stares intensely at the battlefield with his sharp, yellow eyes.
A voice command rings out for everyone to stay back immediately. Romeo tells Calyx to be more careful and avoid diving into monsters. He warns that he won't help if Calyx gets swept up by them.
The monster girl screams in agony as the ice pierces her. Calyx yells at Romeo, frustrated by the close call and dangerous magic.
Calyx sighs and admits that the successful outcome is all that matters. He then darkly notes that the battle is far from over.
Oscar moves with incredible speed, slashing through his enemies with ease. A soldier screams in terror as a massive shockwave tears through them.
Blood sprays across the blue landscape as Oscar stands amidst the carnage.
Oscar looks on with blood-red eyes and a cold, detached expression.
Calyx warns Oscar not to lower his guard until the end.
Romeo speaks Oscar's name with a tone of concern and recognition.
A character winces while acknowledging the stinging sensation of the healing process. Magic begins to seal the deep wound, causing a sharp, painful reaction.
The brown-haired soldier is astonished to find his leg completely healed.
Carius dismisses the gratitude and advises the weary soldier to rest.
As Carius walks through the camp, he observes that increasing monster strength signals their proximity to the dragon.
Staring into the campfire, the men reflect on 6 years of war and their longing to return home.
Damien playfully grabs a gloomy soldier, telling him to cheer up and change his expression.
Holding a bottle, Damien invites his comrades to share a drink he took from Cedric.
Damien suggests looking at Yuriana's portrait to boost morale, while a soldier notes the twins' frequent bragging about their sister.
Carius coldly criticizes those who fail to stand properly on the front lines. The gray-haired twins stand together, sharing a light-hearted moment amidst the campsite.
A narrative box notes that Leo's killer likely belonged to Emperor Perseus's faction.
Carius turns away, determined to bring the conflict to a swift end.
The brown-haired soldier rests against the rocks, consumed by thoughts of finding a killer.
The silver-haired youth stands resolute, vowing to take justice into his own hands.
A solitary figure walks across the barren, rocky landscape under the vast night sky. The silver-haired youth looks on with a gaze filled with quiet sorrow.
Shadows fall across the youth's face as he remains lost in deep thought.
A formal letter marks the 6th anniversary of the Dragon Subjugation Team's formation.
Atias joyfully wonders if Carius' return means the great dragon has finally been defeated.
Atias informs Lelia that Caria sent the news to her first and will return by spring.
Lelia, now a graceful young woman, stands elegantly in her flowing white gown. Atias asks if Lelia regrets skipping her coming-of-age banquet, though Lelia remains modest.
Lelia admits she has no interest in marriage proposals from people she doesn't know.
A chibi Atias sighs over how difficult it is to find a suitable match for the passive Lelia.
Atias reassures the girl that she shouldn't worry about the opinions of the vassals.
Atias stands firmly by Lelia, reminding her that she is a true member of the Superion family.
Lelia looks down with a faint, appreciative smile on her face.
Ah, a painful memory of being attacked with dirt flashes through Lelia's mind.
The household staff rushes to help as a young boy cruelly denies Lelia's status.
The boy points an accusing finger, calling Lelia a fake while she weeps.
Current Lelia grows frustrated remembering how the Creek family's son treated her.
She explains that despite her grandfather's fury, she avoided clashing with the kind Lord and Lady Creek.
Lelia reflects on how she chose to maintain a peaceful presence in the garden.
Narration notes that rumors of her latching onto the family due to her resemblance to Elizabeth persisted.
She realizes that holding a grand banquet would only further provoke the opposing vassals. Lelia values her family's genuine kindness too much to cause any unnecessary trouble.
A sudden thought strikes Lelia as she stands by the window.
Atias teases that Carius will be surprised to see his niece has become his dance partner.
Lelia's green eyes shimmer as she considers the future awaiting her. Lelia calls out to her aunt, her expression turning serious.
She looks away, focusing on the tasks that still lie ahead of her.
Narration explains how she used alchemy profits to unlock the recipes she needed.
While the temple was distracted by the dragon, Lelia successfully amassed a fortune in gold.
She reflects on how most required materials were gathered in the blink of an eye. Lelia was surprised to find so many rare materials within her own domain. She concludes that in this game-like system, materials naturally appear near the one who needs them.
Only one final ingredient remains to be found to help her bedridden grandmother.
Lelia suspects the missing crystal memories might be hidden in a nearby college.
She recalls being unable to collect the special material before her recipes were unlocked.
Determined to succeed, she decides to act on the possibility, regardless of proof.
With her grandmother's life on the line, the time for the final step has arrived.
Narrative text introduces Root, the male lead from the original novel.
Lelia focuses on securing the second half of the Holy Relic.
Atheus asks if Lelia is certain about her impending departure.
Becky, Atheus, and her grandfather stand together as they prepare for farewells.
Lelia explains to her grandfather the necessity of going to the capital.
Her grandfather requests that she return home, and she promises she will. Her delicate hand rests gently against her grandfather's light gray coat.
A soft kiss sounds as Lelia vows to find her grandmother's medicine.
Her grandfather looks at her with sadness and urges her to stay healthy.
A memory shows her grandfather approaching a lonely, hooded child in the woods.
The narrative reflects on a time before she had met her grandfather.
They share a warm embrace as a beautiful garden blooms around them.
Lelia inwardly resolves to protect her grandfather this time around.
Almos, the husband of Atheus, stands ready as his merchant group prepares.
Lelia nervously anticipates her return to the capital with the merchant group.
Subjugation heroes are returning to the capital, and Lelia hopes to meet Carius. She holds on to the slim hope that her luck will hold.
Becky desperately begs to accompany her lady on the journey.
Atheus reassures the group that proper arrangements were made for the text.
Lelia promises an emotional Becky a gift upon her safe return. Her grandfather offers a final farewell as the time for departure arrives.
Lelia walks toward the carriage as white flowers sway in the breeze. Narration confirms that the initial phase of their journey was uneventful.
Soft pink blossoms and delicate lace frames a moment of transition.
Almos checks in on Lelia to ensure she is comfortable while traveling.
Lelia reassures him while he jokes about being scolded by Atheus.
Almos apologizes that the woman intended to care for her fell ill.
She dismisses his concerns, insisting that she is being treated well.
Lelia expresses concern for the sick woman and regrets not meeting her.
Almos notes that the woman is resting inside the carriage currently.
He worries about the woman's isolation and asks for any helpful ideas.
Lelia offers a potion but almost insists on waiting for a priest.
Lelia stands thoughtfully as the journey continues through the forest.
Almos wonders if having a dedicated escort would have been better.
Lelia admits her desire for freedom was behind her traveling alone.
Almos expresses surprise that her grandfather allowed her to travel unescorted.
He remarks on how much her grandfather dotes on her every need.
Lelia lets out a light-hearted laugh at his accurate observation.
Her expression turns gentle as she considers her grandfather's enduring love.
Narration explains that her grandfather recognized her unique alchemy early on. Despite seeing her talent, her grandfather never pried into her secrets.
She reflects on how he always watched over her with quiet kindness.
Lelia promises to be cautious, earning Almos's smile and trust.
Cherry blossoms drift through a bright sky as she confidently agrees.
Teleportation magic circles have significantly shortened travel times throughout the kingdom.
Lelia observes how much the world has improved as she arrives. The capital city of Auraria is teeming with life and commerce.
Standing in the busy street, Lelia realizes she has finally returned.
Crowds gather around market stalls under the bright afternoon sun.
Lelia suspects the excitement is due to the news of dragon subjugation.
Relia, silver hair, green eyes, decides to find temporary lodging.
Narrator notes a festival and banquet will celebrate the heroes.
Relia resolutely plans to sneak into the Auraria Imperial Castle.
She recalls people moving freely on the last banquet day.
Relia intends to search Elizabeth's cottage if her plan succeeds.
She hopes the final required ingredient will finally appear there. Relia wonders about Root's location while she is inside.
She suspects Root will attend the banquet despite the difficulty.
Discovery by the Imperial family would cause a massive disaster.
9 years have passed since Relia's escape from the castle. A loud voice suddenly calls for everyone to come and see.
A merchant sells portraits and interviews of the dragon heroes.
Relia hopes these materials contain useful information about loot.
A single boot crunches softly on the cold blue ground.
A vast frozen landscape stretches out under the night sky. Oscar Silverhair stands with his horse in the freezing cold. Thought Bubble mentions arriving at the capital via magic circle.
Romeo, blonde hair, rides his white horse, wishing for a carriage.
Romeo predicts Calix and Griffith will arrive much later.
Romeo believes Calix cannot ride well with his current state.
Romeo looks tired while expressing his frustration with the situation.
Narrator recalls Oscar's incredible feat of slaying the great dragon.
Romeo admits it took a very long time to reach this point.
Romeo reflects on the time being frozen since Rio's water.
He notes that they have finally made it this far.
They have arrived in their leader's country known as Auraria.
A close-up focus highlights the mention of the leader's letters.
Narrative text confirms Relia's identity as the person they seek.
Relia is startled by the sudden, overwhelming noise of celebration.
Citizens celebrate the return of the dragon subjugation heroes.
The crowd screams for attention and asks about the dragon.
A sudden, sharp noise pierces through the festive city street.
The sound of the crowd's cheers rings out everywhere. Relia recognizes Carius and feels a sense of familiarity.
Relia is relieved to see Carius looks healthy and unchanged.
Relia winces at the sudden, high-pitched fan screaming.
The twin princes pose dramatically for their adoring, screaming fans.
Fans beg the princes for marriage while thanking them. She thinks the fans are being completely fooled by them.
Relia dismisses the twins as unworthy of such loud praise.
Relia's gaze falls upon a black-haired man walking with them. She notes his distinct aura that sets him apart socially.
The crowd wildly cheers as Lord Root makes his appearance.
Lord Root, black hair, looks ahead calmly as he moves forward.
Relia decides to approach Root now that she knows him.
She prepares for the banquet starting 7 days from now.
Relia remains quiet, focusing on her upcoming plan.
She hides within the crowd, navigating through the busy street.
Relia accepts that the royal treatment of the heroes fix.
She realizes the other heroes have returned to their homelands.
Relia peacefully closes her eyes beneath the green hood.
Griffith asks Romeo if it was truly okay for him to skip the triumph ceremony.
Romeo explains that skipping the ceremony was better than being annoyed by the spotlight.
Griffith agrees as he stands by the window without his shirt.
Tomorrow's banquet is the priority, where Romeo must extract noble intel while Griffith stays back.
Griffith notes his temple status makes him an unlikely candidate for a noble's marriage proposal.
A single hand reaches out toward the soft blue light.
Griffith believes Romeo's social skills make him the best choice for the mission.
Romeo gazes ahead with a look of quiet resolve.
Romeo rubs his neck while sheepishly agreeing to do what he can.
Romeo complains about the workload, but Griffith frames his burden as a compliment to his capability.
Romeo winces in pain but remains committed to doing whatever is necessary.
The grand banquet for the dragon subjugation heroes officially begins today in a crowded hall.
Romeo mingles at the banquet, expressing his long-standing interest in the Aurora Empire.
An elderly noble looks at Romeo with a curious and intrigued expression.
Romeo blushes while admitting his childhood dream of knighthood in Rendinium.
The noble laughs while considering Romeo Roseberry as a living legend and potential match.
The noble weighs Romeo's royal connections and personality for a potential son-in-law.
The noble considers Griffith as another possibility while observing him from afar.
However, the noble hesitates because he cannot send his daughter to the temple with Griffith.
Calix is instantly dismissed by the noble as a viable candidate for marriage.
The noble scoffs at Calix's history as a mercenary or former royalty.
A chill runs down the noble's spine as he rejects the blind man.
Oscar makes a striking appearance at the banquet, drawing immediate attention.
The noble identifies Oscar Hresvelk but feels his intense beauty is overshadowed by danger.
Oscar's aura is so demonic, it triggers the noble's survival instincts and causes him to shudder.
Romeo approaches the noble and asks if he knows someone named Relia.
Romeo mentions she was from Auraria while the noble repeats the name thoughtfully.
The noble's eyes widen as he realizes which Relia Romeo is asking about.
He identifies her as the princess who fled the castle on her own 9 years ago.
The noble confirms her full name is Princess Relia Auraria, daughter of Princess Iris.
Romeo leans in, hoping to hear more about the vanished princess.
Romeo requests the noble share more about the story of her departure.
A detailed quill pen rests against a glowing geometric spiderweb in the dark.
The grand illuminated blue tower rises majestically into the night sky.
Griffith asks Calix if the princess really lived in such a place.
Romeo explains that Relia fled the castle to escape an unwanted arranged marriage.
Despite checkpoints, the princess vanished, leading to theories about the Emperor's mercy.
Calix finds the flashy design of the tower quite excessive for his taste.
Calix winces as he rubs his eyes, prompting Griffith to ask why he removed his eye patch.
Calix begins to question the logic behind the princess's successful solo escape. Romeo suggests she might have run away because she had someone she loved.
Romeo immediately doubts his own theory about a secret romantic elopement or tragic story.
Romeo concludes that Relia was alone and locked help during her sensational disappearance.
Calix finds her solo escape from checkpoints highly suspicious and strange.
Griffith dismisses the rumors, noting that her vanishing is the only certain fact. Narrative text explores the possibility that the Emperor is hiding her.
Romeo notes the Emperor's faction benefited from death while Oscar wonders if Relia belonged to them.
Calix wonders if she fled because the Emperor considered her an obstacle to be removed.
Calix throws his arms up, frustrated by the lack of accurate information from 9 years ago.
Romeo, blonde hair, lets out a soft sigh, noting that the banquet continues for 6 more days and they must investigate thoroughly.
He adds that they will also proceed with magic detection.
Griffith, brown hair, and Calix, black hair, blindfolded, are baffled by the lack of clues, but Romeo reveals a white quill pen.
Oscar, silver hair, recalls the magic stone being separated to prevent tracking, but Romeo explains the pen absorbed dragon magic and is now detectable.
In a moment of uncertainty, Romeo admits the plan might work, prompting Calix's frustration over his lack of confidence.
Griffith questions if the killer still possesses the pen, realizing they have no choice but to rely on Romeo's tracking skills.
Calix rubs his blindfold, admitting that the situation won't be resolved easily.
Griffith, brown hair, stares ahead with a sharp and focused gaze.
A stern command warns everyone to avoid mistakes, especially Calix, who reacts with a sharp gasp of shock.
A formal attendant announces the arrival of Prince Cedric as the banquet festivities officially commence.
Princess Uriana, pink hair, makes a grand entrance, descending the stairs in an elegant pink gown.
The crowd is captivated by her beauty, comparing her to a fairy while admiring her relationship with the twin princes.
Lord Root Blackhair watches Yuriana intently, his heart skipping a beat as she catches his eye. A rumor circulates among the guests about 4 legendary heroes making a name for themselves.
Root is surprised to hear that the heroes came to Auraria immediately without returning to their own countries. He listens as rumors suggest the heroes are only there to meet Princess Yuriana.
Narration explains that many attendees came solely to catch a glimpse of Yuriana's legendary beauty. Root stands alone in the ballroom with a pensive and thoughtful look. He notices the 4 heroes staring intensely at Yuriana, seemingly confirming the gossip about their interest.
Root is overwhelmed by the hero's open attention while fans nearby let out a loud scream of excitement.
Yuriana notices Root and greets him warmly, expressing her joy that he attended the banquet.
Root is visibly flustered as he compliments Yuriana's stunning appearance, earning her lighthearted laugh of thanks.
Yuriana asks if something is wrong, and Root points out the staring heroes, leaving her momentarily confused.
Root observes the heroes standing together, confirming their identities as the famous dragon slayers. He hesitantly asks if Yuriana is interested in them, causing her to tilt her head in surprise. Yuriana wonders why Root is so concerned about the hero's interest in her. Root quickly and nervously denies any worry, though his blushing face tells a different story.
The twin princes, Cedric and Damien Silverhair, loom behind Root with a sudden and protective aura.
The Emperor's sudden appearance causes Root to let out a quick, startled breath of surprise. The Emperor asks about their conversation, and Root clarifies they were discussing the dragon-slaying heroes.
The twin princes jokingly suggest the heroes are only in town to see Yuriana.
The Emperor's skeptical reaction makes Yuriana blush and sweat with visible embarrassment.
Yuriana Pinkhair blushes deeply, her eyes brimming with modest and quiet embarrassment.
The Emperor jokingly threatens to issue a marriage prohibition decree, much to the amusement of the twins.
Root laughs sheepishly at the Emperor's blunt and protective fatherly streak.
Root Blackhair gazes thoughtfully, contemplating the recent turn of events in the ballroom.
He looks around the banquet hall, wondering where the heroes have disappeared to.
An empty, opulent palace hallway stands bathed in a mysterious and cool blue light. Romeo stands in the shadows and confirms to Griffith that he has successfully located their target.
The 3 heroes gather as Romeo announces that the object they seek is very close by. The narrator reveals that the fountain pen is located in a distant and quiet bedroom.
Relia Whitehair stands alone by the window, lost in her thoughts while looking outside.
A system notification confirms that the target item is definitely located within the capital.
An elf Whitehair appears in a game-like interface to thank the player for doing him a favor.
A celebratory notification announces that the bond affection level has reached its maximum.
Relia Whitehair cheers with joy at having maxed out her relationship with all the villagers.
She celebrates her hard-earned achievement, relieved that the long effort is finally over.
A small assistant character offers her a crystal reward bundle at a special discounted price.
Relia Whitehair agrees to the purchase, deciding the crystals will be useful for her future plans.
She reflects on the bond affection system and how helping NPCs like beastmen and dark elves finally paid off today.
Relia Whitehair expresses deep exhaustion over the endless and expensive quests.
Alchemy Pinkhair enthusiastically congratulates her master on successfully completing the arduous task. Relia questions the system as she realizes the massive cost of acquiring recipes.
Alchemy clarifies that bond affection was merely a prerequisite for the next stage. Relia complains about the aggressive monetization as a discounted crystal offer appears.
Relia reluctantly accepts the suggestions despite the assistant's push for more crystal spending.
Relia decides to eat and commands Alchemy to return to the pendant.
She lets out a weary sigh, planning to gather capital city materials. The scene shifts to the bright, clear sky over the city.
Griffith Brownhair and Calix Blackhair blindfolded locate Romeo's fountain pen nearby.
Oscar Silverhair and Calix speculate that a noble might possess the pen.
Oscar considers the possibility that Romeo's killer is still holding onto the item.
Oscar resolves to monitor the guests while attending more upcoming imperial banquets.
Calix rubs his head, questioning if they are actually nearing the truth.
Calix recalls a specific conversation he had with Romeo back at the temple.
A flashback reveals Romeo's back as Calix remembers asking about a wolf's appearance.
The trio of heroes appears together in a hazy blue-toned memory of their youth.
Young Romeo, blonde hair, looks back with a soft, knowing, and curious expression.
Calix remembers Romeo claiming to have seen the future through a prophetic dream.
A memory montage highlights Romeo's fragile health and his fear of dying young.
Calix realizes Romeo foresaw everything and deliberately left Relia's name as a Claire. Whips of white clouds drift slowly across the vast, deep blue sky.
Relia's hands tremble slightly as a shimmering prismatic light begins to surround her. Relia lies on her bed, reflecting on how accustomed she became to being pampered. Relia Whitehair gazes downward with a look of quiet, somber contemplation. She clutches her chest firmly, resolving not to let herself fall apart now.
Relia notes that the banquet is halfway over as she plans the infiltration.
She stands before the dresser in her room, preparing for the day's tasks.
Relia decides that a walk around the capital is necessary after finishing breakfast.
A majestic white dragon rests peacefully among a vibrant field of blue flowers. A notification confirms the silver dragon is the most efficient for resource collection. Relia resolves to gather every possible resource she can find within the capital.
An empty stone alleyway sits quietly under the soft glow of the morning.
A soft rhythmic tap-tap echoes through the quiet street as Relia walks alone.
Relia removes her hood, hoping her silver hair won't draw too much attention.
She feels the physical tension in her shoulders from trying to avoid capture.
Internal anxiety grows as she worries about being recognized in such a public place.
Relia's chibi-style expression shows visible worry in a tiny nervous cop.
A sharp ringing sounds as a notification warns that 4 special targets are close.
Relia is bewildered by the sudden appearance of new hidden affection quests.
The system UI optimizes as she realizes the targets are rapidly approaching her.
Relia stands frozen as a blue light reveals the silhouettes of her friends.
Relia White Hair stares in absolute shock, her green eyes wide with terror. Dark, accusatory thoughts question if she was the one who killed her friend.
An officer in a dark uniform accuses her of murdering the crown prince.
Calix and Oscar Silverhair look on with cold, unforgiving, and stern expressions.
A dark, heavy void emphasizes the gravity of the prince's murder accusation. Relia stands cornered as shadows and a drawn sword point directly at her.
The series title card appears prominently against a background of intricate, interlocking chains.
A close-up of Relia's eye reveals intense, shimmering fear and heartbreaking realization.
Griffith draws his glowing sword as narration identifies him as royalty.
Relia trembles against a wall, feeling cornered by the sudden confrontation.
A vision of a young girl appears, identified as Lelia Aralia.
Calix clutches his chest in pain, his blindfold obscuring this ass.
Romeo points his weapon at Relia, demanding she answer him immediately. A dark void echoes the demand to know why Leo was killed.
Relia wonders what they mean and if these men are the heroes.
A sharp "hoo" escapes Relia as she is pinned against the bricks.
Relia is struck with a loud smack and falls into a daze.
Oscar looms in the shadows with his sword held high and ready. Relia wakes up in pain, confused about her current location.
A sudden gasp leaves Relia as her eyes glitch with system data. The system activates a penalty-heavy quest as a voice notes she's Rake.
Relia gives a nervous flinch as she looks up at her captors.
Prismatic static fills the air with a soft spark as Relia struggles.
Relia is shocked she can see the system screen without the necklace. She lets out a startled flinch upon realizing she is tied up.
A cold, firm voice asks Relia to confirm her real name.
Romeo stands before the bound Relia in an intimidatingly grand outfit.
Relia remains silent, staring at the floor in front of her.
Tension thickens in the room as Relia hesitates to say a word.
Romeo is bathed in a celestial light while petals drift around him.
Relia's eyes well with tears as she recognizes Romeo standing before her.
Relia blushes with fear, unable to move while Romeo looms over her.
Griffith watches from the wall, stating her only option is to cooperate.
He commands her to answer his questions properly and without any delay.
Relia looks toward Griffith with shock, calling out his name in disbelief.
Fear and confusion color Relia's face as she stares at her captors.
Calix removes his blindfold and asks if she lived in the tower.
Calix rubs his eyes, prompting Relia to worry about his pained expression. Relia observes Calix, realizing he is in a state of constant agony.
Relia notes Oscar's failing eyesight just as his blade touches her skin.
Oscar threatens to cut off her fingers for every slow response given.
He delivers a final warning as his blade remains poised for violence.
Oscar demands once more to know if she is Lelia Aralia.
Relia softly confirms her identity as Oscar watches her with intense eyes.
Relia recognizes Oscar's silver hair and red eyes with growing dread.
Stunned silence falls over Relia as the weight of the moment hits.
Thoughts turn toward a past promise for a day yet to come.
Relia recalls a time when Oscar's sword pointed toward her in plan. A memory of the 4 heroes as children fills Relia's mind.
She wonders why Calix and Griffith are looking at her so fiercely.
Romeo and Oscar demand to know why she killed the person named Leo.
Relia is baffled by the accusation, her confusion growing by the second.
Well, murdering yourself is certainly one way to escape responsibility today.
She realizes she heard those same accusatory words before she lost consciousness.
Relia denies the murder, insisting there has been a massive misunderstanding.
She points out she was only 10 years old when the event happened.
A heavy silence precedes Relia's shocking and desperate final revelation.
Relia reveals she is Leo, claiming she is Leo, claiming she couldn't have killed herself.
A crimson, spider-shaped emblem glows beneath the weight of heavy, interlocking chains.
Bound by her own secrets, she admits that the truth remains unspoken.
Relia White Hair faces her captors with a faint, nervous smile despite being bound.
Griffith states that the final message left by Leo before his death was her name.
Romeo Blondehair questions how she came to possess Leo's fountain pen and where she hid it.
Relia Whitehair is paralyzed by shock, wondering how they could possibly know about the item.
A white quill pen glows softly within a wooden chest, serving as her only link to her friends.
A sharp shuck sound slices the air as a cold blade suddenly presses against her throat.
Oscar Silverhair stands over the bound girl, his sword drawn and held with lethal precision.
Oscar threatens to end her life if she refuses to provide the answers they seek.
The silver-haired man looms in the shadows, waiting for her to break her silence.
Relia Whitehair realizes that revealing the forbidden truth would trigger a fatal curse. She desperately insists that a massive misunderstanding has occurred and denies killing her brother, Leo.
Her skin is grazed with a sharp shuck as the sword draws a thin line of blood.
Oscar Silverhair coldly demands that she provide immediate proof to back up her claims.
An intricate red plaque is framed by the blooming petals of dark crimson flowers.
Relia Whitehair lets out a long, weary ha and decides to reveal the real story.
Relia explains that Count Heder, a servant of the former Emperor Lydios, was the one who poisoned Leo. Griffith Brownhair skeptically asks if there is anyone left alive who can verify her story. She notes that the Count was executed and the new Emperor purged every witness tied to the old regime.
Relia Whitehair admits that the purge left no one behind to tell the truth.
She points out that their reasons for doubting her are just as unsupported as her own claims.
Relia Whitehair silently questions the point of telling the truth to those who have already judged her.
She realizes that her words will never reach them unless she can prove she isn't an enemy.
Relia Whitehair searches for a way to prove the depth of her relationship with Leo.
A sudden Munduk epiphany flashes through her wide, shimmering green eyes.
Relia Whitehair informs the group that her birthday falls on the 27th of Celesto.
White flowers bloom around her chair as she prepares to confront their memories.
She calls out to Griffith, asking him if he recalls anything about that specific day.
Confusion clouds his mind as he wonders how she knows his name and what that day meant. A memory surfaces of a childhood birthday party where she and Griffith celebrated their birthdays together.
Relia Whitehair recalls being an integral part of their lives since they were very young. Young Oscar Silverhair appears in her thoughts, his red eyes filled with a quiet sadness.
A soft sook sound follows as Oscar lowers his blade from her neck.
Oscar Silverhair turns away with a sharp whick, his posture tense and conflicted.
Relia Whitehair exhales a long, relieved woo as the immediate threat of the blade vanishes.
Romeo Blondehair remains suspicious and demands to know why she kept the quill pen.
She reveals that Leo gave her the pen, letters, and a rabbit doll before he passed away.
Relia Whitehair asks why she would treasure such items if she were truly Leo's killer.
Calix Blackhair questions the logic behind Leo sending her name in his final letter.
She explains that Leo was the only one she could rely on and he wanted his friends to protect her.
Blue morning glories surround her as she gazes downward with a look of deep melancholy.
Relia Whitehair closes her eyes, looking physically and emotionally drained from the interrogation.
She softly addresses Romeo, watching for any sign of softening in his expression.
Relia Whitehair turns her attention to Calix, calling his name with a gentle, pained tone.
She speaks to Griffith, her voice carrying the weight of years of hidden history.
Relia Whitehair looks at Oscar and asks for confirmation that he truly remembers her.
She recounts the story of how they all celebrated her birthday with Leo back in Shingen.
Relia Whitehair confesses that hearing about their shared past made her truly happy.
A bright, joyful memory shows the children together, affirming that her feelings are sincere.
Relia gently mentions the rabbit doll she received leaving the temple.
Childhood memories prove that shared bonds sustained Relia through her loneliness.
Tears well in Relia's eyes as she confesses her love for them.
Bound and vulnerable, Relia recounts the many stories Leo shared with her.
The black-haired man Calix listens with a sweat-beaded, stunned expression.
Griffith, the brown-haired man, watches her intently as she continues her story.
Romeo contemplates her words, recalling how Leo cherished that same rabbit doll.
The silver-haired man, Asgard, listens as she describes their late-night childhood conversations.
Relia quotes Leo, calling them his four most precious friends in the world.
Deep sorrow colors Relia's expression as she reflects on her lost brother. Her bound hands tremble as she delivers a final, firm denial of murder.
Surrounded by white flowers, Relia desperately pleads for them to believe her.
The series title card is framed by a soft, blooming floral arrangement.
Sunlight bathes the peaceful cobblestone streets of the Mediterranean-style city. Local women whisper and blush while discussing the handsome newcomers in John.
Now freed, Relia sits at a table while her captors apologize profusely.
They offer a sincere apology for their rashness, and Relia graciously accepts.
Relia wears a skeptical, deadpan expression as she listens to their excuses. Their doubts vanished only after they verified the mementos left in her lodging.
They realized no killer would ever treasure a victim's belongings so deeply.
Griffith and Calix bicker loudly while trying to shift the blame for their mistake.
The brown-haired man, Griffith, insists he treated all of Relia's minor injuries.
The group demands that the stoic, silver-haired Asgard offer his own apology.
Relia is surprised by Calix's apology as he clutches his scarred, blindfolded eyes.
Relia enjoys her meal, noting how much the others have matured into leaders.
Calix scratches his head, considering a return to his old life as a mercenary. Griffith questions Calix about his eyesight, but Calix insists he is recovering well.
Relia watches Calix closely, knowing the dragon's fire likely left permanent damage.
She realizes Calix is still hiding his pain just like he did years ago.
Griffith remains silent and composed, lost in his own complicated thoughts.
Relia recalls the novel's plot and Griffith's destiny to claim the Holy Sword.
Ascot stands up abruptly, stating he has urgent business to attend to elsewhere.
Relia's heart aches as she remembers the gentle boy Ascad used to be.
She shakes her head vigorously to clear her mind of distracting childhood thoughts.
A dark premonition hangs over Ascad's impending return to the Hresvelg Empire. A bloody vision shows Ascad standing over a victim with a drawn sword.
The grim truth of the novel reveals Ascad's mission is to kill his father.
Relia sits alone with her thoughts, weighed down by the future's dark path.
She feels a sudden chill as she catches Ascad's cold, unreadable gaze.
Ascad's red eyes are cold and predatory, devoid of any warmth or mercy.
Relia lets out a sharp gasp as she flinches away from his intensity.
Panic rises within her as she realizes she is now truly afraid of him.
Romeo leans back casually, wondering what he should do with his newfound leisure.
He boasts about his easy life as a prince supported by the imperial family.
The blonde-haired man, Romeo, rests his chin on his hand with a smirk.
A heavy, awkward silence falls over the table, catching Romeo completely off guard.
Relia stammers in shock as the group suddenly turns their attention toward her.
Calix recounts the turbulent events of her past and her escape from marriage.
He laughs, admiring the sheer guts Relia showed by fleeing from the Emperor.
Relia laughs nervously, knowing her desperate escape was far bolder than they realize.
Relia admits returning to the capital to retrieve something she left.
Griffith questions her infiltration plan while she remains a missing person.
Relia contemplates using an alchemy drug to incapacitate the palace guards.
She quickly dismisses the idea to avoid losing their hard-won trust.
Relia realizes that any deceit would cause their fragile bond to shatter.
Calix wonders if she left the item in her former luxury power.
Romeo warns that the stargazing tower she lived in might be destroyed.
The news that her home is gone leaves Relia visibly stunned.
Relia remains frozen in place as she processes the sudden loss.
Painful memories of being cast out from her home tower resurface.
She clenches her hands tightly together while fighting back her rising emotions.
Calix notes that luckily her prize is not located in the tower.
Relia smiles softly, insisting she must be the one to retrieve it.
She plans to visit Elizabeth's hut, believing it was preserved as a memory.
Relia silently worries whether the necessary materials are still inside.
She notes her alchemy condition is strange and info windows keep appearing.
A sudden epiphany makes Relia's green eyes widen with shock.
Calix orders Griffith and Ascad to return to their respective homelands.
Romeo looks startled and confused as Calix calls out his thing.
Calix firmly demands that Romeo stay behind to assist with Relia. A golden magical seal glows brightly on a hand, signaling a system update.
Calix grabs Relia's shoulders, vowing to help her mission personally.
Relia blushes intensely as Calix holds her in a sudden embrace.
Golden sunlight bathes a quiet grave topped with fresh pink flowers.
The group stands before the headstone, agreeing to reunite in 1 month.
Ascad notes the reunion falls on Leo's birthday with negative affection showing.
Griffith promises to return, his own negative affection score appearing overhead.
Romeo somberly wonders if this will be their final group meeting.
Calix acknowledges that they must each pursue their separate lives afterward.
Relia observes the system tracking their deep negative affection for her. She is horrified to realize these 4 men are her capture targets.
Individual panels show the men's affection scores are still extremely low. Chibi versions of Ascot and Griffith hover with their negative scores displayed.
Relia realizes that Romeo is the person she finds most difficult.
A system window flickers over the back of the black-haired man's head.
Relia stares into a system screen as it addresses her as master.
A pink-haired fairy appears, announcing the special UI mode is optimized.
Relia wonders why the system is interfering specifically with these 4.
She decides to focus on her immediate goal instead of the system. Relia looks away with a sweat-beaded expression, feeling the mounting tension.
A quiet thought bubble urges a departed soul to rest in peace.
Calix stands solemnly in the sunlight, vowing to protect Leo's sister. He places a hand on his chest, asking the deceased to trust them.
Calix encourages Relia to call him Big Brother, which she awkwardly accepts.
Relia blushes and laughs nervously while struggling with the cringeworthy request.
She expresses inward humiliation at the thought of calling Calix her brother.
Relia smiles as Calix promises to help her sneak into the castle.
She reflects on her original plan to sneak into Auraria Castle quietly. Calix laughs, questioning if their infiltration can truly be quiet or peaceful. The scene shifts to the quiet, moonlit streets of the nightbound city.
Romeo questions Relia's confidence and her plan to lead them.
Romeo laughs as he admits he is still figuring out details.
Chibi Romeo calls for his departed friends, dismissing Calix's usefulness.
Romeo watches Relia eat, surprised by her surprisingly hearty appetite.
Relia blushes as she swallows a large mouthful of food.
Relia explains her past isolation makes her unrecognizable at court.
Romeo suggests a bold frontal breakthrough, surprising the gathered group.
He proposes Relia pose as his fiancée to gain entrance. Relia stares in shock at the high-risk fiancé suggestion.
Calix likes the idea, but Relia worries about the danger. She concludes that posing as a fiancé is far too risky.
Relia realizes such a noble title would invite unwanted scrutiny.
Romeo quickly suggests she pose as a distant relative instead.
Relia considers the relative cover as a potentially safer method. She continues to internally debate the safety of the plan. Relia decides that staying hidden is the most secure strategy. She avoids mentioning her potions to prevent links to poisoning.
Relia insists on a secret infiltration, her original intended plan.
Calix asks how she will defend herself if they are caught. Relia shakes her head, mentioning her alchemy potions for defense.
She claims the potions were for protection while traveling alone. Chibi Romeo listens as he explains her alchemy's useful effects.
Relia's thought describes the potion's ability to induce instant sleep.
She raises her hand while discussing her alchemical sleeping aids.
Calix sits with crossed arms, contemplating the upcoming mission.
Calix orders Romeo to attend the banquet as a decoy.
Romeo protests loudly against being the only banquet guest. Calix explains that his absence would spark immediate Imperial suspicion. Romeo demands to know why Calix is not going instead. Chibi Romeo complains about the bright, eye-stinging banquet lights.
Romeo stares intently, his expression unreadable and very serious.
He remains silent, seemingly weighing his limited options and duty.
Romeo sighs and finally agrees to handle the banquet.
At the castle gate, Relia and Calix prepare to sneak.
Relia reflects on the sleeping potion she prepared for tonight.
She reveals she hid the potion in a perfume bottle.
Relia smirks confidently while readying her hidden spray bottle.
The castle guard falls into a deep sleep while standing.
Relia celebrates the total success of her lost guest ruse. She urges Calix into the castle before anyone wakes up. The sleeping guard staggers, nearly regaining his heavy conscious footing.
Calix notices the guard's movement and reacts with sudden alarm.
Calix punches the staggering guard to ensure he stays down.
Relia smiles happily at their successful, albeit violent, infiltration.
She sweats nervously, fearing the impact of Calix's loud punch. The series title card appears over a soft, patterned background.
The guard lies fully unconscious on the blue-toned cobblestones.
Relia and Calix argue quietly about the noise they made. An internal voice screams that the noise was definitely noticed.
They worry about incoming patrols and decide to move faster.
Relia explains that a sleeping potion won't stop the gate from closing, which they must avoid.
Calix considers tying up and hiding the unconscious soldier to keep their infiltration secret.
Relia instructs Calix to stay behind and ensure the unconscious guard remains asleep.
Calix listens as Relia tells him to keep the exit clear for their eventual escape. Calix warns Relia that entering alone is far too dangerous while she finds him riskier.
Relia insists Calix must stay because his large size makes him too easy to spot.
Chibi Calix enthusiastically proposes stealing the guard's armor to use as a secret disguise.
Relia sneaks through the dark woods, her heart racing as she notices another patrol nearby. She hopes the ongoing banquet will result in lax security around this part of the castle.
A close-up of Relia's striking green eye highlights her focus during the tense infiltration.
Memories of a past confrontation with Yuriana and the twin prince in the tower resurface.
Relia reflects on hurting Yuriana in the past and hopes it didn't leave a permanent scar.
She recalls her past humiliation but feels stronger now that she is no longer alone. Relia reflects on her bond with Calix, whose presence provides her with a secret reassurance.
She admits to herself that returning to the royal castle alone was a frightening prospect.
Romeo stands bored at the banquet, which Relia notes he has always disliked attending.
Romeo laments his extreme boredom while the gathering continues around him.
Chibi Relia giggles as she perfectly envisions Romeo's current bored and miserable expression. Relia feels moved after finally finding the true friends she had always dreamed of.
A text box mentions their upcoming reunion and her goal to break the golden word magic.
Relia stands tall in her elegant purple dress amidst a flurry of falling dark petals.
A sudden sound or realization causes Relia to stop and look around in alarm.
She gazes at the glowing tower, realizing the immense effort put into building it for Yuriana.
Relia tells herself that nothing else matters now that she has found a new path.
She reflects on finally having a home to return to and a loving family.
A vision of the Superion family appears, who loved her without expecting anything in return.
Harsh, snowy memories remind Relia of the difficult nights she once had to endure.
She recalls the bone-chilling cold and hunger she faced while trying to survive in the dark.
A woman in an ornate dress stands by a window, personifying the loneliness of Relia's past. A close-up shows the woman's face and her beautiful red gemstone earring. A hand reaches out as a gentle voice urges Perseus to be a guiding light.
The woman encourages Perseus to become a wonderful emperor and lead his country with grace. The bottom of the woman's elaborate gown is shown as she walks through falling petals.
She smiles warmly, promising to stay by his side and help him through any challenge.
Several empty wine bottles sit on a table, suggesting a long night of solitary drinking. A man with light hair sits slumped in a chair, looking completely defeated and isolated.
He clutches his forehead in distress as sweat drips down his pained face.
The man sits alone at a vast dining table in a quiet, dark room.
A thought bubble expresses how the man feels consumed by the oppressive darkness.
Perseus looks up with a weary, hollow expression, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. A close-up of Perseus's tired eyes reveals the heavy burden of his loneliness. Perseus is suddenly startled as a sharp sound breaks the silence of the room.
He reaches out urgently, his eyes widening with shock and a glimmer of hope.
Perseus stands up in disbelief, his gaze fixed on someone who shouldn't be there.
Relia stands in the doorway, her silhouette illuminated against the dark interior.
Perseus asks with a trembling voice if she has finally come back to him.
Relia clutches her chest in panic, unable to comprehend why the Emperor is there.
Her mind screams in terror at the unexpected encounter with Emperor Perseus.
Relia stands frozen in the dark hallway, shocked that the Emperor is present.
A desperate thought bubble reflects Relia's immediate urge to run away from the scene. Perseus reaches out desperately, begging her to wait and not leave.
Relia walks away through the trees as Perseus pleads for her.
A desperate, loud shout of Elizabeth rings out through the darkness.
Relia stops in sudden shock, confused by the name he shouted. A brief interlude features a pink-haired warrior wielding a massive sword.
In a flashback, a man discusses her resemblance to her mother.
Chibi Relia is told her appearance and mind match her mother's.
He explains that her eyes are identical to those of her mother.
The man tells young Relia he has something important to show her.
He leads her down a hallway, regretting his delay in showing her.
He reveals a large, ornate portrait of her mother on the wall.
He believes the resemblance is clear despite the portrait's adult subject.
Relia looks at the portrait and finally sees her mother's face.
A soft white rose begins to bloom against a dark background.
The series title card appears over a delicate white flower.
Returning to the present, a drunk Perseus stumbles and calls for Elizabeth.
Relia looks back as Perseus staggers blindly toward her in his stupor. Several empty wine bottles litter the table, confirming the man's state.
Relia realizes the Emperor is incredibly drunk after seeing all the bottles.
She understands why he mistook her for Elizabeth in his intoxicated state.
Relia looks away with an expression clouded by complicated, somber emotions.
A sudden spray of sleeping potion catches Perseus right in the face.
Perseus collapses face first onto the wooden floor, rendered completely unconscious. Relia is angry, but admits she felt a brief moment of hope. She sighs, wondering what her next move should be in this crisis.
Relia panics about incapacitating the Emperor but questions his unexpected arrival.
A sharp click sounds as a hand reaches for the handle.
Relia realizes she must carry on with her original plan regardless. She starts a system exploration for memories, hoping for a rare drop.
Relia waits impatiently for the system's slow progress bar to complete.
A sudden noise nearby causes Relia to gasp in intense, sudden fear.
Perseus mumbles Elizabeth's name from the floor, pleading for her to stay.
A single tear falls from Perseus's eye as he sleeps fitfully.
3 years have passed since the birth of the princess. Narration introduces Marianne as Yuriana's mother and the Empire's reigning empress.
It clarifies that Yuriana is the true daughter of the ruling couple.
Relia looks back, wondering why things have turned out this way.
She is startled as a guard asks the Emperor if he is all right.
A soft knock-knock sounds as a guard asks to enter the cavern.
The door handle turns slowly, signaled by a quiet metallic sound. The guard enters and finds his emperor collapsed on the wooden floor. He shouts in shock as he discovers the emperor lying perfectly still.
The guards enter the room, unaware of Relia hiding in the shires. A sharp whoosh sounds as she knocks out the first armored Gok.
A metallic clang rings out through the quiet, moonlit forest trees. Outside, guards realize someone is heading toward the cabin's location.
Panicked shouts fill the air as guards check on the Emperor's safety.
2 armored guards use a lantern to search the dark forest.
Inside, the guards discover both the Emperor and a soldier unconscious.
Relia's feet are seen sprinting away into the safety of night. Relia pants heavily as she flees the Imperial Palace grounds.
A system progress bar reaches 95% during the search.
The exploration terminates abruptly when the target moves out of range.
Relia expresses her intense frustration at being so close to finishing.
She justifies her escape, fearing discovery by the palace guards. Tears of frustration well as Relia laments the unfinished search.
The stone palace gate stands silent under the starry night sky.
Calix struggles unsuccessfully to remove a fallen guard's heavy armor.
Relia returns to Calix, who asks about her mission's success.
She urgently declares their failure and the need to flee immediately.
Calix watches Relia with a focused and serious expression.
A sudden grab catches Relia off guard as Calix takes action.
Calix promises to get them to safety while holding her close.
He carries Relia through white lilies, taking charge of their escape.
Intricate geometric patterns surround the stylized title of the series. A large, multi-story house stands quiet in the moonlight. Back in her room, Calix asks if Relia is all right as she thanks him.
Relia returns Calix's blindfold before he asks for the full story.
Calix reacts with shock upon hearing about the encounter with Emperor Perseus.
He realizes that Relia's hasty return was prompted by the Emperor.
Calix lightheartedly suggests that she should have brought along. Relia retorts that his presence would have caused an international incident.
Calix asks what she was seeking while Relia remains vague.
Relia worries about how to finish her nearly completed search.
She decides to return to the palace posing as Romeo's relative.
Relia hopes the Emperor's memory is blurred by her potion.
Calix wanders the room, wondering why it became a hideout.
A close-up highlights Relia's striking green eyes and thoughtful expression.
Relia considers using her system to check Calix's affection level.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick top sounding.
Relia looks on with a wide-eyed and stunned expression.
A system warning reveals a massive crystal cost for the check.
Calix asks what is wrong as Relia tries to act wrong.
She awkwardly blames a hiccup for her sudden, shocked reaction.
Relia calculates the staggering monetary value of the required crystals.
She complains about the exorbitant price of checking a single step.
A system fairy explains the importance of monitoring character states. The fairy suggests a hidden quest to earn a free ticket. A list of potential rewards for the hidden quest appears. Relia examines the items, including the affection ticket and puzzle pieces. The rewards include a gift box and an alchemy lottery entry.
Narration explains the protagonist's dual role as alchemist and shop owner.
Relia reflects on the game's original lottery scratch card system.
She decides to accept the quest and try her luck. Relia reaches out to interact with the floating system screen.
Calix grows concerned as Relia continues to stare into space. Startled from her thoughts, Relia quickly insists she is fine.
Relia reaffirms her plan to sneak back in using Romeo's help.
Calix agrees that her new infiltration plan is the safest option. Relia sits quietly, considering the challenges of the path ahead.
Relia wonders how she can naturally ask Calix about his problems.
She worries that just blurting out the question would be too awkward.
Chibi Relia misses game mechanics where characters shared their troubles automatically.
Calix stands alone, Relia knowing his blindness is his biggest hurdle.
Calix clenches his sleeves, hinting at deeper concerns weighing on him.
A rhythmic tapping sound draws Relia's focus to Calix's anxious movements.
Relia notices the sign of distress and looks on with concern.
Calix admits he feels uneasy without his sword by his side.
He explains he can fight unarmed but feels a strange attachment. Calix describes his unique greatsword that no one else can lift. He recalls receiving the blade from a mercenary master long ago.
Flashback shows young Calix being gifted the sword as a temp.
Young Calix shocked everyone by easily lifting the massive, heavy blade.
The young boy's eyes shine with a newfound sense of purpose.
Calix complains about the massive sword being a social hindrance at banquets.
He gestures empty-handedly, clearly missing the weight of his weapon.
Relia listens with a polite but slightly strained smile on her face.
Calix worries the sword is sulking, making Relia doubt his sanity. Narration confirms the sentient sword chose Calix of its own accord.
Relia acknowledges the sword's size is indeed a major practical issue.
She thinks deeply about how her skills could help his situation. A system alert confirms Calix's concern, challenging Relia to solve it. Relia's mind races with excitement as she finally finds a solution. She summons several system windows to search for the right recipe.
Relia laments the need for an incredibly rare and valuable ingredient.
She hesitates, wondering if she should save the rare item for later.
Determined to help, she taps the craft button on the screen. Relia, acting as a brother figure, offers a size-changing poser.
Calix lunges forward in excitement, desperate to use the magical potion.
Relia cautions that she only has one dose of the permanent effect.
Calix is ecstatic, finding the prospect of a smaller sword amazing. He leans in close, confirming he can still return it to Norl.
Calix cheers loudly, declaring alchemy to be the greatest thing ever.
Relia hushes him, worried about the forbidden nature of her alchemy.
She notes how his eyes still sparkle with childlike joy and excitement. A memory shows young Calix sitting happily with a bright smile. Relia smiles warmly, promising herself she will bring everyone back safely.
Calix's face glows with genuine happiness after hearing her helpful offer.
Relia reaffirms her commitment to using alchemy for her grand goals. A Quest Complete window appears, listing several new system-based rewards.
A giant hand holds the now shrunken version of Calix's greatsword.
Calix shouts in awe as the sword expands back to full size.
Calix asks to retrieve his sword, but Relia quickly refuses.
Calix laughs joyfully, completely enthralled by the magic of the potion.
Chibi Relia looks disappointed that none of the rewards are useful. She reviews the new affection quest and the disappointing gift box contents.
The system explains the lottery ticket requires unlocking a special shop.
A pink-haired system fairy bows before several construction-themed warning signs.
Relia reacts with frustration at the sudden mention of subquests.
She laments the endless stream of new system tasks and requirements.
Relia lets out a long, weary sigh over the game's complications.
Chibi Relia and Calix wait together in the dimly lit room.
Romeo enters the room, letting out a tired, breathy sigh. Romeo looks serious as he informs Relia that her mission failed. Relia is stunned as Romeo reports the Emperor is searching for her.
Romeo declares they cannot use the plan he originally suggested. Romeo explains that a silver-haired relative would attract the Emperor's attention.
Relia realizes she can no longer sneak into the palace.
Calix asks for a new plan while Romeo notes Relia's secrecy.
Romeo smiles and says they must change the plan entirely.
Romeo declares that Relia just has to become a man instead.
Relia looks on with a stunned expression, asking for a pardon.
A flock of white birds flies through the bright blue sky. A voice asks Princess Yuriana if she has heard the news.
A maid tells Yuriana that 2 heroes are staying longer.
Yuriana confirms she heard the news, making a soft sound.
Yuriana wonders why her mother is so obsessed with her engagement.
Yuriana tries to recall what the 2 heroes look like.
She remembers a hazy scene of 2 men at a banquet.
Yuriana smiles and hopes that the heroes will like her. Chibi Yuriana pouts that Root has never made a move.
Yuriana considers taking the initiative herself, but feels hesitant.
She recalls her brother's warning about girls who chase men. Yuriana fears that making the first move would be a disaster. Voices whisper Yuriana's name as she imagines being loved.
She decides to use jealousy to make Root feel uneasy.
Yuriana smiles as she plots a way to capture Root's attention. She plans to look at other men during the evening's banquet. Her goal is to make Root jealous and spark his interest. A maid mentions that Sir Roseberry's relative will be Fang. Guests converse in the grand hall as the banquet begins. A tall man with silver hair and a suit arrives. Romeo tells the Emperor his relative is currently resting.
Romeo bows slightly as he thanks the Emperor for his concern.
Empress Marianne asks if Romeo already has a lady he likes. Emperor Perseus says there is nothing wrong with asking the question. Romeo claims he already has a fiancé back in his Olad. Marianne remarks that the young lady must be very fortunate. Romeo says hearing such praise is a great honor. Chibi Emperor Perseus invites everyone to enjoy the banquet.
Guests gather in the grand hall as music fills the air.
Disguised Relia notices everyone is staring and feels uneasy. Panels show noblemen whispering as they watch the silver-haired newcomer. The dark-haired man stands alone, looking annoyed by the attention.
2 men in military uniforms watch the guests with scowls.
Romeo teases the silver-haired guest Calix about their exploding popularity. Romeo laughs while his silver-haired companion reacts with frustration. Yuriana stares intensely at the silver-haired guest across the room. The dark-haired man finds the fascination with his eyes disgusting. Romeo tells his dark-haired companion to bear with the situation. The golden light of a sunset bathes a quiet cottage. Inside the empty house, a set dining table waits patiently. A magical system hourglass slowly ticks away the remaining time.
A system notification celebrates the discovery of rare crystal memories.
Relia smiles, her secret plan finally beginning to take shape. Dressed in a dapper suit, Relia prepares to find the protagonist.
Narrative panels describe a famous painting of a moonlit boy.
The art commentary continues, praising the beauty of a new masterpiece. In her dressing room, Relia prepares her final alchemical disguise. She muses on the fleeting nature of youthful, boyish beauty. Relia grips a small pink potion bottle, her secret weapon. A close-up reveals Relia's natural, vibrant green eye shining brightly.
Her eye transforms into a glowing pink, completing the magical mask.
Standing before the mirror, Relia admires her convincing male silhouette. The narrative wonders if a truly perfect boy exists anywhere. Her thoughts linger on the image of a flawless, beautiful youth.
A vibrant pink title screen signals the start of a new chapter.
Romeo sits regally, asking if Relia retrieved the hidden item.
Relia sits across from him, her back turned to the viewer.
Romeo explains they must stay until their allies arrive safely.
He reminds Relia to play the role of Sir Raymond Levester. Disguised Relia hopes her true identity remains a complete mystery.
She nervously anticipates that her feminine traits will go unnoticed. Romeo reassures her, mentioning a current trend favoring beautiful boys. Relia is momentarily baffled by the unusual cultural trend he describes.
Romeo elaborates on the situation while gesturing with his hands.
Relia reflects on the legendary master of disguise, Phantom Thief Lupin.
A flashback shows Lupin, an NPC known for ever-changing appearances. Lupin's specialty is alchemical potions that can alter eye color.
Relia trusts her special potion to keep her gender well hidden.
She lets out a weary sigh while maintaining our seat. Narration confirms that a male disguise avoids the Emperor's search. A diagram highlights the shoulder pads and binders used for disguise. Relia focuses on maintaining manly yet refined movements during her mission. She thinks about her uncle Carius and his current wear-outs. Chibi Romeo warns that the Duke has already returned home. Relia worries about her grandparents and her urgent quest for relics. Romeo's intense gaze makes Relia feel a sudden wave of unease. Romeo shifts in his seat, his legs crossed in a relaxed posture.
Relia asks why he is staring at her with such intensity.
Romeo leans closer, noting her strong resemblance to someone named Rio.
Relia quickly attributes the similarity to their supposedly being cousins. She suddenly realizes that Calix has been missing all day.
Relia sits quietly, wondering where her companion might have gone. Startled, she asks who exactly Calix is spending Tyros.
Lush pink roses frame a lady's elegant, wide-brimmed sun hat. Princess Yuriana boasts that her father grew these roses specifically for her.
Yuriana stands in the garden with Calyx, showing off the flowers.
Calyx walks away as she mentions he named a flower after her.
Chibi Relia watches from the bushes, shocked by Calyx's unexpected date.
Relia is shocked to see Princess Yuriana in the garden. Calyx ignores Yuriana's excitement, frustrating Relia as she watches them.
Relia criticizes Calyx for not helping Yuriana with her heavy dress.
Relia hides in the bushes, questioning why she is spying. She wonders if Yuriana is actually on a date with Calyx. A sudden heavy thud sounds as two figures unexpectedly collide.
She finds herself face to face with a kneeling, black-haired man. The man demands to know Relia's identity and her purpose bear.
He asks if she was spying on Princess Yuriana specifically.
He commands Relia to answer him honestly about her suspicious business.
Relia is panicked by the man's sudden and unexpected appearance.
A vibrant pink chapter break features a girl holding a sword.
A decorative frame displays the story's title, A Mixed Climbing Ivy. Voices discuss recent reports of an intruder in the Imperial Castle.
The gossip mentions that mages were summoned to investigate the castle.
The black-haired man accuses Relia of being the Imperial Castle intruder.
Relia stares in confusion at the man's sudden and direct accusation.
She panics, fearing her secret mission in the castle was discovered.
She tries to convince herself that Root cannot possibly know anything.
Root explains he would have noticed her at the banquet previously. Root points a finger directly at the visibly nervous Melia.
He accuses her of being a stalker obsessed with Princess Yuriana.
Relia is left completely speechless by his bizarre and incorrect assumption. She asks for clarification, baffled by the stalker accusation he made.
Dressed as a detective, Root rejects any potential excuse as nonsense.
Relia remembers Root is the original lead, obsessed with the princess.
She regains her composure and asks if Root was spying too.
Root is caught off guard and blushes deeply at her brushchin.
Relia points out that his presence is equally suspicious to her.
The man stammers, unable to find a quick rebuttal to her. He watches silently as Relia prepares to introduce her false identity. Relia formally introduces herself as Sir Raymond Levester to the man.
Root apologizes for his rudeness after hearing her polite introduction.
Relia lies about needing rest, and Root accepts her humble apology.
He identifies himself as Root Castrol, finally revealing his true name.
Relia mentions his fame, making the hero feel quite embarrassed. A bright digital chime sounds as a quest window suddenly appears.
The system asks if she will help the troubled young man.
Potential rewards include a secret treasure and unlocking a special shop. Relia is stunned by the sudden appearance of the quest window.
A series of soft, rapid thumps sounds as her heart races.
Relia realizes this quest involves a piece of the sacred relic. She laments that the male lead is now a quest target.
Relia considers taking the relic from him after he loses it.
Narrative text explains Yuriana originally obtained half of the relic.
Yuriana is shown praying fervently in a past vision or memory.
Relia notes that the original timeline's events are no longer certain. A warning appears stating a refusal will permanently lock the shop.
Relia realizes she has no choice but to accept the quest.
A quick light tap sounds as she confirms her choice.
The black-haired man looks surprised as someone calls out his name.
The silver-haired youth offers a sympathetic ear to the troubled man. Sitting on a bench, Relia confirms the man's feelings for Princess Yuriana. Lord Castrol leans forward in despair, overwhelmed by his uncertain romantic situation.
Relia encourages a confession while the man finds her surprisingly easy to trust.
A chibi head suggests her feminine intuition makes her a great confidant.
Her heart skips a beat as a sudden, sharp flinch escapes her.
Lord Castrol explains that feminine-looking men are currently a popular trend.
The man worries that the princess might actually prefer Relia's specific type.
Relia frantically denies the possibility, reminding him of Yuriana's interest in Calyx.
Lord Castrol remains pensive as he softly utters the name of the princess.
He cruelly questions the effort wasted on trying to please a disabled man.
Relia stares back in stunned silence, completely appalled by his heartless remark.
Lord Castrol immediately backpedals, begging her to forget his offensive and rude outburst.
She looks away, visibly shaken by the man's unexpected and harsh prejudice.
Narration reveals Root's original character was upright yet irrational regarding his love. The text concludes that his jealousy over Yuriana completely clouded his judgment.